Godslayer in the comic world. Chapter 301 Father's debt repaid by son. Shush Asha. Strange sound. A second ago, Sif wanted to applaud Thor's domineering blow. A second later, Sif immediately turned pale when she saw the scene in front of her. Asgard, where the Rainbow Bridge used to be, is obliterated. It's not about being defeated. Before Loki led the wolf into the house and brought the frost giant Wang Lafei, Thor broke the Rainbow Bridge, and that section of the Rainbow Bridge fell into the void. The difference this time is that the only remaining Rainbow Bridge and a large sea area first solidified strangely, and then all the substances lost their color. The sea water that had been polluted by the poisonous fog suddenly became solid. Right? The sea water became solid, and then turned into fly ash together with the mountains around the sea that suddenly turned into inorganic black, and drifted into the universe. The Asgardian soldiers who were following Thor and preparing to charge were stunned. Only the wise realize that this is the result of Jemengard's excessive extraction of Asgardian power. God's domain lost its divine power, and there would only be a piece of mortal land left. It is no longer the supreme kingdom of God praised by countless mortals in the mythology of the Asa Protoss. Ha ha ha. Boy. So what if you get Odin's sharp gun? I am invincible. As long as Asgard exists, I will be immortal. Ha ha ha. Still the same sentence, you either die or kneel down. In front of all the Asgardians, the big snake laughed wildly. Under everyone's horrified eyes, the huge wound pierced by the sharp gun started to move. The flesh and blood began to squirm on the edge of the big hole dripping with black blood, and the wound repaired itself at a super speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the wound left a hole that could allow a person to pass through. It is foreseeable that full recovery is only a matter of time. Thor spent a lot of divine power and used Odin's sharp gun. In the end, it turned out to be this result, which made many Asgardian soldiers turn pale. It's just that their beliefs are still supporting their bodies, and they are determined not to give in to such rebellious fanatics. Thor once again realized the key to Odin's last words. Gungnir has the ability to return automatically. When it flew across space and returned to Thor's hand, Thor looked at the gun with pain on his face. He shouted, "The power of Jemengard has been completely bound to Asgard. The longer he stays here, the stronger he will be. When we attack him, we attack Asgard itself. But if Asgard is not destroyed, he will become the most terrifying existence in the universe. There is no escape. He will use Asgard as his base, and then destroy the entire 9 kingdoms." Sif, Heimdall, the 3 warriors, all the Asgardians trembled when they heard this. The story of Ragnarok, they have heard since childhood. All along, they thought it was just nonsense. Die laughing. Odin and the gods are so powerful. Asgard's armies swept across the 9 realms. Where did the evening come from? But when Odin finally fell and Odin's relatives took the lead in raising the rebellion flag, everyone realized that the invincible kingdom of God in their hearts was actually so fragile. This feeling is not good. Especially when this truth is spoken by Thor, the new king recognized by the Asgardians, it will be even more uncomfortable. But, do the Asgardians have a choice? No. However, Hela could be killed casually back then. With Odin's overlord mind, he might kill Hela directly instead of sealing her for tens of thousands of years. In the final analysis, it is the debt of the father and the son. Thor's mouth was full of bitterness. "Sif, I want you to do me a favor." "No. I refuse." The clever Sif suddenly understood what busy this was, and she stopped the conversation ahead of time. Thor went on self-consciously, "Only the people are the real Asgard. So we are not trying to stop Ragnarok, but to cause it. Stuart's head is in Asgard in the treasury, just throw it into the eternal fire." Thor. "You bastard. You actually want me to destroy my hometown?" Sif lost control of her emotions. She had always shown her resolute face and was happy to show that she was never weaker than a male god. She burst into tears at this moment. "Sorry, Sif, I have no choice. I can only block Hormungandr here." Just as Thor finished speaking, another voice suddenly came from midair. "No, my brother, you have another choice, and that is me." Arrogant and stinking, Loki in full armor wore a goat's horn golden helmet and sat in a universe full of running gladiators. The spaceship, unexpectedly not much slower than Thor, arrived at this critical moment abruptly. "Loki!" Thor was startled. Loki didn't have time to explain to Thor why he arrived not too late, but instead said, "Leave this kind of dirty work to me. Anyway, I have fantasized about blowing up Asgard more than once." When these words were spoken majestically, the audience was quite distressed. Ange was dumbfounded when he heard it. "How does this sound like my childhood fantasies about bombing schools?" Cough cough. At this moment, Big Snake sensed something bad. "Thor! What do you want to do to my Asgard?" The rumbling voice of the Big Snake echoed throughout the domain of God. "Asgard? Do you want it? I can give it to you." Thor's playful expression angered the Big Snake on the spot. "I don't know the so-called brat. Die." The Big Snake bowed its entire body. Rao saw it from the sea. His snake head was more than 100 stories above the sea level, not to mention the terrible sense of oppression brought by this kind of looking up. He is not a character whose body is bigger and his movements are slower. When the snake's body bows to the extreme, it will immediately be an extremely sharp bite. Shud. What kind of momentum is the Big Snake attacking? A 100-story skyscraper is rushing at a speed of over 100 kilometers per hour, which is probably the feeling. The feeling of the mountain collapsing suddenly is really scary. To make matters worse, Thor also lost his ability to fly after losing Thor's hammer. He was in front of the soldiers, and he had no reason to back down. He used his divine body to withstand the blow for his subordinates. Boom! This blow is no less than a volcanic eruption. The entire pier instantly turned into powder, and then countless large and small venom exploded and scattered. Even if the soldiers who were not affected by the first hit, once they touched these high-purity black venom balls, almost all of them were killed on the spot. Sudden death. An unlucky ghost just touched his finger, and saw the black air spreading rapidly along his arm at a speed of 10 centimeters per second. He is also a ruthless character. He pulled out his sword and cut off his own arm. Seeing that the severed hand that fell on the ground turned into a puddle of venom quickly, and even eroded more than 1 square meter of floor tiles into a foul-smelling pit, he was extremely grateful for his decision. At this moment, a loud drink attracted everyone's attention. Thor, he got stuck in the corner of the Big Snake's mouth. Chapter 302. Welcome back. Thor. Thor Sif, who had just been knocked away, swooped over after a brief moment of stupefaction, trying to stab the Big Snake with the sword of the earth in her hand to make him let go. Not only her, but Heimdall, the 3 warriors of Asgard, and all the generals rushed forward. Brilliant divine light suddenly covered the huge white snake head. But how terrifying is the bite force of snakes! Not to mention Yemengia, who is huge and demon level. Give up? Thor, I will never let go. The attacks of Sif and other powerhouses made the Big Snake suffer. He raised his head abruptly, easily distanced himself from the flightless gods like Sif. When his upper half of the snake stood upright again, the height of more than 300 meters made Sif despair on the spot. Thor, no. The only thing that can resist the bite of the Big Snake is not Thor's exaggerated divine power that surpasses mortals by many times, but Odin's sharp gun. Gungnir like the deadliest toothpick, it is firmly stuck in the gap between the teeth of the snake's upper and lower jaws. The surging divine power on the tip of the spear brought indescribable pain to the Big Snake. Because of the pain, he roared loudly, but compared to this pain, the key to really killing Thor was the key. Jemengard is not a snake in the standard sense, it can only be said that he is a snake-shaped monster. In addition to the 4 fangs in front of his mouth, his big mouth has innumerable fangs, and any one picked at random is half a person's height. It was these teeth that stuck Thor tightly, unable to move an inch. Kratos. Think of a solution. Sif suddenly woke up and shouted to the rear. Responding to her call for help, the headless warrior Steppenwolf and Fenrir attacked at the same time. Without enough power of death, Fenrir could only make intermittent offensives similar to 3 days of fishing and 2 days of drying the net. Thor went on for a while before he pounced on at the same time as the Steppenwolf. Boom. Crack. The extreme violence brought corresponding results. The Asgardian soldiers on the outskirts of the pier watched in despair as a white shadow pressed towards them. This scene looked a lot like the waves rolled up by a tsunami, but what really pressed down was the extremely broad body of the big snake. Rows of beautifully shaped houses collapsed under the pressure of the snake belly, and then the people around them were involved. When the entire dock area was reimbursed in an instant, the soldiers of Asgard finally realized that with absolute strength in front of you, courage is really useless. Go. Ordinary soldiers don't come here. Thor shouted. The defenders were in a panic. They left the dock area like the legendary golden ants and evacuated. At this moment, Sif, who was soaked in black poisonous blood and only relied on her divine body resistance to resist the venom, finally saw a decent reinforcement. Kratos. Quick. Thor is dying. Ange did not respond to Sif directly, but instead carried the sword of God of War and grinned, Thor. Show me what you really look like. With you now, even your beloved people I can't keep it. Sif was stunned. She suddenly remembered what Kratos had said about those strong men who coveted the earth and even the supremacy of this universe. Darkseid and Thanos. These 2 heroes of the universe have been waiting for Odin to fall for a long time. Could it be said that Kratos is demanding Thor based on the standards of these 2 peerless powerhouses? Sif looked at Aang's face, and she knew she had guessed right. At this moment, Thor's situation couldn't be worse. Facing the astonishing bite force of the big snake, his divine power was actually irresistible. Stuck on the big snake's gums, he almost watched a sharp fang approaching his head. Gungnir has penetrated deeply into the upper gum, and indeed caused terrible penetrating damage to the big snake. But the big snake didn't care about it, and tried to bite Thor to death even though his mouth was blown open. Without Thor as the heir, no matter how powerful the sharpshooter is, it is just a tricky collection for Jörmungandr. Just like that, with absolute strength, the serpent's fangs approached Thor inch by inch. Finally, Thor, who had no room to maneuver, was pierced in the right eye by the tip of this fang without a poisonous gland. God's blood splattered everywhere, and bloody. Sif and the 3 warriors were so frightened that they almost fainted on the spot. Thor 4 voices roared out in unison. The next second, they were sent flying at the same time. The big snake with the winning ticket in its hands grinned grinningly. He sensed Thor in his mouth. Yo. Odin's little boy. Just because you also want to be the king of Asgard? Don't laugh so hard. I'm Cole ** Odingsen is not some monster, I am a god. The real king of gods. And what kind of are you? You who lost Mjolnir are nothing, ha 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 ha. Thor was in a trance, and saw his father in heaven again. The phantom of Odin stands on the surface of the sea, looking at him calmly. Father. I tried my best, Kjor is too powerful, I don't have a hammer, I can't beat him. Odin looked at his elder brother teasingly, and said the classic line, Thor, answer me, are you god of hammer? The hammer is to help you control your power, but it is not the source of your power. Father, I am not as powerful as you. Odin seemed to be stunned for a moment, and smiled, no, you are stronger than me. Look at your people, your soldiers, they need you. Odin pointed far away, and Thor's gaze suddenly crossed the space. He saw the people who fled to the earth and were still looking forward to the direction of Asgard. He saw thousands of soldiers who were seriously injured and still fighting. The last thing that caught his one eye was his most powerful ally, the Olympian god of war, Kratos. Those deep and firm eyes were staring at him, clearly saying, I have achieved the limit of what an ally can do, and now it is time for you, Thor, to prove yourself. There is no unreasonable giving, and there is no unreasonable trust. So many people, so many companions have paid so much for me, how can I give up here? Thor knew everything, and immediately, his spirit began to sublimate. At this time in the real world, Thor's hands seemed to be lightly pressing on Jormungandr's fangs, but the whole space was slightly shaken, and countless shiny thunder snakes spread from the contact point between the hands and the fangs. Out! These thunder snakes intertwined with each other, blooming with stronger brilliance, and quickly formed a huge thunder net. The sky of Asgard, which was always clear, was suddenly covered with dark clouds. The next moment, there was a roar that shook the entire god realm from the super-exaggerated thunder cloud. Bang! The big snake's huge mouth burst open in one piece, and a huge amount of flesh and blood splattered and even formed a small-scale storm amidst the screams. Everyone was surprised to see this scene. Only Anj took up the big sword and said in the most gentle voice, "Welcome back, Thor." Chapter 303 Dusk arrives. God is also divided into 3, 6, and 9 classes. Thor before his transformation, not to mention a long distance from the Heavenly Father, he is not even the opponent of the first-line fierce girl Hela. Even without relying on the advantages of divine power and divine body, Hela is still able to stabilize Thor in terms of fighting skills. From this perspective, Hela is the strongest heir under Odin. But Thor has great potential. Most of the time, Thor is just a tough guy, a relatively strong one among the gods. Once the seed explodes, Thor's strength will be close to that of the Heavenly Father. Now the only thing he lacks is a destined storm axe. But it is enough to have Gungnir in hand. Thor exploded and turned the big snake into a ripped monster with one blow. Anj finally felt relieved. Go. Concise and concise. Fenrir and the headless Steppenwolf pounced on fiercely again. The next scene was like a comet hitting something. Taking advantage of the rare opportunity when the big snake was hit hard by Thor, Fenrir, who is also not small in size, seized the gap, rushed in extremely swiftly, and bit the big snake's 7 inches that had just been reborn not long ago. After Fenrir ruthlessly tore off a huge piece of flesh that was comparable in size to a tank, the Steppenwolf struck like a cannonball, hitting the serpent's heart with an axe. Jormungand let out a wailing cry, and fell from mid-air with bruises all over his body. He fell to the ground with a bang, and the huge snake body bounced back in response, and the slender snake tail, which was more than 300 meters long, swept away several blocks in an instant. The entire Asgard god's domain seemed to let out a painful groan at this moment, and the color of a large area outside the god's domain instantly turned gray. It seemed that the ground had subsided, but in fact it was the excessive extraction of divine power that completely annihilated the area. The foundation does not exist, and the houses and buildings above are naturally overturned one after another. This is not the end. The big snake's body is crazily healing itself. Until now, he still hasn't given up trying to kill Thor. It's just that he didn't expect that Fenrir and Steppenwolf, who are violent and furious, could cooperate with the strong opponents. Just as he spewed a large cloud of venom to force Fenrir and Steppenwolf back, another peerless powerhouse arrived again. Boom! A human being jumped awkwardly in front of his huge snake body. For a moment, Yemengia thought that this guy was here to make a joke. Didn't you see that so many Asgardian gold-armored warriors couldn't even get close to him? Just when he thought that the human being who rushed over from the spaceship had been smashed to pieces, and he didn't even use his venom to deal with it, suddenly his relatively soft snake belly was hit hard. It's okay, no, it hurts. Ah! At this moment, everyone could hardly tell whether it was the scream of the big snake, or the wild howl of the green little one below. Unbelievable! The big snake's slender body, which is more than 1,000 meters long, was thrown by the little guy below for more than 100 meters. This power is outrageous. Sure enough, the strength value of the Hulk will always be a mystery. Just as the big snake was angrily trying to slap the little green guy, another attack came again. Heimdall's bold steel, Sif's earth sword, plus the three warriors and Valkyrie, the weapons in their hands are almost all artifacts, and the artifacts in the hands of the three warriors are the lowest level entry a super artifact, that can also cause decent damage to the big snake. And two annoying alien demigods actually drove a flying chariot, flying past his body back and forth, causing huge wounds tens of meters to him every time they passed by. The most frightening thing is a big bald foreign god. He holds up a gleaming golden two-handed sword. Not only can he fly by himself, but during the high-speed flight and shuttle, he pulls out continuous sword light. Any sword will splatter blood and flesh, which can be seen from the inside. It has the momentum to cut off the spine of a big snake. For the first time, Yemenjiad found that his huge body was a bit cumbersome. There are so many strong people, he really can't take care of them. If this is not his home field, he can rely on Asgard's divine power to restore his strength and body infinitely. If he encounters him outside, maybe he will really die. Thor. You little brat, so what if you ask for foreign aid? You can't beat me in Asgard. All your efforts are in vain. Thor smiled. I said, if you want Asgard, you can take it. His overly bright smile made Yemenjia a little confused, and still had a bad feeling. Almost echoing Thor's words, suddenly there was a muffled sound from the entire God's domain continent. Like the roar of a volcanic eruption. Everyone stopped fighting and turned their heads to look in the direction of the sound Asgard. I saw this majestic palace, which even used a lot of gold reliefs as decorations on the outer walls. Suddenly, crimson magma spewed out at the main entrance. Although every room in Asgard carries Thor's endless memories, Thor never hesitates for the sake of the people. Thor laughed. Laugh out loud. Although it is a bit detrimental to others, it has frustrated the conspiracy of the conspirators. Thor is really happy. Amidst Torale's wild laughter, the Asgard that Kur Odinson had been thinking about for tens of thousands of years began to be torn apart by an inexplicable force. The supreme god throne that countless souls in the nine kingdoms had to look up to was trampled to pieces by a huge flaming foot. A flame giant with the same height of 1,000 meters rises from the ground. Right? Fire giant Chertel. He confirmed the prophecy and became the end of Asgard. Asgard. Tremble under my feet, I am your doom. With the giant's rumbling roar, the two-handed flaming greatsword in his hand, which became so huge that it pierced the sky, ruthlessly plunged into the ferry, the foundation of the palace. No, to be precise, it is the divine power pool for storing divine power. In the next second, the earth was cracked by the explosion, and countless violent flame elements gushed out from under the ruins of Asgard and sprayed into the sky, which caused the entire sky of God's domain to be enveloped by tumbling fire clouds. Immediately, it began to descend into pieces of flame storms. Immediately afterwards, the entire void continent of Asgard began to disintegrate. Undoubtedly, this is the scene of the coming of the Last Judgment described in the prophecy of the Aesir Protoss and even the entire Norse mythology Ragnarok. As far as the eye can see, the sky and the earth are full of doomsday scenes. Flames descend from the clouds and burst out from the cracks in the earth. The king of the doomsday bids farewell to his hometown in the rain of fire, and then burns everything. Thor asked Loki to throw Siltir's head into the eternal flame, and ordered all the soldiers to retreat. Now these Asgardians have caught up with the last evacuation spaceship. They are crowded and the cats are in the narrow warehouse. Through the portholes, they have witnessed the end of Asgard's tens of thousands of years of glory, and they have been speechless for a long time. Chapter 304 Killing the Snake. It's over. It's all over. There is no longer Asgard, which governs the 9 kingdoms, and there is only one kingdom of extraordinary people that has returned to its original position. There is no doubt that Asgard, which has lost its dominance, will be besieged and liquidated by other forces. It is really unknown whether the Asgardians will survive under the leadership of Thor. The new king often ascends to the throne by stepping on the bones of the old king. Throughout the ages, this principle is also applicable to the whole universe. How glorious Asgard was in the past tens of thousands of years, the current backlash is as violent. This is what makes Thor and Sif the most melancholy. Surtur detonated the divine power pool of Asgard, and a series of big explosions spread to every corner of the kingdom of God, first the palaces of the gods around Asgard, and then to the seaside mountains far away. All the buildings familiar to the Asgardians fell, collapsed, and turned into waste in the universe like dominoes. In this life, with Ange, the master of space magic, there is no need for Thor to sit on the broken spaceship that he snatched from the Sokka Star Collector. Originally Thor still insisted on staying with the last group of soldiers and going to Earth together, but he was choked by Anger's words. Thor, you are no longer the prince who only represents you and grows up. You carry the future of hundreds of thousands of Asgardians on your shoulders. I received news that I want to kill Asgard. The strong man is already on the way. So you should be with your people as soon as possible. Kratos, what about you? Ange smiled charmingly. Please, in the Olympus pantheon, my words don't count. I have to get some gift to find those bastards. After finishing speaking, anger pushed Thor into the portal and threw him directly onto the deserted island of Canada. When Thor saw the people who were a little restless here, he was relieved. At this time, Loki approached Thor furtively, and whispered, "My dear brother, when I went to the treasure house, half of the contents were gone." Actually, what Loki cares most about is of course Cosmic Rubik's Cube, Space Gem. Thor squinted at Loki with his remaining left eye a bit abruptly, lost his right eye, and the naive look on his body disappeared without a trace, and at this moment, there was actually a kind of great majesty, which made Loki feel transparent. Feeling out of breath. Thor's flat tone was full of coercion from the superior. I told Kratos that as long as I protect my people, he can take whatever is in the treasury. Now that he has fulfilled his promise, I will naturally keep your promises. Don't forget, the Midgard, Earth, you speak of is no longer Asgard's actual territory. Sif is a little sad. It must be uncomfortable to be dependent on others. Fortunately, they first dealt with Kratos, the most difficult representative of the Olympus gods, and then in addition to dealing with Kamataj, they also had to deal with the major governments of the earth. Those things give me a headache when I think about them. On the other side, the whole of Asgard turned into a big explosion, exploding the most dazzling fireworks in the universe. When the Big Bang containing divine power shook the 9 kingdoms, the battle on the scene was not completely over. After the flame giant Surtur, who was taller than the mountains, destroyed Asgard with wild laughter, according to his nature, this guy will roll back to his hometown, the world of flames, and continue to be his king of the mountain. No way, this guy is a dead house. The big snake Jemingard is the worst one. Whether he himself or Hela, they are all the kind of people who bind their souls to the Asgard divine power pool. Asgard is not destroyed for a day, they are immortal. Relatively, once Asgard is finished, the cornerstone of their soul will no longer exist. Right in front of Ange, this huge snake that was once more than a kilometer long shrunk again. Today's Jemingard is just a little snake with a length of 100 meters. Crazy. Bastard. Idiot. That Thor would rather destroy Asgard than give it to me. He doesn't want to kneel to me. The big snake was furious. But he, who lost most of his divine power and continued to weaken rapidly, really looked like a big white loach. Just as he continued to spit out his poisonous tongue, cursing Thor and the Asgardians who didn't know how to watch the wind, he and Shirtel were shocked to find that the space in front of them was shattered. Bang dang dang. Catch acha. Among the strange noises, is there any Asgardian meteorite area around them? Where can we still see the real void of the universe? The golden figure in front of them, going back and forth, posed a great threat to them. Who are you? Shirtel was very angry. Seeing Anj appearing, he swung his 1,000-meter-long giant sword and slashed at him fiercely while asking, "If you really want to be hit by this two-handed flaming giant sword, let alone Anji's divine body, even if you change the USS Reagan aircraft carrier, you will be hit twice by the sword." Surtel is also the boss of one of the 9 countries, and his destructive power is definitely not low. It's just that it's a little too simple. Anj waved his hand, and the space split open again. Stelter suddenly disappeared. He was separated by Nge to another space. You actually want to kill me?" The big snake Yemengard shuddered suddenly. "Thor's inability to do so doesn't mean I can't do it." Nge's mouth was upturned. The big snake half an hour ago was a super vicious who could forcefully eat Gungnir without dying and immediately resurrected on the spot. Now, it's just a cauliflower snake. Yemengard's voice seemed to come from the depths of hell. He glared at Aang with red snake eyes, and growled through gritted teeth, "Damn Olympus god of war. Don't give me a chance. Otherwise, I will recover my strength. I must kill the Pantheon, kill you and your master Zeus, and let you wrath." "Well said. But pointless." Anj swung the sword of God of War violently. Yemengard still wanted to resist at the last moment. It screamed, and just arched its neck to bite. At this moment, the space seemed to have a strange dislocation. When his white snake's head was turned, a line of blood appeared at the center of its eyebrows. The 100-meter-long snake's body was cut in half in a twisted posture. "You, actually, really, dare to kill me?" Until the last moment before the annihilation of the soul, Yemengard was unwilling to believe that he, who was theoretically immortal, would actually fall. The huge snake body is not a real substance. The essence of the gods is a group of super-concentrated spiritual energy. Jormungandr is no exception. His annihilation is the same as his younger brother Odin, and he dissipated in front of Anj. In this mirror space that only belongs to Nge's control, his spirit has not escaped a single drop. All the essence of the soul fell into Nge's chest. Phew. I've made a lot of money. Chapter 305 Everything can be converted. Congratulations to the host for successfully killing the poisonous snake demon Yemengard, Kur Odinson. After testing, Yemengard's soul power is not compatible with the host's. If he swallows it forcibly, there will be an 87.91% chance of obtaining the solidified divine power debuff. The cruelty of the big snake. May I ask if the host? No. Anj didn't even think about it. He doesn't want to drive himself crazy with that power. Aside from Orikai's core godhead, in fact, there are not many useful places left. First, his physique soared directly to the normal 10,000 points, and at the same time gave him a solidification skill of serpent skin. Skin of the demon snake. The world-destroying giant serpent Jormungandr has an extremely powerful protective ability. With this skill, the host's default armor value is 10,000, the full venom resistance is LV 648, and weapons below the artifact level will no longer be able to cause any damage to the host. When the host injects divine power, it will generate additional divine power. Anj raised his left arm and glanced at it. It was very interesting. It seemed that this handwriting was no different from that of an ordinary human arm. After a closer look, he found that there were neat scales on his skin, like it's like wearing a piece of fish scale armor, except that the scales are golden, which is quite beautiful. Then, the big snake provided Anj with a good strength value and perception bonus, which made the perception soar to 10,000 points. That's all for Orakai. But the ones belonging to Hela are not counted. Hela did burp, but her priesthood was vacant. A translucent green illusory crystal is quietly suspended on the surface of Enji's Sea of Souls. It seems that this thing is only the size of a white pigeon egg, like a rough emerald that has not been carved. After testing, there is no conflict between the priesthood of death and the hosts, the priesthood of war. If the host needs to activate the priesthood of death, it can be installed directly on a certain planet. Seeing this, Enji's eyelids twitched wildly. First war, then death. If he really holds these two priesthoods on the whole earth, won't Doctor Strange jump up? Now he's stuck with a bug, playing a war game where no one dies. If he took Hela's priesthood of death, it would be hard to say. Who knows if this priesthood will force him to kill people all over the world. This thing is easy to use when fighting the country, but it is a sort of rebellion when defending the country. If it were Eng himself, there is a high probability that he would make the same choice as Odin back then. Of course, the system indicated that Eng could not accept the death priesthood and only steal part of the death power. The host can open death domain within a certain range around him, so that all living things that die within this range will be transformed into the power of the host. Relatively speaking, this small-scale practice of providing divine power is easier for Eng to accept. After all, he has the field of war, but he does not lack divine power. Just do it when you think of it. This time, Enji's death control soared to LV 369. Then, let's do this first. After finishing the souls of Yemengard and Hela, Anger suddenly remembered a guy he had forgotten. Hoo-hoo dash. The black giant stared at the powerful man in front of him with scarlet eyes. It bared its teeth, and let out a low warning sound from its throat. Imperial engine started. Eng sneered, Fenrir. Either obey me, or be annihilated. An undead demon wolf, if it is annihilated, it will be annihilated, and Nge will not feel it a pity. It's okay to let Fenrir live in the void ruins of Asgard. Without the power of death, this demon wolf will stop moving completely one day, and maybe some alien will bring it to a museum in the future. Visit, it's not going to end well anyway. Fenrir's voice was still low. It carefully examined the power gap between itself and the male in front of it, and its big eyeballs rolled around. Wolf should be rebellious. Wolf should be extremely wild. Fenrir, as the magic wolf that drove Ragnarok in the myth, even killed Odin, Eng actually didn't think he could tame it. Who knows, there is a what if for everything. This demonic wolf, which was as big as a hill, actually crouched down on its own body. In front of its size, Eng, who is less than 2 meters tall, is a small one. It uses its actions to express its attitude. The hair is no longer fluffy, but close to the body, which makes his figure look a little smaller, which is very important for animals. Make yourself bigger, which represents intimidation and attack. And Fenrir raised his tail high, and even swayed slightly. This made Eng feel a little bit pained. He suddenly remembered, a magical thing called Husky, the ancestor of this thing is the Arctic wolf. Fenrir will not speak out, but it clearly expresses his meaning through the connection with his soul. He is a true with the power of death, since he let it successfully avenge the former master Hela, then it is complete after its biggest obsession, it also plans for the future. He Eng. A true of war. It Fenrir is willing to serve him. A world-destroying demonic wolf. Enji's voice was full of ridicule. Okay. I'll accept you for now. It's just that I don't have that much power of death to supply to you on weekdays, and you give it to you most of the time. I will sleep peacefully. The demon wolf lowered his head and nodded to show that he understood. Immediately, it disappeared into Anger's mirror space. Huh. Anger let out a long breath, then only Shirtel is left. In another mirror space, the berserk fire elemental giant Shirter was venting his anger crazily. He swung a 500-meter-long giant sword and kept slashing towards the strange void formed by piles of broken mirrors. It does seem to be full of momentum and amazing destructive power. Odin. I know it's Ni's conspiracy. Come out. I'll kill you. What kind of a hero is he who imprisoned me? Come on. We just faced each other. Scumbag, don't let me know where your house is, I will definitely destroy it when I get out. Surtle roared towards the void, constantly making attacks, fighting against the non-existent enemy. What's outrageous is that he didn't even realize that his figure had shrunk by more than half. If he was said to be the pinnacle of his fire giant when he pierced the continent of Asgard with a sword, and the moment when he truly became a mountain giant, then at most he is only halfway up the mountain now. He can believe that Brother Chun was resurrected in situ, and Eternal Flame contributed a lot. You know, before today, after he was killed by Thor, there was only a head like a bull's skull left in his whole body. It was Eternal Flame that re-energized the extinguished flame element in his body. Chapter 306 Firefighting. Just saying that Siltyr became as huge as a mountain with the help of Eternal Flame is a bit of an exaggeration. Eternal Flame strong to strong, it emphasizes the attribute of immortal. It's one thing not to be extinguished, but another to see if the flame is strong enough. This is like pulling out a generator to use a generator when a shop on the earth encounters a power outage, and generating electricity with the generator set of the Three Gorges Dam. Everyone is generating electricity. Can the power be compared? Cannot. In addition to the Eternal Flame, it really changed Shirtel from a 3-story giant to a flame giant as tall as a mountain, because the Eternal Flame established an energy transmission pipeline in the energy stored in him and Asgard. This allowed Shirtel to successfully extract the divine power of Asgard's domain. In a sense, it is Asgard itself that destroys Asgard. And just hee. To be reasonable, if you just deal with a Shirtel, Eng can be like the Tathagata dealt with Sun Monkey, even if you fly 1,000 miles, in the end you still can't get out in the palm of my Tathagata. He used the mirror space to trap Shirtel, which has the same effect. Even if Eng doesn't do anything, just relying on the characteristics of the mirror space to radiate energy, Shirtel will quickly drain all the energy in his body, and become the skinny man when Thor killed Surtur again. Giants. It will be much easier for Eng to start again at that time. Unfortunately, Eng can't wait. The destruction of Asgard is like a starting gun, and the strong in the universe will receive the news immediately. If there are no accidents, Thanos will jump out soon. Subduing Fenrir was already a surprise, and Eng didn't have time to chat slowly with the irascible old man Siltyr. Just as the 490-meter-tall fire giant frantically swung the flaming giant sword, a small sword that was only 2 meters long, which was insignificant in size, appeared out of thin air on Shirtel's chest. This sword is so small, when it first appeared, Shirtel didn't even react. Until the small two-handed sword lightly pierced the fire giant's chest, the entire space seemed to shake slightly, and countless golden arcs spread from the point of contact between the sword's edge and the lava chest. These line segments intersect each other first, and then they are scattered everywhere like celestial maidens. They flew to every corner of the fire giant's body, evoking the light spots there one by one. Immediately connect all the light spots into a more complicated giant net. Surtle's huge mountain body hit the net heavily, and at that moment the turbulence of the flames formed a shock wave like a mushroom egg. The violent fire waves formed a scream, and the two different attributes of gold and red collided in space, shining a dazzling light, but that was all. If this is not a gap in the space that will not interfere with the outside world, just this big explosion, at least one New York will be lost. The flame giant king screamed, "Impossible! How could you forcibly extract the flames from my body?" Eng opened a small teleportation door so that Stelter could see his face while looking at him. "Quay yes, big bald head, no matter when you look at it, fierce is just one word." Eng deliberately said contemptuously, "That's right. You are indeed the king of flames. However, the war power you use to wage fire belongs to me. What? On Chertel's thighs, shoulders, elbows, almost every square of its body surface, a small flame creature emerged. Or a fire element creature like an inverted triangle fat man is fighting with a humanoid fire element. Or a few fire wolves are tearing apart balloon-like fireballs with their ultra-high temperature fangs. The flame giant King Chertel never imagined that one day he would be able to fight himself. This internal friction has greatly involved the flame element in Chertel. Group after group of flame creatures fought fiercely with each other, fighting to the death with an aura of not giving up until they destroyed each other. This is a pain for Chertel. He looked helplessly at the parts of his body, and possibly even his parasites, using his body as a stage to engage in duels and introspection. In desperation, he slapped Ange towards the space door where Ange showed his face. Unexpectedly, Ange closed the portal and passed directly to Chertel's back, facing the vest with a sword. In an instant, the small 2-meter sword, which is not even a toothpick to Shire Tear, was growing bigger and bigger at a speed visible to the naked eye. After a moment of dazed attention, it had become a 40-meter-long sword. This size is not small for the flame giant king whose body height has suddenly shrunk to 450 meters. Not to mention, this is a justice backstab launched after shifting in front of him. Are you actually? An angry scream resounded throughout the mirror space. If someone steals it for no reason, you can call the other party mean. When you do a face-to-back stab, it's pure technique. It wasn't until this moment that Chertel realized that it was so cumbersome to hold a long sword that pierced through the sky at this time, and the feeling of aggrieved by the cannon hitting mosquitoes spontaneously arose. Without giving Chertel a chance to fight back, Ange actually grew bigger as the sword of God of War grew bigger. In less than 3 breaths, Ange's figure was as tall as the flame giant king. You. Chertel seemed to have a brain shut down and lost the ability to predict. There is no chance for him to regret it. Ange's powerful arms lifted the fire giant king that weighed thousands of tons high. Chertel's wildly waving limbs, that big sword that didn't know who he wanted to chop, made him look very ridiculous. Like a pierced live fish waiting to be grilled. Without the energy supplement, the flame element core of the main body was severely damaged. After convulsing violently for half a minute, such a big Chertel began to shrink rapidly. Ange followed his shrinking range and then became smaller. Using divine power to become a giant is certainly mighty, but the consumption of divine power is also leveraged. Ange, who is used to budgeting carefully, has witnessed the end of the flame giant king very well. Despicable villain. Don't give me a chance. Otherwise, even after 10,000 years, 100,000 years, I will finally succeed in avenging you. These are Chertel's last words. The majestic flame giant king once again became the same as after Thor took care of him, leaving only a black skull resembling a bull's head. Resurrection? How could I give you this chance? Ange's Godslayer system has the effect of absorbing the soul. Don't say that Shire Tear is not a true god. Even if he is, he can't escape. As always, the system flashed crazily the second after killing Shire Tear. Congratulations to the host, the host's flame control ability has been upgraded to LV648. Chapter 307 A Failed Raid. Level 648. Is this on purpose or by accident? Ange is a bit pained. Fortunately, as a time traveler, he is no stranger to fire, and many skills about controlling flames flooded into his mind. Chertel's power attribute is single, except fire is fire. But his innate skills of arson and playing with fire are as common as human breathing and drinking. It should be said that such a realm is worthy of that LV648 level. Ange took out the sword of God of War with his right hand, and then fell silent for a while as if thinking about his life. Only then did his empty left hand free a great sword of the same style as the fire giant King Chertel. For a moment, Anger really wanted to name the 5 great swords God Meteor Sword, but Surtel has never killed any god. Surtel was beaten by Odin and his son in turn without martial ethics. The greatest achievement of Surtel in this life is to smash the Asgard god realm with a sword. Ragnarok did not start because of Surtel, but ended because of him. Then, call you Sword of Dusk. After all, Eng merged this great sword condensed purely with flames onto the sword of God of War. This time, even those who don't know how to do it can see how terrifying the sword of God of War surrounded by thick flames must be. This is equivalent to an ultimate artifact that perfectly combines 2 powerful divine powers. Do I count the legendary weapon enhancement plus 15, and then enchant indestructible flame LV99, then reincarnate and then strengthen. The set of online games is outrageous, and Eng can't make it up. Then, Anger accidentally discovered that Surtel's elemental soul was annihilated by the Godslayer system and let him absorb it. It's just that after the soul of the element was wiped out of self-awareness, a new soul of the element was born? Interesting. Eng accepted the newborn soul of flame and kept it for observation for now. In any case, at this time, he has collected 3 infinite gems, plus enough chips. Eng's eyes passed through the void, and with his spatial perception beyond the imagination of mortals, he perceived the spaceship that originally contained those gladiators who mixed with Thor, as well as a large number of Asgardian soldiers. The universe is never coherent, empty. In addition to a large number of stars, there are also messy asteroid belts in the void, and more high-energy areas that have not been thoroughly explored by intelligent beings. Using the common space jump technology in the universe, it is impossible to ensure that the spacecraft can freely enter and exit these dangerous energy turbulence areas. Only Rainbow Bridge, or the most advanced space teleportation technique played by Aang, can directly complete the teleportation of people along the safe route with a higher level of energy. Based on the average science and technology of the normal universe, from Asgard to the Earth, an ordinary spaceship needs to make dozens of large and small transitions. Just 22 jump points away from the ruins of Asgard, there was an accident without accident. A huge spaceship that looks like a character intercepted the Gladiator spaceship. Ignoring the spaceship's interstellar call, the opponent first blasted the stern of the Gladiator spacecraft with the main cannon of the starship, turning it into garbage floating in space without power, and then launched a classic meltdown landing. In the imagination of the invaders, this would be a devastating surprise attack. The news of the explosion in Asgard came, presumably most of the people staying on this spaceship were refugees who had no ability to resist, and there must not be many combatants. After all, after a great rebellion, even the hometown was blown up. How much combat power can Asgard have left? If you have the ability, your hometown will not be bombed. What's more, the one who led this raid was a cosmic boss, Thanos. He is dead. The hot man was finally unbearable to be lonely, and he turned from a black hand behind the scenes to a peerless fighter rushing to the front. The passageway opened, and Chitauri biochemical soldiers with laser guns swarmed in. No wonder. The hot fog and smoke brought up by the hot melt laser piercing through the outer deck of the battleship have not yet dissipated. When the Zeta Swiss soldier just picked up the laser gun and planned to bend over with a tactical pace, pairs of dark green eyes suddenly lit up on the opposite side of the dense fog. The Chitauri biochemical soldier raised his gun and shot, but the other side abruptly accepted all the orders, and then his face suddenly appeared. Without any skills and high technology, it is purely based on blood bars. After breaking through the thick fog suddenly, these Asgardian soldiers raised their sharp swords and spears high, and charged into the formation of the Zeta Swiss soldiers. The melee strength of the biological and chemical soldiers cannot be said to be bad. In the New York War, they played a trick of flying over the walls, climbing on the outer walls of buildings, and inflicting heavy damage on the old American National Guard from all angles. Helpless, their combat power is about zero in front of these Asgardian soldiers. It's not that they didn't take up arms to resist, the problem is that their resistance is more like a chick's gangster's excited fist, and then die. The Chitauri's long-range shooting can still cause a little damage, but once they get close, their formation immediately collapses. After all the Asgardian soldiers fought back and rushed through the passage of the landing craft, they immediately fanned out in all directions, killing wantonly. Finally, someone on Thanos' side couldn't stand it. Wearing a strange-shaped warblade, the dead Blade General raised his hand, and a humanoid monster that Asgardian soldiers had never seen before appeared from the landing cabin. Their heads look a bit like the alien that people on Earth are familiar with. With a rugby-shaped head paired with a fearsome and ferocious mouth, plus 4 sharp claws that can tear tank steel plates with hands, these black monsters that move forward with hands and feet are one of the 2 major armies of Thanos. One's Pioneer Guard. Compared with the Chitauri biochemical soldiers who are better at long-range attacks, they are the real melee killers. Almost a face-to-face meeting, the battle between the 2 sides has entered the most cruel stage of the meat grinder. Here, an Asgardian soldier smashed the head of a vanguard with a sword, and slashed down, splitting the head and body in half. An Asgardian soldier over there was grabbed by the forearms of another vanguard and forcibly torn alive, bursting out a dark green energy brilliance and a large pile of rotten flesh. The 2 sides fought fiercely, and broken limbs, or broken spines could be seen all over the deck of the spaceship. It's just that when Thanos entered the fleeing spaceship under the guard of the Obsidian generals, there was a giant Thanos as tall as 2 people, his face like a purple potato essence was completely black at the moment. Although his family's Chitauri biochemical soldiers and vanguard guards are all consumables, but he uses consumables, isn't the one on the opposite side. These Nether Legion soldiers are obviously also cannon fodder. Arriving at the largest cabin of the spaceship, the Obsidian generals did not move. They waited for the order from Thanos to decide how to deal with the god sitting on the chair in the middle. Naive guy. Do you think you can do whatever you want after Asgard is destroyed? Loki crossed his legs cheekily, showing a charming but extremely unbeatable smile. Chapter 308 2 vs 3. Pay attention to your words, Loki. In front of you is the greatest, wisest, and noblest existence in the entire universe, the great Thanos. Thanos is a transliteration, Lord. The skinny alien was the smartest of the Obsidian generals. His name was Ebony Maw. He is a fanatical believer in Thanos, and he is also a guy like a political commissar in General Obsidian. Most of the time, Ebony Maw is Thanos' spokesperson. Looking at the ebony throat with his nostrils upturned, Loki was very upset. He raised his right index finger and swayed in mid-air. Okay. I won't discuss the greatest and most noble for now. I want to ask, the wisest my lord Thanos, at the moment when Odin fell and Asgard was destroyed, why did he still bump into this small trap? Loki uses a standard gentleman's accent, obviously every word in his words reveals sarcasm, but he seems to be discussing issues with you very seriously. With this appearance, he deserved as much beating as he wanted. Especially when such a wage earner who used to be under Thanos made a mocking speech, the mockery was absolutely full. You are as smart as an ebony throat, and for a while, you don't know from what angle to wash away this compliment called wisdom for Thanos. It feels like you are mocking your own master Thanos. Let's say Thanos didn't get hit. Thanos personally led the team. After all, the 5 generals of Obsidian alone may not be able to hold down the mighty Torga Heimdall and other strong men. Rocky is ignored. Since Thanos came and killed him on this ship full of undead soldiers, from that moment on, even if Loki slandered Thanos, you can run for the mentally retarded, Lord, it really can't be washed for a while. This is a real mistake. Ebony Throat was actually embarrassed. After a few seconds, Ebony Maw flew into a rage. Loki. Is it interesting for you to play this kind of cleverness? No amount of tricks is meaningless in front of a real powerful force. My lord Thanos has controlled the greatest treasure in the universe. Infinity Stone exists. Not one, but two. Ebony Throat raised his hand very gracefully with his right hand, highlighting the two gemstones exuding mysterious brilliance on Thanos' left hand infinity gauntlet. Before it was changed, Loki would always look like he was eating a whale when he said anything. But you have to throw away when you compare goods, gods are better than gods, and you are so angry. Oh? Really? Loki had an expression of I'm very professional, usually I can't laugh, but he tried hard for 3 seconds, and finally couldn't help laughing, ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Only 2 infinity gems, what are you arrogant about? A certain existence has already held 3, is he proud? First, he looked humble, and then threw out a reality that was extremely cruel to Thanos. This kind of ridicule, which suppresses first and then raises, has become an art called sarcasm on Loki. The louder Loki laughs, the more black-faced Thanos will be. Loki can do whatever he wants, as long as you don't tell him to fight desperately. His pretentious skills are definitely first class in the universe. It's as if he didn't do anything at the beginning, he was a guest at the Collector, and Thor is only worthy of being a slave gladiator. Loki can be upset with his silly big brother and those guys who destroyed his honorable throne, but he is even more upset with those guys who took the opportunity to fight the autumn wind. Even if this is his former boss Thanos. When he was at his worst, when he introduced Laufey, the frost giant Ned, and then failed to cheat Odin and was exiled by Odin, he sneaked into the earth as a leader, and this is the story of Avengers 1. But now, he has found a new backer, a smarter and stronger guy. That's right. This is Kratos, the god of war of Olympus. Let Loki confront Thanos directly, he would definitely have no guts. It's different to have big bosses backing him, and even counting on Thanos' actions. Loki hates idiots by nature, and likes to deal with smart people. When Asgard's land base was destroyed, Kratos told Thor and him Asgard's enemies would take the opportunity to attack their refugee ship and try to the universal Rubik's Cube. They believed it. So there is this trap ship. Thanos really stepped in. This gave Loki a sense of IQ superiority. He was so happy, he was about to have an intracranial orgasm. Helpless, Loki is often handsome for less than 3 seconds. His trick phantom is indeed the best in the universe, but it depends on who he compares with. The Ebony Throat, which possesses super mental ability, has a very strong perception of energy. He sensitively sensed the location of Loki's real body, and as soon as a thought passed, the hard metal partition of the spaceship was twisted into a flexible poisonous snake, and immediately the invisible Loki's real body in the cabin next door, and caught him out. He. Loki, as I said, your cleverness is meaningless. Loki was really scared this time, his face turned ashen, and there was only panic left in his arrogant eyes a moment ago. Damn you, this doesn't match the script. Kratos, didn't you say that I would pick me up if I wanted to pretend to be here? The thick metal partition twisted into the most terrifying metal cage, dragging Loki to a place more than 3 meters in front of Thanos, forcing him to kneel down. Loki could only look up at the burly and huge Thanos. Ebony Throat pointed with his left index finger, and the metal bars on the cage gradually tightened Loki's body. Loki couldn't help humming. Ebony Ma ordered in a cold voice, tell me about the other 3 infinity stones. It's not to blame for Thanos' misjudgment. Asa God's realm has a wide area divine power shield all year round, which blocks long-distance detection methods such as optical images, and does not use unnatural methods such as prophecy. And the Earth is blocked by Karmatage's space circle, so Thanos is not easy to monitor. Historically, Loki, who used to be the horseboy of Thanos, also relied on the Soul Stone to contact the leader of Chitauri. Because they didn't know that the Asa Protoss trusted Kratos so much, and handed over the reality and space gems successively, and Thor agreed that Kratos possessed such important and secret information as the Mind Gem. Thanos and the others naturally believed that after the destruction of Asgard, Thor will flee with the most important infinity stones. The result is good, escape is escape. It's just that the large army has already run away through the portal and the space mothership of the Dark Elves. Only such a trap ship is left. Do you think Thanos is angry? Ebony Maw certainly sensed the anger of his master, and he had to get it all done before Thanos got mad. However, an even more outrageous accident occurred. Loki's integrity value is always very stable, probably jumping repeatedly between 0 and 5. He may have integrity, but definitely not much. Just when Loki's knees gave way and he was about to confess, his body disappeared in front of Thanos and the others so abruptly. In the empty cabin, a rough and deep voice echoed. "Yo, I really like Thanos's words. And then it's gone." Thanos frowned, huh. Chapter 309 The Siren Beeps. Thanos' face was 4 points of doubt, 3 points of vigilance, 2 points of anger, and 1 point of confusion. This Mr. Purple Sweet Potato Essence really doesn't know what the mysterious strong man on the other side is doing. Such a stock cannot be understood by an alien like Thanos. What shocked Thanos the most was the opponent's space magic ability. Forcibly took Loki away in front of him, without giving him any chance to intercept. This level of space magic is definitely his enemy. Thanos had a rare headache. Ebony Throat leaned over, "Great my lord, then. The plan continues." Thanos said in a deep voice, "That guy Darkseid is also gathering an army. He is farther than us. We'd better get this all done before Darkseid arrives." Yes. In a unit universe, there are only a handful of Heavenly Father-level peerless powerhouses, and each has a relatively fixed territory, which can be called a carrot and a pit. Earth's Ancient One Master and Asgard's Odin are also Heavenly Father-level bigwigs. They both fell successively, which had a huge impact on the situation in the galaxy. When Ancient One was around, Dormammu didn't dare to approach the Earth at all. Even if Odin was still breathing, Thanos didn't dare to go directly to the front desk. Whether Thanos or Darkseid, they rushed over to make trouble, just to grab meat and land. Until a recognized Heavenly Father-level powerhouse appears on the Earth and declares that the Earth is his territory, those cosmic heroes will not stop. Whether it is the Earth or the universe, strength is the only criterion used to measure the area of a territory. On the other side, Ange doesn't care so much. Anyway, using the spatial perception to see Thanos's dazed look across the void, Ange was very happy. On the surface, Angel grabbed Loki's collar with his right hand like a cat, and said coldly, "Hey, Rocky, don't you think we're going to abandon you and let you face Thanos alone, and then are you going to be the leading party and give us information from our side?" Loki. Thor stood next to Ange, tilting his head. He knew too well about his brother's peeing behavior, and there was a bit of reproach in his tone. Once he finds that the situation is not right, Rocky will habitually sell his brother and his teammates. Loki's routine operations are fine for his own people. It's okay for Thor himself to be the one who has been wronged for thousands of years. Now he wants to cheat Kratos, a powerful new ally, and Thor really can't stand it. Loki immediately squeezed out an awkward but polite smile. "How could that be? I'm not acting according to Kratos' script." "Yeah. If I didn't have Soul Gem, I would have believed it." I have to say, when Ange is wearing a leather case, Quay's domineering face is quite easy to use. Loki's body trembled, and he didn't say a word. He seemed to want to shrink his body a bit, so that he would look smaller and less attractive. Loki. Thor had already gritted his teeth. "I really dare not betray you. Really. My weakness is just that." Loki made a gesture of holding an egg, and later found that it seemed too big, so he made a gesture of holding a grain of rice. He. Anger sneered, threw Loki like a bag of garbage, and threw it into Thor's arms. Die laughing. Rocky is really not short, 188 centimeters tall, but in the arms of Thor, who is 2 meters tall, he shows a kind of little bird and person temperament. Angie's eyelids twitched wildly at this kind of expression of boundless affection. Sorry. There is something we need to talk about between brothers. Thor performed an eagle catch chicken with one hand, and screwed Loki to the next room for a friendly exchange between brothers. Rocky. Well, the ground shook a few times. After a while, Thor came back. I let Loki take care of my queen mother. At least not let him participate in our plans and actions recently. In this life, God Queen Frigga did not die, she fell into a deep sleep, and was transferred to Earth immediately when Thor decided to give up Asgard. Ange has unintentionally changed the fate of many important characters. Ange nodded to Thor. At this time, Thor suddenly came over and asked suspiciously, Soul Stone can really spy on other people's hearts across space? Ange suddenly whispered and smiled mysteriously, I lied to him. Thor had a dazed expression on his face, and then that naive smile reappeared. He didn't say anything, but gave Angie a thumbs up. Nice job. Pure strength can't deter this cunning Loki, only by suppressing him in terms of IQ can Loki stop doing so many messy things. Ange changed the subject, however, that guy Thanos quietly collected 2 infinity gems. This kind of event must be notified to all the powerful people on Earth. That's right. Thor hesitated for a moment, and then said, Mjolnir was destroyed by Hela, I need to go to the dwarf planet Navidar, find the dwarf king to rebuild a new weapon, and this is to counter the threat of Thanos. Could you please lend me the spaceship? Ange laughed as soon as he heard it, when fate closes a window for you, it will often leave you a door. When the time is right, I will send you to the place where Loki went just now. Thor? After that, Thor suddenly said, you, like Strange, are mysterious to death all day long. Well, I understand, and I will be patient. Creating new weapons is important, but here Thor's troubles have just begun. Hundreds of thousands of Asgardians parachute to Earth. After this incident is brought to the United Nations, it is estimated that public opinion will explode. This is no ordinary alien. Why are they called the Aesir? Asgardians have high physical strength, and no matter how weak their physical fitness is, they are twice as strong as humans. Soldiers are at the same level as the US team at every turn. Historically, the army of Asgard was wiped out by Hela, and the few survivors who managed to survive were also killed by Thanos' men. In this life, the formation of the Asgardian army has remained intact. Their existence itself will affect the balance of the entire battle situation. It's just that Thor is more willing to wander to Stark Tower in New York than the domestic and foreign affairs that make people blind. What? When Thor and Kratos told about Thanos in person, first the entire Avengers, and then the Justice League who heard the news followed suit. Tony screamed strangely. Thor held Loki the good boy with one hand, and said, although I didn't directly match, I guess I can't beat Thanos now. When Thor himself admitted that he could not beat Thanos, the shock to the heroes was unparalleled. Regardless of what Thor himself thinks, in the eyes of everyone, Thor, the god of thunder, is an existence at the ceiling level of the heroes of the earth. The evaluation of Thanos is enough to raise everyone's vigilance to the highest level. Chapter 310 The Price of Counterfeit Infinite Gloves. Everyone involuntarily turned their attention to another ceiling-level existence. Chao. Clark pushed his black-rimmed glasses. I haven't fought, it's hard to say. I can only say that Thanos dares to come, and I will try my best to defeat him. As always, he is gentle and refined. Chao's personality can be called refined. Everyone couldn't help but turn their attention to the last ceiling-level boss. Ange sat there with his arms folded, and said in an inorganic voice, in terms of my own combat power, I estimate that I have 70% chance to kill Thanos. But everyone knows, but the previous ones are often bullshit. Ange continued, Thanos possesses the power and soul in the Infinity Gems, and he has created a new Infinity Gauntlet. In this case, I guess the winning rate will be reversed. Wait. Don't you have 3 infinite gems? The widow asked a question. Infinity Gauntlet allows him to superimpose the energy of 2 gems. Don't look at, I also keep 3 infinite gems in my hand. My side is 1 + 1 + 1 = 1. Can we build another Infinity Gauntlet? Captain America proposed. You can try it. Ange took out the counterfeit gloves that he got from the treasure house of Asgard. This is a fake of Infinity gloves, but this thing at least supports me when I use space and reality gems at the same time. Quite a while. Then, it's up to you two, Pop and Tony. Bruce and Tony, the 2 top science and engineering geniuses on the Earth, looked at each other. Even if the relationship between them was really not estranged, the spark brought by the competitive spirit had already ignited between the 4 eyes. Tony spoke first. Dude, shall we also get a 6-grid Infinity Gauntlet? Ange glanced at Doctor Strange and Fatty Wong in the corner of the room. I have no plans to take Time Stone. As long as Doctor Strange ensures that Time Stone will not fall into the hands of enemies like Thanos, for me, a 3-check glove is enough. Doctor Strange Stephen Strange is such a proud man. Of course he is not willing to give up the Time Stone, which is the core of Agamotto's eye. He who has peeked into the future beyond the time limit naturally knows that one of his future selves voluntarily gave the Time Stone in order to save people. The problem is that he finds himself unable to see the future direction of this life. Obviously, because of this Kratos, the future of this world has gone to an outrageous unknown. In this case, he had to be conservative. Taj will stick to the time gem. However, if we can't stand it, I will send a rescue request as soon as possible. When it is really necessary, I will seriously consider lending Time Stone temporarily. Ange nodded. He knew that this was the limit of Doctor Strange's acceptance level, and there was no point in forcing the Doctor. Until the Thanos crisis is completely resolved, my divine sense will always be locked in the New York temple. It must be uncomfortable to be watched. Who said that Doctor Strange has obvious weaknesses? Although his magic is unparalleled in the world, but his physique is weak. Fragile and powerful, the ultimate failure is such a complex of contradictions. Doctor Strange didn't say it to death. This is the greatest support for the superhero league. Okay. Tony clapped his hands. Then let's use the 4-hole Infinity Glove as the baseline and try our best to create a 6-hole glove. Agreed. Master Bat responded in a deep voice and nodded. Unexpectedly, Ange objected, and said very firmly, no. 4 holes are enough. I have no intention of spying on all 6 Infinity Stones. If it wasn't for Thanos' threat, I wouldn't even want to keep any Infinity Stones. As soon as these words came out, all the heroes in the audience were in awe. The power of the Infinity Stones is well known. Rao is the most fringe hero in the Alliance, and he has more or less fantasized about whether he will become stronger after getting the infinite gems. The temptation of great power is not so easy to resist. After all, everyone has their own limits. Not every hero is like a hanging dog, who can plunder the enemy's strength and skills through the system, and repeatedly break his own physical limits. Being able to resist the temptation of Infinity Gems immediately raised Ange's image infinitely. Only Ange knows that the Infinity Gem is fragrant, and after using it, the backlash, the thief is sour. As a time traveler, Angle knows very well that Thanos will not have any burden if he does not use the Dwarf King version of the Infinite Gloves. In the process of using the snap fingers, there does not seem to be much energy leakage. Produces a certain burn only after snapping the fingers. The Tony version of the Infinity Gauntlet used by Hulk is completely different. From the moment Hulk puts on the Infinity Gauntlet, the energy is released crazily, spreading throughout the body in the blink of an eye, and in the process of starting the snapping of the fingers, Hulk endured a great deal of pressure. The pain, the damage caused after use, almost turned the Hulk into a black giant. Hulk suffered much more damage from the first hit than Thanos' first snap of his fingers. Not only that, after snapping his fingers, the Dwarf King's Infinity Gauntlet was much more damaged than Tony's Infinity Gauntlet. This means that the Dwarf King's craftsmanship is far better than Tony's. Aang himself feels the same way when he uses the fake Infinity Gauntlet of Asgard himself. Even if he restrains himself and only uses a small amount of energy to convert it into undead power and provide it to Fenrir, as a user, the burden is not small. Probably takes up 30% of his power for a long time, reducing at least a quarter of his body's functions. Note that this is the burden of 2 gems. It is entirely conceivable that every time the power of one more infinity gem is superimposed, the burden will rise geometrically. Perhaps after snapping his fingers, it was Anger who disappeared first. Even after he used up the fake Infinity Gauntlet and absorbed the power of Hela, Jormungandr, and Jertel, and his physique improved further, Aang still didn't dare to make too much noise. Interestingly, his prudence, or dog, becomes sacred in the eyes of others. De Chao exclaimed with admiration, "You have a heart of gold." "No, I'm just being cautious." And Ge was really embarrassed. Who would have thought that Papa Bat came over and patted himself on the guy who once thought he was a rebellious son? "I must admit that I have deeply misunderstood you in the past." This time, Aang was even more embarrassed. "Wild father? You wake up? I still like you who is ruthless and righteous. Can you restore it? These core heroes are still like this, but the marginal heroes who don't know much about Aang have long been admiring and moved." Aang discovered that he, a god, is actually a bit of a god. Chapter 311 Unanimously External. God is invincible. God is unpredictable. Thunder and nectar are both divine graces. Even if the modern people on the earth have reduced their awe of gods due to the popularization of science. With such strength, how many people can still maintain modesty and prudence? There are too many guys who have no compulsion in their minds, blindly messing around and eventually leading to their own destruction. If you say that you are not strong enough and you are beaten to death by a powerful enemy, it is at best despair. If you have the strength to die, that is called death without peace. As one of the most powerful people in the world, Anger can rationally evaluate the comparison of the strength of the enemy and us. This is a great fortune. Okay, Tony and Batman are responsible for the research and development of the Infinity Gauntlet, and the rest are preparing for defensive warfare. Then I will find a way to get a new weapon. Thor said his plan. "Are you sure?" Captain America asked. "It shouldn't be a big problem, just wait for Kratos to notify." "I'm waiting too." In this life, Thanos got the Soul Gem in advance. This is a lot of fun. There are actually 2 parts to the history of Soul Gem. They both have in common that the Soul Gem appeared on Vormir and was guarded by Red Skull, the former old friend of the US team. In the first edition of history, Gamera knows the whereabouts of the Soul Stone. So Thanos grabbed Gamera's good sister Nebula and threatened him, forcing Gamera to tell the whereabouts of the Soul Gem. You know, Gamera is the last survivor of the Zahubarai people and the adopted daughter of Thanos. She once acted with Nebula as her #1 assassin to eradicate those who opposed Thanos in the universe. The most dangerous woman, and later betrayed Thanos in pursuit of her own ideals, and joined the Guardians of the Galaxy headed by Star-Lord. It's just that Gamera doesn't know that in order to obtain the Soul Gem, he must sacrifice his most beloved person. What's even more outrageous is that the person Thanos loves the most is Gamera. As a result, Thanos sacrificed Gamera for his grand dream of killing half of the universe. The second edition of history is that after the Avengers failed to fight against Thanos, time was reversed, going back to the past, and doing it all over again. This time it was Black Widow who traded her life for the Soul Stone. Aang looked around the hall in Stark Tower, watched the Widow's sister jumping around, and even looked at him curiously. Anger knew very well that there was a high probability that Thanos caught Gamera in advance and sacrificed her. Then Aang can fully imagine that, if there are no accidents, there will only be one Star-Lord who ran away in this world. Well, poor baby. Aang didn't feel much about Xingju. Most of the time, Star-Lord's combat power is 10 points. Without the protagonist's halo, Xingju would have been turned into ashes long ago. Then let Thor and Star-Lord get together. The key is that Storm Battle Axe lacks an axe handle. That thing must be donated voluntarily by the tree man Gru in the Guardians of the Galaxy, otherwise, with the space coordinates provided by Thor, Anger can easily send this hammer to the dwarf star. Just like that, the superhero meeting in response to Thanos' attack was dissolved. The news of Thanos' attack seemed to have wings, and spread quickly throughout the human world. What? That Thanos is coming. He also brought the former Chitauri and a terrifying army called Pioneer Guard. Alice, the commander of America, was really hurt. His commander-in-chief was full of disasters. He and all the higher UPS had to believe the news revealed by Tony. The Chitauri had already been here, not to mention that Tony kindly handed over the corpses of a few vanguards that Aang had sneaked back. The high-level collectives all over the world are frying pans. Aliens came to kill us again, and they refused to accept the surrender of the Earthlings, so we had to fight. Who the can stand this? A lot of soft bones scolded Nick Fury half to death, saying that it was because he dominated the Earth and wanted to strengthen himself, and now he is fine. In response to what Thor said at the beginning, you use the power of Universal Rubik's Cube, which means you do get ready to face the challenges of advanced civilization. These soft bones curse secretly, isn't it good for me to be my native Earth? Of course, this can only be cursed behind the scenes. According to the latest news, the Earth has not been beaten. To put it bluntly, it is the double protection of Odin and some ancient mage. Those powerful aliens dare not come to the Earth to cause trouble. The current time is not good, and the two strong men have fallen one after another. Only then did today's disaster happen. The soft bones are cursing and cursing. Even the last step of treating guests, beheading, and accepting a dog is not allowed these days. Have to collectively die hard to the end. As a result, in the first half of the year, any topic could be quarreled. In the United Nations General Assembly, where one vote vetoed the random flight, it took only one day to pass the about forming the Earth Alliance to fight the alien invaders headed by Thanos unanimously. Motion. Fighting is definitely necessary, but how and where to fight are very particular. America, who has rich experience in beatings, jumped out, scolding Thanos, who has no conscience, and bombs New York or Gotham every time he comes here, while analyzing the strength of the enemy and ourselves rationally. Statement from Secretary Ross: we have come to the sad conclusion that our tanks and artillery are not effective against giant units such as the Chitauri Leviathan. Aircraft are the only ones that are barely capable of fighting. The key is to be fully equipped the laser guns of the Turai people. In the face of a large number of biochemical soldiers, we need soldiers, a large number of soldiers. A representative of a large eastern country, India V, just below, raised his eyebrows. Is 3.5 million active soldiers and 7 million reserve soldiers enough? Give us a year, and if necessary, we can explode 100 million infantry. Where do you get so many soldiers? Didn't you force it? In the face of an enemy of mankind like Thanos, all grievances can only be put down. The next step is all right. Knowing that Thanos has a high probability, he will send his men to attack Doctor Strange, one of the Guardians of the Earth, Karmitage. Differences between countries suddenly came. Who dares to set the battlefield in his own country? Didn't you see the tragedy in New York last time? Because New York was rounded over and over again, New York's economy began to plummet. Even America doesn't want to set the battlefield at home, not even in the Nevada desert. Who knows if there will be some alien virus or plague after the aliens die? No one expected that after arguing for a while, T'Challa the Black Panther stood up. In this case, let's set the decisive battle in Wakanda. We have a wide area energy shield that can protect Doctor Strange immediately. T'Challa's act of righteousness received warm applause from representatives of all UN member states. Injustice? No. Righteous. This is the real righteous man. T'Challa took the lead, and Sif, who represented Asgard at the meeting, stood up. Asgard's 30,000 soldiers will help protect Wakanda. Thank you so much. Brother Hibeo bowed to Sif. Chapter 312 is here they are. Pioneer Guard information has already been made public at the United Nations General Assembly. These four-handed monsters can easily scratch through 200mm steel plates with their claws alone, which means that even the armor of main battle tanks from various countries will look like paper in front of these monsters. The best way to deal with such monsters is not to let them get close. Considering the exaggerated superiority of the Leviathan behemoth in the Chitauri Air Force, it is difficult to expect much support from the Air Force to the ground forces. Can the long-range artillery stop all the flying motorcycles of the Vanguard Chitauri biochemical soldiers? Disaster. When the army cannot even complete the simple task of filling the line, the front line is easily penetrated, so there is no defense. The more powerful Asgardian soldiers are conservatively estimated to be about 30,000 Winter Soldier. This is undoubtedly a booster. After discussing the general direction, the next step is endless tactical discussions. Few people in the world know about it. Under such circumstances, President Ella secretly called anger. Kratos. Humans, will they win? If you don't block us, I'm 80% sure. Thanks. Here, after Eng sensed that a small airship appeared around the destroyed Gladiator spaceship, he decisively called Thor. Dear Thor, is it time to prove that you are not the hammer god? Thor? Wait. How do you know that my father told me this? Just treat me like a magic stick like Doctor Strange. After the voice fell, Thor suddenly found that his feet were empty. Quay. In the void at an unknown distance, a team of teasers were cursing and driving a small spaceship. Rocket Raccoon is complaining about Star-Lord. Quell, you are chasing Thanos' starship like this is equivalent to delivering food. Star-Lord, no. This is a strategy. Have you seen these wreckages? His ship was here not long ago. If he was still here, I would be able to approach his mothership through the cover of the wreckage. Rocket Raccoon akimbo, obviously we're late. Xingju was about to argue, when suddenly a strange sound came from the front windshield of the small spaceship. Dang. A human-like thing, just like this big font on it. The face that was squeezed and deformed by the high-speed flight looks as ridiculous as it is. What's even more outrageous is that the thing is actually alive. He tapped on the windshield, as if to say let me in. No matter how slow the flight of the spaceship is, it can still exceed 100 kilometers per hour. This didn't kill the guy, it's an exaggeration. Rocket Raccoon was a little startled, and lowered his voice. Queel, there's something wrong with this guy. Maybe it's an interstellar pirate. Xingju suddenly felt that he was underestimated, and immediately raised his chest and retracted his abdomen, pretending to be strong. Wait. Is there any group more vicious than us in the interstellar world? After all, this guy opened the decompression chamber and let Thor in. After a funny self-introduction, Thor finally knew why Kratos' magic stick wanted him to come over. Oh. It's amazing, it seems that we have a common enemy. Thor was originally a talkative guy, and with his naive side, few people would be wary of him. He first finished talking about how Thanos used Loki to test the Earth's response, and then tried to take away the space gem. The companions teamed up to kill his uncle. Unfortunately, this thing is common to Xingju. Xingju's family is also very sad. His father killed his mother, and then Xingju killed his father. For a time, the members of the Guardians of the Galaxy resonated with Thor's soul. Okay. You are welcome to join me in my revenge plan against Thanos. We will catch up with Thanos' mothership and make a big hit," said Star-Lord. Thor shook his head. "I have a plan B. Take me to the dwarves, get a new artifact, and I can kill that Thanos." Xingju spread his hands. "Don't you think we should get each of us a weapon like this?" "No, your bodies won't be able to carry it, it will break first." Xingju refused to accept it. He puffed up his chest muscles a little bit. "Don't you think I'm strong?" Rocket Raccoon demolished at the speed of light. "Quell, you have the ability to survive in a vacuum without props first." Star-Lord. Thor continued, "You can follow Thanos and bring us first-hand information." Xingju shrugged. "What if I kill Thanos in advance? Trust me, he is a strong man at the same level as my father, King Odin. You can't handle it alone. On Earth, we have two powerful alliances of extraordinary people who are ready to fight Thanos. The always fart Star-Lord is at least superficially convinced, so Rocket Raccoon and Treant Crew drive a small spaceship straight to Nevidar to find the Dwarf King, while Star-Lord runs after Thanos' son. That's right, Xingju is so fearless. It can't be said that Xingju is good and loves to play, but he can't figure out the gap between himself and Thanos in the state of two gems. As long as Thor knows what Star-Lord really thinks, Thor will kneel and beg Star-Lord, "Please Star-Lord, don't die." Helplessly, Thor couldn't stop Star-Lord. After all, Gamera was taken away by Thanos in this life, and Star-Lord didn't even know that Gamera had encountered an accident. After knowing this, Xingju will definitely lose his mind. On the other side, let alone the matter of Thor looking for the Dwarf King, on the Earth side, Ebony Maw brought the Obsidian generals to Wakanda. The Avengers and the Zhenglian, the two major alliances, made a conspiracy. Dr. Strange went to Wakanda, and Ange, Kratos, was sitting in the desert of Nevada. This clearly tells Thanos that if he wants to get the Time Stone in advance, he must divide his forces. Space Gem in Aang's hands. Aang is undoubtedly the most mobile existence on the battlefield, and Thanos can only face Aang in person. Interestingly, Aang and Thanos can sense each other's position. Aang didn't move, and neither did Thanos. Thanos is not afraid of Aang running away, because once Aang runs away, Thanos can turn around and destroy New York and Gotham. If Thanos doesn't come, Aang can also turn around and kill Ebony Maw and the others. Interestingly, Thanos thinks that Ebony Maw can handle superheroes from other planets, and Aang also thinks that other people can handle Ebony Maw. Perhaps this is the self-confidence of my own people. The arrival of Thanos' army has made all human beings nervous. When Thanos' mothership entered the solar system and was probably close to the orbit of Jupiter, it was observed by human astronomical telescopes. Ebony Throat and the others sat on a spaceship shaped like a huge metal ring, and crashed down on the land of Wakanda. I'm so stupid, I missed an update last night. Chapter 313 Wakanda War. In the palace of Wakanda, Dr. Strange made an apologetic expression to the Panther. T'Challa shook his head. Don't mind. It's our chosen battlefield. Except for the cities of Wakanda, most of this country is full of deserts, as the world knows. On the vast plain with not much grass, a battle that looks quite retro and quite sci-fi is about to start. On the land to the south, there are countless vanguards with 4 arms. In the sky, there are densely packed Chitauri flying motorboat troops like swarms of locusts, and dozens of Leviathan beasts as huge as cruisers. Different from last time, the Chitauri showed new gadgets, thousands of space fighters one size larger than flying motorcycles. This scene made the air forces of various countries who came to help fight sweat. This is Africa. Even if countries around the world want to fill this place with planes, the logistics cannot keep up. What's more, countries don't need to defend their homeland. The 3rd generation, 4th generation, and 5th generation machines add up to 1,000, and that's all. The problem is that the space fighter on the opposite side seems to be descending from outer space for free. Originally, this should be a grand slap. Doctor Strange made a move. At this moment, everyone finally understood why Kamatage was so respected by heroes such as Kratos. Suddenly hundreds of large and small rings appeared in the sky. The Chitauri pilot Chi Shushua, who was too late to react, drove the spaceship and plunged into these portals. The next second, the spaceship appeared in places that shouldn't appear one after another. Collider. In the vast and boundless sky, this is very difficult. Doctor Strange, the master of space magic, turned flight trajectories that should not overlap into intersections of death in the sky. What shield? What solid case? During the high-speed impact, everything lost its meaning. More than 100 fireworks representing death and destruction bloomed grandly in the air, and Ebony Throat, who was watching the battle, frowned. We have been suppressed at the level of teleportation magic. An adjutant said so. Ebony Throat was happy instead of angry, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Hee. How long can you cast such an exaggerated amount of space magic at the same time? Human. Ebony Throat is right. At this time, Doctor Strange in the Wakanda Palace is sweating from the forehead, and he feels like the CPU is starting to dry out. At this moment, the Leviathan monster came. These cosmic behemoths, which are bigger than whales and are often comparable in size to destroyers, flap their tiny fins every time, and the surrounding atmosphere vibrates violently. The strong airflow brought by the unknown space energy can even interfere with the air-to-air missiles launched by human fighters and bombarded rapidly. Even if the formation of human fighter planes try their best to cover Doctor Strange's space magic, it will be difficult to interfere with the arrival of these huge alien biochemical behemoths. The 5 leading Leviathan beasts passed through the mid-air filled with space portals like 5 straight lines, and headed straight for the Wakanda Palace. Black Panther T'Challa looked at Doctor Strange worriedly. Doctor Strange. The magic power consumed by the teleportation will be determined by the volume and energy of the teleportation object, as well as the teleportation distance. It will be very difficult for me to teleport such a huge object. After taking the time to explain, Doctor Strange suddenly became a little envious of Kratos. That guy is holding the space gem to carry out large-scale long-distance teleportation. It is as easy and comfortable as eating and drinking water. Doctor Strange reluctantly gave way to a road, allowing these behemoths to descend to a low altitude. Leviathan, this kind of space shark transformed by the Chitauri, just like this, swings its huge head in the turbid storm, and opens and closes its huge mouth from time to time, revealing its long, sharp-edged fangs. Compared to their size, their extremely small eyeballs are precisely scanning the flat grassland like radar waves, as if they are examining their own targets. The moment the first Leviathan descended to 200 meters above the ground, a golden beam of light turned into a slender arc that almost traversed the sky, penetrating the body of this Leviathan. Opening his mouth, he immediately fell to the ground. The Obsidian generals took a closer look, only to realize that it was a shining golden flying carriage. Enter Penthesilea. The chariot combination formed by her and her niece Diana completed the first kill in such a gorgeous way. The second Leviathan tried to pounce on it, but its speed couldn't catch up with the tragedy of Troy at all. After 3 standard horses were put on this artifact carriage, it took only a few minutes to break the speed of sound. How long the drag racing can last depends not on the stamina of the divine horse, but on how much divine power the Queen Amazon as the driver can supply. The next second, another Leviathan rushed to the street on the other side. This time it was Fulla who attacked. Was sent here, Fulla no longer concealed her strength, and opened fire with all her strength. You know, Fulla is considered to be the most powerful among the Kryptonians. The first is of course Dacheo, the second is General Zod, and the third should be Fulla. After all, in another parallel time and space, Dacheo's cousin Kara has never Fulla before, and was given a knife by Fulla. Fulla, who is in full strength, is indescribably happy. Destroyed a Leviathan with almost one mask. Only after killing the third Leviathan, Fulla was hit. Woo, this is. She had just rushed into the body of a Leviathan, ready to blast it from the inside again. Just as she rushed in, the shark meat inside suddenly closed heavily, and an incomparably dark force made the flesh and blood of the space shark extremely viscous. Fulla unprepared, he wrapped this piece of ghost into a perfect spherical shape. It looks like a secret clay ball or something. Countless dense thoughts are drilling into the gap of this black sphere, oppressing Fulla severely. This Leviathan suddenly became the coffin that imprisoned Fulla, or the cage that bound her. Fulla. Diana felt something was wrong, and rushed over. This time, she used the flying armor brought back from Amazon. Just as Wonder Woman Gabriel confronted Ebony Maw, the battle on the ground below had already begun. One after another spaceship descended with a bang, as if there were countless marching ants scattered inside. The vanguards with 4 arms, hands, and feet and running at high speed rushed out from inside. They quickly formed a black wave and headed towards the sky outside the Wakanda King City. The coalition forces on the ground swept in. On the northern land, standing at the forefront are 3 Asgardian golden armored warrior phalanxes. Even today, their armor no longer emits the shocking light, they are still the most fearsome and powerful warriors in the universe. Spread out on their 2 wings is a mixed formation of tanks and infantry composed of relatively dense camps. Chapter 314 Fierce Battle Against Vanguard. In modern warfare, tanks are rarely densely arranged together. After all, no matter how strong the tank armor is, it is difficult to resist the power of large-caliber artillery. This is also true in interstellar wars. Not to mention the large-caliber laser guns of the Chitauri, even the individual laser guns used by biochemical soldiers can easily cut through the most advanced Leopard 2A6 tank in Europe. Here comes the question, since Leopard death is inevitable no matter what, why not use cheap ones? Anyway, it would be good to provide some cover for the infantry. So such a miracle appeared in the interstellar war in the 21st century. The old T-55 and Leopard 1 tanks were all pulled out. Countries gathered more than 1,000 old-fashioned tanks and self-propelled artillery during the Cold War for Wakanda. He also said that time was running out and it was too late to mobilize the most elite troops. Brother Hibeo, why don't you take the time to dig out old antiques from the warehouse and repair them? This move didn't make T'Challa laugh. However, countries equip infantry with laser guns copied from the Chitauri. As for the energy supply issue, it is temporarily provided by the former cosmic Rubik's Cube and the current space gem. Each soldier is allocated 5 magazines, and when they are all fired, they are gone. In fact, if the frontal Asgardian defense line is broken, they probably won't survive long. Because the avant-garde in front of them is a group of primitives in Wakanda. It can't be wrong to say that they are primitive, after all, they are holding cold weapons. This primitive is not really primitive, because the ridiculous-looking robes on them turned out to be individual energy shields that the old American Chitauri technology reverse research has not developed for a long time. In this scene, there is a sense of absurdity of the primitive man shared the future interstellar technology with you. At this moment, a large number of vanguards began to scratch Wakanda's wide area shield with their sharp claws, and Brother Black Panther could hear the situation broadcast by him all the time. Support. Indeed, it can last for a while. T'Challa understands better, blocking is worse than sparse. He turned on the headset and ordered, "Open the shield of the 17th district, I need the enemy to enter our predetermined position from the front." Clear. Let the enemy enter the shooting range that has been set in advance to shoot Zuyuan, and repeatedly pull it to kill the enemy. This has a very interesting name on Mazi's side, called Mara Farm Tactics. Sure enough, as soon as a section of the mask was opened, the vanguard eager to kill couldn't wait to rush over. Vanguard, don't they know this is a trap? No. but the world can't imagine that what this race desires most is death, especially the death bestowed by Thanos himself. This distorted frenzy for death made them rush in through the gap like crazy, and quickly spread to the open space in front of the coalition formation. "All gun ports, open fire!" Captain America ordered brazenly. Wakanda's wide area shield is very high, and the highest point is a full 3 kilometers from the ground. This hemispherical shield has enough space for artillery. For a while, the thousands of artillery pieces arranged on the edge of the city let out the strongest roar one after another. For a moment, the entire Wakandari people felt that the earth shook violently and continuously like an earthquake. The 155 mm heavy artillery rained down on the plain where the vanguard broke into, and landed on the heads of the vanguard gathered there. In order to strive for die first, some anxious vanguards even looked at each other like ants, and there was a loud rumbling noise, and these four-armed monsters flew into flesh and blood. As a genetic biochemical soldier, Pioneer Guard is not so extravagant as to equip individual soldiers with energy shields like a local wealthy country in Africa. The only thing that can resist the attack is their physical body. A round of heavy artillery passed by, and the blown limbs fell on the heads of the surrounding companions like hailstones. What's weird is that there were no screams, no groans, not even any weak voices begging for mercy. What echoed on the wasteland was the extremely excited howls of the vanguards. This made the Wakanda warriors feel their scalps tingling slightly. If it was purely a vanguard's land charge, T'Challa felt that the artillery alone would be able to seal the opening. If you add a large number of Chitauri biochemical soldiers driving flying motorcycles to attack at a low altitude less than 10 meters from the ground, it will be very troublesome. Thursday, chug. All the anti-aircraft guns in the coalition army exploded, not only the cannons, but also a large number of anti-aircraft machine guns, and the 12.7 mm heavy machine guns on the armored vehicles began to vent human anger in midair. A large number of red, yellow, and green tracer bullets formed an extremely beautiful barrage, covering the entire airspace. No matter how fierce the artillery fire is, no matter how tight the barrage is, there is always a gap in every secret. When the first vanguard bravely passed through the long-range firepower, even dodged the laser bullets fired by the Wakanda infantry with spears, leaped high, and plunged into the Wakanda infantry battle line, the only remaining the three arms immediately showed their power. After a hellish devil-like roundabout claw strike, there was a series of screams for a while. It must be admitted that in Wakanda, a country where advanced and primitive coexist, the morale of soldiers is quite awesome. This terrible scene of slaughter, if it were young soldiers from other countries, their morale might collapse on the spot and they would be scattered. Not only did the Wakanda people not retreat, but many warriors raised cold weapons with laser spearheads, which were not so cold weapons, and stabbed the vanguard fiercely. This monster was defeated by 3 hands and 8 hands in the end, and died from 4 shots in the body. However, more vanguards broke through long-range attacks and rushed into the Wakanda array. At this time, the two major alliances of justice and revenge have the effect of arranging the third-line heroes evenly in the formation in advance. Go to hell! With a simple blow, the Huntress hit the head of a high-speed vanguard just right, and the arrow containing divine power allowed him to easily headshot him completely. On the other side, obviously the opponent has 4 arms, so he should be at a disadvantage in melee combat. Starlight was stunned to rely on his stronger physical fitness than the vanguard, and cooperate with the katana sword to rush forward and stab a vanguard to death with a sword. Occasionally, there are a few vanguards who break into the deeper parts of the front line, and they are in charge of the second-line heroes such as the stronger Widow's Sister, Black and White Canary, Catwoman, and Steelbone. In mid-air, Falcon and War Machine soared back and forth, using artillery and missiles to repeatedly harvest. The speed and maneuverability were far inferior to their Chitauri flying motorboats. Of course, the highlights of individual heroes are not as good as the huge Asgardian army after all. Although these golden armored warriors have lost Odin's divine protection, they are definitely ranked first in the entire universe in terms of combat quality. They are like a silent city wall. Even if a large number of vanguards rush up in front of them, they can ensure that they will be smashed to pieces. Chapter 315 Who didn't have a big E? Different physical qualities, different training, different experience, and all kinds of differences have created this powerful teacher across the universe. The original ones were folded in Hela's hands for no reason, and they died extremely aggrieved. Hela shouldn't be faced by them at all. Their real value is to fight against the enemy's elite soldiers like they are now. King against king, general against general, soldier against soldier. Throughout the ages, this is the same principle. Compared to Wakanda soldiers who have never experienced real Star Wars, these elite fighters are called sharp. Humans have no understanding of the speed of vanguards. Even if they know, it is really difficult to keep up with their wild movements and the outrageous speed of running 100 meters for 5 or 6 seconds at most. For Asgardian soldiers, this is not a problem. They also fired laser-like attacks with their light spears, but outsiders looked like they released the bullets first, and then the vanguards bumped into them stupidly and were instantly killed. In the final analysis, this is all a prediction brought about by experience. Originally, there were not many vanguards rushing to the Asgard army formation. Even if they rushed up, how could they be enough to kill these elite soldiers? Sif was keenly aware that the human front was a bit unstable, and after quickly assessing each other's combat strength, she immediately ordered, Hogun, Vestag, lead the 2nd and 3rd legions to spread out to the 2 wings. Yes. Clear. A group of Asgardian gold-armored warriors immediately defended against the enemy in the front row, but slowly expanded their formation to the left and right wings. During a fierce battle, moving like this would often lead to all sorts of chaos, and even the collapse of a certain line of defense, leading to the collapse of the entire line is not impossible. Asgardians' strong individual quality and rigorous military training allow them to do this easily. Wakanda's infantry were deployed on the 2 small slopes on the left and right flanks, while the Asgardians silently came to the front of the and stopped the rushing vanguard for them. This not only relieves the pressure on Wakanda fighters, but also allows soldiers from various countries holding modern automatic rifles on the earth to have a better shooting range. For a while, the balance of war seemed to be tilting in the direction of the coalition forces. Unfortunately, they were not happy for long, as more Leviathans rushed down from the clouds. Roar! The Hulk gave a heroic roar, which symbolized that he had killed a Leviathan again. With endless power, he is simply the Krypton of Leviathan. In the distance, in the sky, General Deathblade, who was stepping on a hovering airship, couldn't help grinning. Not bad Earth power. But, we have so many Leviathans, can you kill them all? It's no wonder that General Obsidian laughed contemptuously. Thanos' military strength is more than this level. Thanos, who can destroy countless planets, how could his star troopers be 3 or 2 kittens? Most of the time, not to mention Thanos, even the Obsidian generals can flatten those resisting enemies. It is beyond the imagination of General Deathblade that the people on Earth can resist to this extent. The people on Earth have a group of heroes with extraordinary strength. In most of the universe planets, there are only chickens, and the Chitauri biochemical soldiers are enough. Seeing that humans and Asgard's strongmen are maintaining the battle line gorgeously, General Deathblade was a little upset. He pointed his curved warblade far away, and the Black Dwarf not far away from him immediately understood. Compared with other Heiyao generals, Black Dwarf's ability is the most common. He has no special ability. The only outstanding feature is his excessively strong body, which can resist most physical attacks. He is a typical tank role with super resistance. Among General Heiyao, he specialized in the tiring work of charging into battle. It seems that he is also happy to do this. Roar! When the Black Dwarf star that looked like a little giant crashed to the ground from a height of 100 meters and made a loud roar, everyone on the coalition side realized that the big one was coming. Black Dwarf has a dinosaur-like head, with short sharp horns around his forehead, and his whole body is covered with rough cuticles. He can be seen as a character with thick skin and thick flesh. When this alien giant with a height of 3 floors took an exaggerated step of 10 meters and rushed towards him like a runaway train, even the earth was about to overturn. The 3-meter-high Pioneer Guard is as petite as a baby in front of the Black Dwarf's huge body. They hurriedly dodged to both sides, and the poor fellow who couldn't dodge was knocked out on the spot, with countless fractures. The 3 warriors of Asgard have never lacked courage, and Vestag swung his hammer and charged at the giant. Then, Vestag flew upside down. "Get out of the way." Sif rushed over, the sword of the earth in her hand was glowing with khaki, and every step she took on the ground contained some kind of wonderful pulse, which greatly enhanced her strength. The bright sword light drew a cold arc of light in mid-air, and slammed into the exaggerated war hammer that was also 3 stories high in the hand of the Black Dwarf. It must be admitted that in Asgardry, Sif's strength is the one who is underestimated. This kind of fighting style with light weapons and heavy weapons is absolutely dead. Contrary to Black Dwarf's expectations, Sif didn't lose much, at most it was 4 or 6. Before the Black Dwarf's big fist that can smash a tank at will falls, the Scarlet Witch uses her powerful thoughts to remotely control dozens of broken vanguard arms and shoot towards the Black Dwarf. "Return the spear to him." This kind of mental play made Black Dwarf think for a while that he was being taught by Ebony Maw. Before he could get rid of these annoying severed arms, Heimdall swung the Excalibur bolt steel to kill them again. The Black Dwarf was careless and did not flash. In the long past, the Black Dwarf, relying on his thick skin, has traversed countless planets, and few of them can break through the defense. What's more, the armor he wears is extremely hard, it is not easy to pinpoint his few weaknesses exposed to the air. This requires the attacker to have very game swordsmanship, as well as physical fitness. Result. This is Heimdall. In the whole of Asgard, there are also some strong players. In history, he was not first tossed by Loki, deprived of his priesthood, and weakened his combat power, and then fought against Hela's Nether Legion, and finally escaped with Thor, so he would not be so easily overthrown by Thanos. He is now in a complete state, even though he has lost the support of Asgard's divine power. Underestimating such a strong man, it is doomed that the brute Black Dwarf must pay the price. Bolt steel in this way, the sword pierced the Black Dwarf's thick thigh so thick that one person could not hug it, and almost sank into the handle, covering his face with Heimdall's face. At the last moment, Heimdall turned his head to avoid being hit, but the back of his head was also wet. Chapter 316 Thanos is not a reckless man. To be reasonable, at this critical moment of life and death struggle, giving up observing the opponent's movements because of dodging the opponent's blood is what a novice does. On the battlefield, this kind of operation is likely to be fatal. In the past, Heimdall would never do this kind of thing. He has as much experience as him, and he also found that the blood of the Black Dwarf has some problems, such as corrosion. Without being sprayed all over the face, you can keep your facial features to the maximum extent. The key is that he is not the only one who besieged the Black Dwarf. Ah! How dare you! Black Dwarf was furious, and slapped Heimdall on the back of the head. His strength is very strong. It turns out that Iron Man and Spider-Man can't suppress him when they deal with him together in history. Spider-Man's extremely strong spider silk was easily torn by him. But at this time, everyone who had already received NGE's care, of course knew that General Heiyao could exist in seconds, so how could they hold back? Gwen, the ghost spider who came out of nowhere, sent a web, and Black Dwarf's hands froze. The Scarlet Witch used her mental power to pull again from the air, and the interstellar bull could no longer stand still, and its huge body fell backwards. The key step is coming. Black Dwarf didn't know that what was waiting for him was the Louis XVI Happy Terrace. A circular portal with golden sparks radiating from its edge quietly appeared behind the black dwarf. As soon as he fell, the portal controlled by Fatty Karmataj King retracted in a timely manner. Originally at the last moment of the black dwarf's life, he was not without a chance of being rescued. As long as he doesn't stick his neck through the portal. The guillotine is what fixes you on it. The coalition side calculated everything correctly. Vorstag and Sif jumped onto Black Dwarf's broad chest at the same time, and kicked him hard. Don't look at Sif's slender and well-proportioned beautiful legs, which seem to be quite thin. Can the Asa god's physique be the same as that of a human being? Perfect cooperation, coupled with a siege that doesn't talk about martial arts, what caused this legendary general under Thanos to lose not a hand, but a huge head in this life. When the head of the Black Dwarf was stabbed by Sif with a sword and held up high, thousands of Asgardian soldiers cast their gazes. The Black Dwarf Star, one of the 5 Obsidian generals under Thanos, has been killed by our side. Sif's heroic shout immediately caused the entire Asgard central phalanx to boil. Soon, the news spread throughout the coalition soldiers through various communication channels. Before the war started, everyone knew that the other party had the idea of the 5 generals of Obsidian. If Thanos doesn't come, those 5 will be the enemy's generals. Anyone is the enemy of life and death. According to the information that a god of war deliberately exaggerated a little bit, the coalition forces set General Obsidian as a strong man whose strength is close to that of the Hulk. This made everyone very nervous. There are not many people on Earth who can beat the Hulk, but certainly not many. No one knows, this is Engi's intentional suppression before raising. Put the opponent in a high position first. Once there is information on the battlefield that the 5 generals of Obsidian have been killed, it will undoubtedly be a major incentive. In the same way, if there is an eventuality, if one of your heroes is unfortunately killed, it is not unacceptable. After all, the opponent's strength is comparable to that of Hulk. Facts have proved that although the kill appeared a little fast this time, it also depends on how much combat power has been assembled. Once the Black Dwarf dies, General Deathblade will be in a lot of pain. Even if he may not think highly of Black Dwarf in his heart, that guy still bears the name of General Obsidian. His belching will implicate the other 4 generals of Obsidian, and everyone will be ashamed. General Deathblade shouted angrily, the whole army is attacking. In addition to Ebony Maw who had already started, the other Knight Proxima Centauri and Supergiant Star also followed General Deathblade to attack the enemy. At this moment, an illusory temple stands alone in the middle of the desert. This temple is magnificent and magnificent, like the Parthenon in Greece. The huge stone pillar embraced by 3 people is 5 stories high. Just looking at the 3-story gate is enough to make mortals stand in awe and feel awe. The idea of worship. Yet it is not the real thing. Even sitting in the main hall inside, the trance feeling of non-artificial objects still makes Tony feel like falling into a dream. This is the temple that I created with the realization of divine power. It is made of the same material as the temples of the various Olympian gods in the pantheon. You can understand it as the materialization of spiritual energy. Anger said more windily, the light clouds are calm, and the feeling of is more in Tony's heart. Tony crazily complained in his heart, I actually knew a back then? However, with Thor, the jewel in front of him, Tony will not lose his composure. In fact, the few people who were in the temple also felt weird at this time. Dechow, Neptune Arthur, Tony, plus Peter Parker, the configuration here is not low in terms of combat power. The adults are okay. Peter, a young man, hasn't stopped looking around since he came in. What do you want to drink? Helen's gentle voice brought Peter back to his senses. Seeing such a beautiful woman, even Peter, who has 3 girls in his family, blushed subconsciously. Coke is fine. Helen brought 2 kinds of cola, Pepsi and Coca-Cola, very considerately. Besides the empty glass, he also prepared a small bucket full of ice cubes for him. Tony finally couldn't help it. Isn't she the legendary Helen? Ange nodded with a smile. You happy bastard. Tony couldn't help complaining. Anyone who can keep his mouth shut isn't Tony * big shit. Compared with their gossip, De Chao is more concerned about the battle situation on the other side. Although a monitoring area with 48 screens is prepared in the temple to broadcast the battle situation on the Wakanda side live, De Chao is still a little nervous. You said that Thanos won't be killed right now. No. Ange shook his head calmly. Why? He is a hero with ideals. You have heard the word Xiao Xiong a lot. Adding have ideals in front of Xiong Xiong is intriguing. The ultimate dream of Thanos is to destroy half of the creatures in the universe. I will not discuss this simple and crude method. Just to do this, he needs to be very careful, because he will undoubtedly make him enemy of the universe. This kind of madness may be sociologically conducive to the redistribution of resources across the universe. But in this world, who doesn't have a few relatives and friends? If half of the living creatures are destroyed, who dares to say that they will not be destroyed by their own relatives and friends? Thanos' ambition is destined to be blocked by countless existences. He may be very strong. If one is not careful, he is more likely to overturn than anyone else. So Thanos, who has a rough appearance, is actually a very cautious guy in his heart. Ange raised his mouth slightly. If Thanos was a reckless man, he wouldn't have waited until the death of Ancient One and Odin before running out to act as a demon. So, I'm sure he'll find a way to get the third Infinity Gem and get only with equal combat power to me will you have more confidence to fight against me. Chapter 317 I am a mighty army. Hearing this, Tony smiled. What if he can't get the third Infinity Stone? Ange shrugged. Then he will have to challenge me in the most unfavorable situation. Don't forget, there is Darkseid behind Thanos' challenge. This word is rather subtle. Challenges are generally used in the state where the less powerful invites the stronger to a duel, which is equivalent to saying that Thanos pinches his nose to die. If Thanos refuses to bite the bullet and replace it with Darkseid. Imagine that a well-known hero who has been in the universe for many years gets 4 infinite gems, and there is a high probability that he will have nothing to do with Thanos. Interestingly, Ange is the god of war on the earth, and only in this 1/3 acre field on the earth, Ange is in the strongest state. This addition and subtraction can be calculated by anyone. Ange's operation seems to have decided the outcome of the battle before the start of the battle. The only question is how much it will cost him to achieve such a result. After all, if the Earth Coalition forces suffer heavy losses, even if Thanos is defeated, Darkseid will still be unable to bear it later. Whether it's Tony or Da Chao, a strong man will be happy to hear it, not to mention that the little spider next to him is already jumping up and down with excitement. Tony reminded, this plan is good, but there is still a small problem. If Thanos brings an army to our place, we will be tied. In the extraordinary battlefield, the greatest value of minions is to interfere with the opponent's thin-skinned heroes. For example, Iron Man and Spider-Man in Avengers, both of them are thin-skinned characters. Tony is okay, Peter is really brittle. Spider-Man, in the face of a real high-damage large-scale attack, his recovery ability is really out of proportion. If you succeed, you will be overwhelmed, but if you miss it, you will be in the underworld. Ange smiled, with incomparable pride in his expression, his tiger lips parted lightly, and his words clanged, I am 1,000 troops. Facing the god of war sword hanging behind his shoulder, he tapped his finger lightly on the gauntlet. When a golden network extends from the floor tiles behind him to the depths of the temple. The golden war runes written in Greek are connected to each other, forming strings one by one, and then forming a compound magic circle covering the entire ground of the temple. Glow. Beside Ange, Helen was caressing a golden harp. The wind was blowing her hair, and the golden hair swept across her cheeks. With a trace, She looked calm and continued to play the melodious tune, as if she had no roots at all. I didn't see row after row of golden armored warriors appearing out of thin air. Tony noticed sensitively that the armor of the warriors who appeared in the temple was both Greek and Asgardian. The only thing they have in common is that these illusory warriors seem to have warlike eyes on their blurred faces. They were waiting for their god's order, and they were also waiting for the war to come. Tony only had a feeling in the dark at most, and Dachau next to him clearly saw with his extraordinary eyes that the divine light on these heroic warriors was constantly increasing bit by bit. Angie's mouth slightly raised. The biggest mistake Thanos made was to start a war in the realm of the god of war. That's right. If Thanos doesn't care about it and kills him with his terrifying force that surpasses the unit universe, it's really hard for Ange to say who will die in the end. Ange is the of war, not the of battle. But Thanos didn't understand Aang's power attributes, so he started a war on Aang's territory. In a sense, Aang was already invincible from the moment Thanos launched the war. Aang shook his left hand in the air, and the spirits behind him bowed and saluted in unison, and then disappeared without a trace. This scene made Tony a little embarrassed. He touched his nose. Hey, buddy, I actually prepared a little surprise for Thanos, but if you don't need it here, use it. Why don't you use it? And Ge's smile was a bit of a rogue. Don't you want actual combat data? Ange said this. How could Tony not know that he was seen through? Tony is a little tangled up again. On the other side, the battle in Wakanda has reached a fever pitch. As General Deathblade ordered the entire army to attack, more Chitauri biochemical soldiers broke into the atmosphere in large and small landing craft, and dropped sharply near the capital of Wakanda. At the same time, the human coalition did not do nothing. There were continuous loud noises in the sky, and thousands of surface-to-air and air-to-air missiles pierced the sky. After the trails of white smoke from all directions, there was a series of explosions that looked like festive fireworks. Small Chitauri skid bikes and small landing craft without shields can't handle these seemingly backward missiles. Large landing craft are dealt with by human large-scale air defense, while small motorboats are attacked by Stinger air defense missiles and other air defense firepower of coalition soldiers on the ground. Fly to low altitude and be hit by anti-aircraft guns. What's outrageous is that even the old 57mm anti-aircraft guns are used by Uncle Hay. Ahem, let alone, as long as the barrage is dense enough, quite a few Chitauri's motorboats will be shot down. On the ground, due to the concentrated impact of the Leviathan giant regardless of the cost, Wakanda had to open the protective shields in 2 areas. More vanguards rushed in like a flood. It's just that they bumped into superheroes. The Scarlet Witch raised her hand, and hundreds of vanguards rose out of nowhere, struggling helplessly in midair like a frog waiting to be dissected. Human soldiers were able to shoot them all with large-caliber machine guns like shooting targets. The stronger Wonder Woman leapt forward, and when her gorgeous figure passed by the 3 Leviathans that happened to be in a straight line, the light from the Excalibur Achilles flashed, and it was actually a flash of light. In one breath, the heads of 3 huge space sharks were chopped off. There was a moment of dead silence on the battlefield. It's not that the Chitauri can't accept the death of the powerful Leviathan in their eyes, but the speed of battle damage is still far beyond their cognition. When their advantages in combat power cannot be fully utilized, the only way to see if their generals can open up the situation. As if by fate, Knight Proxima Centauri again faced Black Widow and Captain America. Different from Proxima Centauri in the movie who only pokes with a small gun, this general under Thanos is absolutely full of lethality. I saw her shoot a shot from a distance, and several tanks were burned into scrap iron by the light. The shockwave brought out rolled gravel, like a dust storm, sweeping across the battlefield as big as 2 football fields one after another. Whether it is an enemy or a soldier, you will die if you touch it. Chapter 318. Do you dare to touch my girl? According to the rumors, Proxima Centauri can kill most of the enemies by lightly throwing the sharp gun forged by Thanos himself, and very few people can survive under her gun. Obviously, Captain America is that exception. As a 55-year-old man, Captain America can fight from miscellaneous soldiers to the top of the enemy. Most of the time, he can fight evenly. To deal with the US team, as long as the strength value is higher than him, walk over slowly, grab his shield, grab it with force, and then throw it as far as possible. Without the shield, the US team is just an ordinary enhanced person. If anyone can't think about it, they will use their big moves against the US team, and the US team will be ridiculously strong. For example, Thor the Hammer saw the US team for the first time, and the US team used a vibrating gold shield to take a lightning strike from the hammer. Suddenly, the battlefield suddenly lit up. The very special 5-pointed star shield completed a not-so-successful shield reflection. ZI. While the surface of the shield bears the light cannon, a bright band of light erupts on the shield's surface, and the strong glare rushes back to the face of Proxima Centauri. The damage is second, the key is that this time the American team played a guest role of flash shield. Crack. The intense flash of light rushed into Proxima Centauri's eyelids, crazily disturbing Proxima Centauri's optic nerve. She felt as if she saw a bright river of light, hanging upside down and covering her entire field of vision. Suddenly blind, Proxima made the most correct choice. She tapped her toes suddenly, and her fit body flew backwards for more than 30 meters at an unimaginable speed for Captain America. This speed is really fatal for a short leg like the US team who doesn't have any acceleration skills. Unfortunately, a silver light traversed the battlefield. Quicksilver is here. He didn't make any real attack, he only did one thing: twist Proxima Centauri's left ankle in mid-air. At high speeds, this maneuver subtly upsets her balance. Originally, the American team couldn't pursue it, and Quayin was famous for its low attack. But behind Captain America, there is still a widow hiding. Today's widow doesn't use her little pistol that hurts the poor anymore. That little one, it would take a lot of effort to fight a Chitauri biochemical soldier, not to mention the existence of Proxima Centauri, whose strength is comparable to that of Asgard's righteous god. The widow's latest weapon is a throwing knife. The flying knife is extremely small, only the size of the widow's index finger. Throwing knives of this size can be strapped to 10 or 8 at a time on her plump thighs that are still in bodybuilding. Throwing knife is small, but powerful. As soon as the flying knife was thrown, the small flying knife turned into a shooting star piercing the sky, with a bright golden light, and made a piercing sound of piercing wind, like Mazzei's most famous Katyusha rocket in World War II. Blasted out. This momentum, this power, is outrageous. Even if it was a throwing knife that missed or was dodged by Proxima Centauri at a critical moment, it still caused terrible damage. On the ground with a radius of 200 meters around Proxima Centauri, there is hardly a single intact stone larger than a fist. As far as the eye can see, there are big pits one after another. The cracked ground seemed to have been greeted by a rocket from a certain Eastern power with a range of 200 kilometers and an error of 600 kilometers that could hit the enemy's hometown. Some extraordinary powerful force burst out from the flying knife, easily smashing the ground into a crater. Some stones on the grassland were even thrown hundreds of meters away. If it weren't for the fact that there was no trace of gunpowder in the air, the American team present would have reason to believe that what the widow just threw was not a throwing knife, but Iron Man's pen missile. Nat. Kratos thing. After the old friend exposed the truth of the matter, the widow's sister's face became so stiff. As a good agent with a good heart, she didn't know how to explain the process of obtaining these throwing knives to her old friend. Fortunately, the fierce fighting situation helped her cover up her short-term embarrassment. Annie Proxima was still hit, with a throwing knife inserted into her chest and abdomen. The powerful destructive force seriously injured her extremely tough body, but it was not fatal. Just when she was about to pull out the two flying knives, the flying knives suddenly exerted force in two stages very strangely, and slammed into her internal organs. Not only that, the flying knives actually turned a corner and avoided her backhand swipe. Ah! This. Only then did Proxima Centauri realize that a woman in a fiery red windbreaker had plotted against her. Scarlet Witch. She perfectly cooperated with the Widow Sisters' throwing knife, controlling the throwing knife with mental power to go deep into the dark night Proxima star and rampage. A small knife flower, but the enemy's relatively fragile heart petals were chopped to pieces. The second obsidian who died in battle will appear. This signal is not good for Thanos. Obsidian V will go to the second. Right at this moment, the supergiant star died. Seeing that the Scarlet Witch gave Proxima Centauri the final blow with her mental power, the superstar immediately approached the Scarlet Witch. A stream of black spiritual power that turned into substance poured into the Scarlet Witch's heart like an overwhelming sea. Superstar was originally an interstellar orphan who wanted to die, but after being discovered by Thanos, he directly recruited him to become his subordinate. Thanos promised that as long as the superstar worked for him, he would give the superstar the death he dreamed of. The strength and identity of the superstar is also the most mysterious among the five generals. Its own abilities rely on the ability of the mind and the spiritual field, especially in the control of the mind. It can even control Omega-level mutants. At this point in time, the strength of a superstar can easily crush the Scarlet Witch. This would have been a beating without any suspense. Don't forget, whose girl is the Scarlet Witch? Although Ange is a cyberphile, he has never treated his girls badly. Even for non-staff personnel like the Widow Sister, he should give a lot of benefits. The development of the Scarlet Witch's spiritual power is higher than that of the same period in history, and her soul is connected to Ange. This made the spiritual attack of the supergiant star across the space, and some of them rushed directly to Ange. Oh! You dare to touch my girl! As Ange's voice fell, the yellow soul gem flashed suddenly on the Iron Man version of the Infinity Gauntlet on his left hand. The superstar was excitedly attacking the Scarlet Witch in the spiritual world, and he couldn't wait to destroy this opponent who was quite valuable in her eyes on the spiritual level. In a flash of God's work, she was shocked to find that her spirit was sucked into a world she could not understand. Her blue skin instantly turned blue. She is terrified. Chapter 319 As long as I can get there. In the sky of this world, there is a layer of unusually bright clouds floating in the sky. It seems to be constantly agitated by an invisible force, churning in the air, looking from here to the end of the field of vision, as if the entire sky, covered by such clouds. But after a closer look, I found that these so-called clouds are actually composed of thousands of weapons. I can understand them as clouds of war. Seeing this world seriously for the first time, Superstar felt that she had fallen into an endless war. She was too small. No matter how she struggled, it was just a battlefield that was big enough to be included in the epic. The tiniest cannon fodder. When countless weapons are coming over. Superstar's brain is down. Originally Haimao, no, it was T'Challa the Black Panther who saw the superstar rushing aggressively, and he was about to rush over to give the superstar a paw. T'Challa jumped in front of her, only to be surprised to find that the other party stopped completely. A moment ago, the spirit-type powerhouse who was alive suddenly lost his vitality. Looking at the tough body, T'Challa could feel that the inside of the body was also cold, and there was no life flowing. She's dead. The panther turned to look at the panting Scarlet Witch not far away. The Scarlet Witch smiled brightly. That idiot sent the mental attack to Kratos. Hearing this, the panther immediately mourned for this poor enemy for half a second. Messed up with a who shouldn't be provoked, that's how miserable it is. It's just seconds. What's weird is that on the superstar's body, the last reaction of her life was actually a grin. No one knows except Ange, she finally got the death she longed for. No wonder. She thought she could get eternal rest once she finally died. The problem is that she couldn't die, and she died in the hands of a true who mastered death divine power. Ange, who was far away in the Nevada desert, looked at this panicked soul through the system strangely, and finally bared his teeth, thinking, alas. Die in my hands. It's like Tifa from Final Fantasy came to the PC side. It doesn't matter what clothes Tifa wears, she is destined to become the leader of the 3D area. Without Anger's hands, under the double suppression of the death power and the soul gem, the superstar soon became the same existence as Steppenwolf. Wakanda's side, Obsidian 5 will drop 3 out of nowhere, which shocked General Deathblade. He no longer cared about martial arts, and directly called Big Bird Swan, one of the killers in the Thanos Legion. No, it was Wheel of Destruction. This huge wheel-shaped war machine with a diameter of more than 20 floors can not only easily crush Wakanda's wide-area shield, but what's more, they can sneak into the ground in an instant, bypassing the enemy's defenses by burrowing. Line of defense. When these giant war machines, which are invincible to mortals, appear, all lines of soldiers and battles become a joke. Retreat. Black Panther yelled at Mai. It cannot be done without withdrawal. In addition to the Hulk who can tear everything by hand, he jumped over and exploded a wheel of destruction from the side, and these big wheels began to wreak havoc on this land. Not to mention that mortal soldiers are turned into pieces of meat in an instant when they are involved, even heavy tanks over 50 tons are crushed by them, and they will turn into scum in a second. Seeing the human coalition forces in chaos, General Deathblade finally let out a wanton laugh. Ha 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 ha. As the saying goes, he is handsome for less than 3 seconds, and he has General Heiyao belching again. This time the victim was Ebony Maw. It must be admitted that the most exaggerated magic stick under Thanos has unparalleled strength. His mind power is elusive, and he can summon all things in the world to be used by him. Wonder Woman and Penthesilea teamed up to deal with him, and there was really nothing they could do about him. Most of the time, the attacks of the two of them were ineffective. To be precise, they couldn't even get close. There will always be a boulder, a large piece of metal fragments, a mass of soil, a corpse, anyway, a mess of things greets them, and they often get rid of one attack, and are immediately entangled by the next attack. Even if they used the tragedy of Troy, they couldn't get closer until someone cheated. Oh, dear Doctor Strange, want to know about Ebony Maw's weakness? Are you laughing at me? Doctor Strange was very upset with Ange, who spoke in his ear abruptly. I'm busy. Say something quickly. Changing someone might make Ange fart fast. Being able to say this proves that the doctor's self-cultivation is really good. Not everyone can survive in a vacuum like Thor guy. Do as soon as you think of it. Doctor Strange rubbed his hands, and suddenly a huge circular portal with golden sparks on the edge swallowed Ebony Maw directly. The last time Doctor Strange did this, he sent the hapless Loki to meet his adoptive father Odin. Only this time, it was Ebony Throat that was cleaned up. The famous political commissar of the Thanos Legion, the Ebony Throat that forced Gromman at the beginning, died of a vacuum and lack of oxygen? Is this ridiculous? Yes. Ridiculous. But this scene happened for sure. Not every strong person has a physique of more than 1,000 points, can walk in space without breathing, and is alive and kicking. Ebony Maw screamed and struggled hard, but the air in his lungs was quickly sucked out by the vacuum. He was like a live fish on a chopping board. He jumped a few times and then belched. Obsidian 5 will be history at this moment. There are no 5, only 1. No. Impossible. Although General Deathblade is the leader of Obsidian's 5 generals, Thanos hates failure the most. This kind of loss of soldiers and generals, after he returns, is enough for Thanos to take his skin off. Fortunately, it is too early to talk about failure. As long as I get the time stone. I'm not a loser. General Deathblade raised his odd-shaped double-headed warblade, and rushed towards the heroes killed in the battlefield at an astonishing speed of 1 second per 100 meters. Surrounded by Doctor Strange. I'm going. I will rush again. I'm rushing. General Deathblade's speed is nothing short of unpleasant. But no matter how fast he rushes, he can go faster than space. Whenever he noticed that the scene in the corner of his eye was passing by his eyes quickly, who would have thought that the scene just seen would come back in the next moment? This is not an illusion. If he is running a 100-meter race, it is equivalent to rushing from 0 to 90 meters, and then jumping in a space before the finish line, and start all over again. Not once, not twice, but 3 times in a row. He finally realized the problem. The hateful Doctor Strange set up a space portal to return to the origin on his way forward. He rushed too fast, and he plunged into it as soon as the portal opened. As a result, he became a hamster running a wheel. Was tricked to the core. Chapter 320 Backcharge. Time, space, and fate, these 3 bugs have the same ability, and getting one of them is already very outrageous. Not to mention that Doctor Strange mainly focuses on time, and the other 2 are so proficient. Even if his physical fitness is slightly poor, these 3 moves alone are enough for him to occupy a big position in the entire Marvel world. The last general in command of the Thanos Legion is in trouble. If this is a traditional legion, it will probably collapse. Fortunately, the Vanguard guards are all martyr-like lunatics, and the Chitauri biochemical soldiers also don't know what fear is, and the situation on the scene is still maintained. It's just that no one expected that a huge undead wolf entered randomly. Ah! A distant howl raised to the sky, awakening the same distant memory of the people on Earth. For Wakanda, who are quite close to natural creatures, this sound is not unfamiliar. There are African wolves in Africa, but they are not the kind of huge wolves that appear in film and television works all the year round, such as Siberian wolves. African wolves are about 130 centimeters long and relatively small. What is this huge mountain-like monster in front of you? It is also more than 100 long, the problem unit is meters, not centimeters. When it strode forward like a merry-go-round, although its movements were already very light compared to its huge size, the giant palm that was nearly 8 meters long was printed on the ground, still giving the world a thunderous feeling. Even the heartbeat can't help but be confused. Sif, who was covered in blood, had a weird face, Fenrir. The world-destroying wolf in the legend of the Asa Protoss has now become the watchdog of the Allies. This feeling seems to be Tauren, which is always weird. The only certainty is that this demon wolf is here to help in the battle. Will of Destruction, it is huge, but the wolf Fenrir is even bigger. The 20-story-high big wheel is like a large toy in front of the magic wolf with the same shoulder height. Shoulder height is not body length. Crackling, the first batch of 10 wheels of destruction that poured into the protective shield were all crushed by Fenrir. Originally, the Asgardian army formation had been crushed by this huge war machine. I don't know how many soldiers were killed. Breaking the formation does not mean collapse. When the front formation was just arrived by the Will of Destruction, the demon wolf killed it. When it arrived, it was a trick to avoid the loss of the Asgardians to the greatest extent. The Will of Destruction turned into broken plates and fell heavily on the ground, shocking the entire battlefield. Sif had a strange feeling. She always felt that Kratos had predicted that Thanos would have this move. No matter what, the Allies are strong. They can't stretch their hips. Warriors of Asgard, follow me to kill the enemy. Sif raised the sword of the earth and led the charge. Thanos' offensive began to fall apart. Most of Thanos' subordinates have no fear at all, and there is no so-called retreat. What really leads to the collapse is the extremely exaggerated battle damage exchange ratio between the 2 sides. World Destroyer Demon Wolf Fenrir is the unstoppable pioneer. Under its huge wolf paws, the mere vanguard is nothing more than a bedbug trampled to death, Even if the Chitauri's largest laser cannon is carried, it will be swallowed by the strong breath of death as soon as it hits it. Even the halo does not sway. The Leviathan flying monster, which can be compared with Fenrir in size, is too slow and clumsy in front of Fenrir. Away. Once Fenrir gets close to within a kilometer, regardless of whether Leviathan is in the sky or on the ground, Fenrir makes an exaggerated jump, directly bites Leviathan's neck in the air, and slams him to the ground. Its size and combat power determine that unless Obsidian is close, its charge is invincible. What is this? President Ellis, who was far away in the Pentagon in America, nervously watched the live broadcast on the big screen. The black General Swanwick replied in an uncertain tone, "Mr. President, if our conjecture is correct, this should be Fenrir, the demon wolf who destroyed the world in Norse mythology. Fortunately, according to our observations, it should be on our side. Didn't you report it before?" What the president actually asked was that the Fulian and Zhenglian didn't greet them. No. I guess I'm afraid of information leaks, so let's use this as a trump card. The details of the battle that destroyed Asgard are almost unknown to the high-level officials in the United States. They only know that Asgard exploded, and Thor and others brought an army to the Earth for temporary refuge. Who knew that he brought a demon wolf, Fenrir, with him? Scary to death, okay. But now is not the time to entangle this matter. All the generals are looking at the president, waiting for his order. What are you doing in a daze? Follow the counterattack. On the ground, the Asgard Legion raised up golden banners representing pursuit, and they threw themselves into the countercharge after a while. With Fenrir and Asgardians taking the lead, the Wakandas on the two wings and the mechanized troops of the coalition also followed. Looking down from the spy satellites over the entire battlefield, one can clearly see that the battlefield, which is more than 10 kilometers in length and width, has begun to show signs of one-sidedness. The air force of the Chitauri was finally defeated, because the coalition planes needed to take off from the air force bases of the countries surrounding Wakanda, gather to form an air queue, and then fly over. Of course, the Chitauri Air Force was showered with massive surface-to-air missiles before the fighter planes arrived. Thousands of white missiles streaked across the sky, like a wall rising in mid-air, sweeping towards it like a hurricane passing by. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the densely packed Chitauri airships fell down in the sky, and the remaining airships had to face countless hurricanes in human history. An encirclement and suppression brigade composed of over 1,000 different fighter planes. It was in such a general environment that General Deathblade ushered in his own end. As the leader of the 5 generals of Obsidian, his death method is not as useless as in the movie. He picked up his weapon for vision, and it was done with a mediocre backstab. As the fiercest one of Thanos' subordinates, his body has the characteristic of indestructibility. Wonder Woman and Penthesilea cut or stabbed the magic soldier more than once, pierced his heart, and cut off his neck, but this guy is like the legendary slime monster or undead. There is no such thing as a vital point at all. Rao is Achilles and Hector. The two magic weapons are amazingly destructive, constantly destroying the body tissues of General Deathblade, and you can still see the missing limbs or biological tissues of this guy with the naked eye. Visible speed is recovering. Ow! This time, it was the Hulk who was ruthless, and rushed forward to carry General Deathblade's blow that almost pierced his arm, tearing General Deathblade's body in half on the spot. Wow! The absolute cruelty index of the scene exploded. Chapter 321 Bad Guest. The blue blood poured out, and even the blue viscera flew out. Who knew that after a while, this guy's body actually melted, and then reassembled into a brand new Deathblade general? Ha 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 ha! I am immortal. His wanton laughter seemed to be witnessing the failure of the Earth heroes who besieged him. No. No. He must have some weakness. Otherwise, he would have dared to face Odin back then. Diana said with a frown. This is the truth. If General Deathblade is so stubborn, Can Thanos still be his boss? Thanos still needs to be afraid of Odin back then? At this moment, Doctor Strange discovered the point. Wait. When he was resurrected, the energy fluctuations on his strange weapon were abnormal. Never underestimate the intelligence of a true hero. If you underestimate the enemy's IQ, you are making fun of your own life. Which hero who can become famous didn't come out of the dead? Doctor Strange, who can forcibly repel the father-level boss Dormammu, has the strongest IQ among heroes. He did as soon as he thought of it, and let General Deathblade break up on the spot. Well, physically. General Deathblade uttered an incomparably shrill scream for the first time after he opened up. Not out of pain, but out of fear. His strange-shaped weapon like a double-ended spear was held tightly by the Hulk, and stood upright. No matter how his body called, he couldn't fly back to him. His deity was firmly blocked by Captain America, the Shield Man, and he could only watch the two Amazon women show their masculinity. Drink. Ho. Stepping forward, the earth shook. Golden light suddenly appeared, double-edged attack. Two bright golden rays of light turned into two standard circular arcs, one left and one right, one up and one down, and finally hit the handle of the strange-shaped weapon of General Deathblade with incomparable precision. Hulk only felt the strange-shaped spear in his hand suddenly tremble slightly, and a thin crack spread out on the gun body, and then the crack cracked and turned into a net, and finally turned into a sound that broke the heart of General Deathblade. Heartbreak can be an adjective or a physical one. A moment ago, General Deathblade, who couldn't be killed no matter how hard he killed, suddenly froze, and the next second his whole body was cracked, and his face that looked like a goblin was instantly covered in blood and flesh, which was horrible. Within a few breaths, his whole body melted. The last of the 5 Obsidian Generals, General Deathblade, Pawn. Victory. Kill Thanos henchman. Thousands of miles away, Ange saw Wonder Woman excitedly holding up her scimitar through the soul connection, and was suddenly so afraid that she would suddenly shout enemy shame, go take off his clothes. Cough. Far away. Penthesilea holds the divine weapon Hector in her hand. This blade is not the same as the divine weapon held in her hands more than 2,000 years ago, but the scene of riding a chariot on the battlefield is no different. She excitedly waving his war blade, he took his good niece and mercilessly entered the army of Thanos. The defeat of General Deathblade is tantamount to declaring the complete failure of Thanos' Legion's plan to grab the Time Stone first. Not only did you not kill Doctor Strange and the Infinity Stones, but you also lost your strongest dog legs in one go. You are lying if you say that Thanos is not angry. Brother Thanos only held a fist the size of a casserole, and the Chitauri leader not far from him trembled. This brother leader is not a biochemical soldier who just dies. He has only one body, and he is dead when he dies. Continue to increase the offensive. Originally, the Chitauri leader wanted to argue something, but he suddenly realized Thanos' choice. Fighting, it is definitely impossible to win. Continue to invest a large number of miscellaneous soldiers, but can greatly entangle those powerful enemies, preventing these powerful Earth heroes from joining forces with Thanos' real target Kratos. Yes. The Chitauri leader bowed deeply to Thanos, then he stepped back and shouted at his subordinates, "What are you waiting for? The whole army is attacking." The Chitauri commanders all pressed their palms to their chests, and the flames of excitement in their eye sockets were blazing. These dark nobles in the universe lowered their heads like a tide, rippling from front to back like a water wave. The defeat of the 5 generals of Obsidian did not frighten them. On the contrary, it was actually a great opportunity for them to rise to the top. As long as Thanos survives, they don't care how many so-called companions and allies die in battle. The Chitauri generals understood, turned around one after another, opened their mouths full of fangs, waved their palms with thick finger bones and roared at their subordinates. Let more Leviathans enter the arena, and tell them that even the unmodified space sharks can still be used. For the great cause of Lord Thanos, attack with all your strength. Long live Thanos dash. The voice of the order echoes one after another in the communication channel of the entire Chitauri mothership. This sudden increase in communication density made the legs of the heads of countries on the earth tremble. At this moment, they were extremely grateful that the silly bird king of Wakanda led the troops to withstand the first blow of the Thanos Legion, and Kratos cooperated very well in setting the decisive battle in the desert of Nevada, and asked the White House to help the evacuation of the people was completed ahead of schedule. At the same time, in the palace of the god of war in the Nevada desert, Ang waved his hand, and said to Helen a little nonsensically, "Wash it clean." The number one beauty in Greece at that time blushed, and her voice became lower, "Then I wish my lord the victory." She swayed with a moving figure that no man dared to look at, stepped through the portal, and returned to Angie's villa on the outlying island of Gotham City. After the portal was closed, Ange stood up. Without saying anything, everyone followed him to the gate of the temple, followed his gaze, and looked into the distance. The hot wind is like a thread, passing through this barren desert that will soon become a battlefield. The gravel slid across the yellow-reddish ground like smoke, causing the cluster of red plumes on Anger's helmet under his left arm to swing in one direction. Ange suddenly reached out his hand, held it down like stroking the hair of a kitten or puppy, and stroked it a few times. At this moment, a thin line first appeared on the horizon of the desert, and then it turned into a large cluster of parallel red lines, which became extremely eye-catching in the blue sky. This kind of meteor shower-like momentum can be seen at a glance as a large-scale airborne drop of the Thanos Legion. Facing the coming thousands of troops, Ange still stands like a straight spear, standing at the highest point of the temple steps, facing all of this. The sky began to vibrate, and the shock waves from the sky kept swaying, and even the small stone flakes on the ground around the temple began to move across the desert land. Hoo! Uninvited is an evil guest. Since it is an evil guest, then let your life be spared. Chapter 322 The main bombardment of himself? Some people may ask, why did Thanos not choose to retreat when he knew the situation was unfavorable, but continued to face it? The actual situation is, climbing to the top requires a lot of luck. A chance to climb to the top may require thousands or even tens of thousands of preparations. What kind of talented people come out from generation to generation, what kind of heroes come out of troubled times? These are all things that happen when a nation and a race have great luck. Compared to the prosperity of the country and the smooth reproduction of the race, it is more common in the universe that the king of a country is getting worse from generation to generation. Let alone a hero, it is difficult to produce a conservative king. When the country is ruled by some businessman actor, that country ends. In the eyes of Thanos, Thor is not qualified to inherit Odin's mantle. The new supreme mage Doctor Strange is also immature than the ancient master. Kratos, who has 3 infinite gems, is just an unknown in the universe. New God. If he misses this opportunity, let alone whether Darkseid comes to steal the peach, even if Darkseid fails to steal the chicken, Thanos will probably have to wait tens of thousands of years. No way, the guys from the Asa Protoss and the Olympus Protoss are too long-lived. When Thor and Kratos are fully grown, there will be no such thing as Thanos. The status quo is that either he steps on these new opponents who are not strong enough to reach the top, or he should stop being a tyrant and just retreat to a corner of the universe and be a grandson. The attack of the troops directly under Thanos is much more aggressive than that of the partial division. It was also airborne from the universe. General Deathblade didn't bother to clean up the satellites of the Earthlings, but Thanos' side was not the same. A large number of aerospace troops attacked, and hundreds of spaceships blew by all the satellites over the entire America. Beat down. The satellite fragments across the sky can be seen everywhere in the entire land of the United States. The stern air defense siren resounded all over the United States. Big cities attacked by aliens. Even if the governments of various countries issued evacuation warnings early, people's hearts are like this: there is always a chance. What if the aliens do not attack the city where I am? The perfect supporting facilities in big cities, as well as high income and other benefits, make it difficult to give up. When things came to an end, they cursed again. All of this has nothing to do with Ang. The sky over the Nevada desert turned red, let alone radio signals, and even the wired telephones that had been deployed in advance were only left with noise. Just like when generals had invaded the Earth, he could connect to all the communication tools on the Earth and issue his own declaration of destruction. The Thanos Legion also has the technology to interfere with all high-tech communication methods of people on Earth. Ang glanced at Tony beside him, and found that Tony uttered a series of words beginning with F. Tony, are you okay? Iron Man is designed to resist electronic warfare jamming, but I need to reprogram some parts. Not urgent. In terms of time difference, Africa is 7 hours faster than the United States. When the light in the sky on the Wakanda side is gradually dimming, the sun on the Nevada desert side is still burning high in the sky. Suddenly, a thin blue line reflected in Dechao's eyes. Everyone is stunned. Tony, who was cursing just now, subconsciously stopped. The blue line descended from the top of the big cloud and ran through the clear sky. Even the brilliance of the sun could not conceal this dazzling light. The cloud seemed to slowly rotate around the light beam to form a vortex, but in fact the blue line is too domineering. It directly swayed through the clouds and descended vertically towards the Temple of War in the middle of the Nevada desert, blasting straight at where Anger and the others were. Dechao became anxious all of a sudden. He took a deep breath, and prepared to take off like a rocket, flying into the sky to intercept the blow. No rush. Let me show you something. Synchronized with the words was Angie's hand, his generous right palm resting on Dechao's shoulder, and Dechao had a feeling that he couldn't break free for a while. You. Dechao suddenly widened his eyes to the extreme. Compared to Angie's stopping him, he was more amazed by Angie's strength. Pure power confrontation, no tricks. Those who lack strength don't even need to press and hold down the superstar who is about to take off. When Dechao flies up at supersonic speed, if he can be a kite and not be thrown by him, he is considered a first-class hero in the world. The peace-loving Dechao has never competed with Aang, nor has he thought of competing. In Justice League, he tried to compete with the Flash once. Whether a hero is strong or weak, it is often difficult to have a public opinion. Standing at the apex of the heroes of the earth, Dechao has the qualifications to overlook all other heroes. Fighting side by side in the past, Dechao asked himself to know the strength of Aang, Kratos. Although Aang is very strong, Dechao knows very well that there is still a distance between Aang and his all-round attributes. How long has it been? Angie's strength value has soared to this point? While Dechao was surprised, he was also a little happy. If this is the case, whether it is Thanos or Darkseid coming, he will be more confident. In front of Dechao and other heroes, Aang raised his left hand, showing the plus version of the Infinity Gauntlet made by two top engineering men on Earth. Different from the Tony version of the glove in history, the color of this glove is a typical Batman exclusive black and gray color, but the shape is closer to Iron Man. Tony had a good conversation with Bruce about the shape of the Infinity Gauntlet. Aang is my buddy, I understand his taste. I am his father. Bat Daddy violently killed Tony this time. So, at this moment, under Tony's slightly sad gaze, Aang snapped his fingers a little. Just when the cluster of blue lines straddled the sky at an extremely fast speed, like an upside-down galaxy, emitting a deadly light, the light cannon suddenly disappeared. Originally, seeing the main cannon of the Chitauri mothership bombing the enemy's head, Thanos couldn't help but smile. Unfortunately, the smile doesn't necessarily disappear. Sometimes, it just transfers to the corner of the enemy's mouth. Is this scene scientific? This science? It's not scientific either. The light cannon that can easily evaporate a city of people on Earth passed through the outer layer of the Earth's atmosphere in good condition. In the portal. This time, the other party used Space Gem to perfectly interpret what it means to say space is not necessarily continuous. Chief Chidori saw with his own eyes that the light cannon disappeared from under his nose, and then bombarded the chrysanthemum of his own mothership. Boom. Exaggerated loud noise. If it is necessary to anthropomorphize the Chidori mothership, then the explosion that shook the exaggerated mothership dozens of kilometers long is a tragic scream. Chapter 323 The Greatest Disaster in the World. If viewed from the direction of the sun, this mothership, which is generally in the shape of an I shape, has a movement similar to bowing the limbs. In fact, this is not some limb contraction, it is simply that the damage of this blow is too outrageous, destroying the main structure of the mothership on the spot. However, the huge hull still has not been completely detonated. During World War II, people on Earth have used a large number of designs such as compartments and lightning protection compartments to prevent ships from sinking after being hit by a torpedo. A similar design also exists on the Chidori mothership, which makes this exaggerated giant ship still not completely destroyed. Relying on the Chidori's damage control ability, it is not very difficult to keep this mothership. However, there is a trick on the opposite side. The great Ivan gifted by Mazi's friendship is placed in the basement of the Temple of War. The mothership of the Chidori has entered the Earth's synchronous orbit and is perceived in the space predetermined by Anj. It was easily transported by space to the largest airport of the mothership. Last time the Chidori mothership blew Tony up with a big mushroom. The Chidori learned his lesson this time. Even if he fired the main gun, he would leave the protective shields in the rest of the positions open. Anj just wants to say, Your Excellency's move to open the shield is indeed very clever, but I sent the mushroom eggs directly to your cabin. What should you do? Don't you just continue to get into the soul? In addition to the self-mutilation of the front main gun, the Chidori mothership has received the most terrifying two-point attack. It is true that space cannot transmit sound, but when the Chidori mothership stared at by so many astronomical telescopes suddenly expanded and burst into shocking flames, each spectator made up a loud noise in his brain. Continuous flashes of light spread along the I-shaped hull to every corner of the mothership. Countless sundries and biological tissues were sprayed out from the hatches of the mothership along with the flames. A space shark-modified Leviathan, piloted by a Chidori, was trying to escape the horrific death through the hatch, but was caught up by the flash of the explosion. The high-purity energy poured in from the tail fin made the entire Leviathan inflate like an inflated balloon, and then the whole thing exploded, and blood and flesh flew all over the place, and then more and more biochemical debris mixed with metal fragments, turned into a jet, and exploded in the air. Diffuse in geosynchronous orbit. This is simply a replica of the Battle of New York, but this time the mothership is bigger and the fireworks are bigger. At this moment, at least 6 billion people around the world watched directly or through television and other means that this huge ship, which was comparable in size to an international metropolis, exploded completely, turning into dust all over the sky, and then it turned into a meteor shower and broke into the Earth's atmosphere. If this is a relatively conventional battle, there is no doubt that the two sides have already decided the winner at this time. But at this moment, it is undoubtedly revealed that super-strong individuals exclusively enjoy all the advantages of loyalty in the organization. Master Thanos has already started airborne. Everyone keep up. Kill. Except for the troops that attacked Wakanda, most of the remaining combat power of the Thanos Legion has been wiped out with the mothership. Even so, the morale of the Chidori and the Vanguard did not drop in the slightest. This is the scariest place. Anj quickly glanced at the system. On the one hand, he was surprised that Thanos had such a deep family background, and on the other hand, he was grateful. Gosh! The Thanos actually brought 10 million Chitauri biochemical soldiers here? Such an astonishing number of biochemical soldiers are frozen in coffin-sized freezers like building blocks. Once activated, they can go into battle within a few minutes. Not to mention 10 million biochemical soldiers who are alive and kicking and can run around by pulling the outer walls of skyscrapers. Even if 10 million pigs stretch their necks for you to slaughter, they can exhaust most of the heroes of the earth to death. Ange was slightly taken aback, then smiled. With this bombing, Thanos can keep 5% of the remaining soldiers, and it will be considered a joke. In fact, not even 5%, except for the troops sent to the frigate in the early stage. 99% of the main force of the Thanos Legion was turned into cosmic waste in the Big Bang. The rest followed Thanos in the landing craft and began to break through the atmosphere. At this moment, 3 flying aircraft carriers appeared in the sky out of thin air. They were obviously snatched by Hydra and SHIELD had to destroy inside carrier. It's just that their owner is no longer the American government, but a war machine that belongs exclusively to Aang. The triple-mounted cannon on the air carrier roared at the falling meteor in the sky, and countless intertwined spirals of destruction were drawn out in mid-air. These war weapons, which combined modern technology and the divine power of ancient times, easily smashed the energy shield of the landing ship. Suddenly, the entire sky turned into a grand fireworks display. Tony couldn't help complaining when he saw this scene. War power is really a bug. And shrugged, Thanos wants to use war against me. D'Chao could not help but smile when he heard that. What does it mean to hit the muzzle? This is because Thanos' knowledge of the strong on Earth comes from Loki in the Avengers 1 period. The last information Loki sent back was that a hunk named Kratos beat him up. At that time, Kratos' anger was only at the level of cleaning up Leviathan. Due to the existence of Odin, Thanos did not dare to send spies too carefully, which led to Thanos having huge intelligence in this life. Error. For these enemies based on the existence of the divine power of war, the Thanos side is really unprepared. A large group of landing craft managed to break through the sniper attack of the inside aircraft carrier, and a large group of magically modified Ultron robots rushed out from every corner of the desert, soaring into the sky, facing the Chitauri flying motorcycle troops in the air. This time, the Steel Legion is really an army to protect the Earth, just as Tony thought. After the joint modification of Tony, Bat Daddy, and Bruce Banner, this legion gave the Chitauri a blow as soon as they came out. The high-speed flight passed by the Chitauri's motorboat. The speed was so fast that the dynamic vision of the Chitauri's eyeballs could not keep up. The biochemical soldier found that his target had disappeared suddenly. He didn't even realize that a hole had been opened in his chest by the laser gun. Although the motorboat continued to move forward under the influence of inertia, the biochemical soldier lost his life after flying a certain distance. Then it fell to the ground like a dumpling. In mid-air, the fierce confrontation resembled the horseback charge between ancient knights. Fast and brutal. The Chitauri finally approached the ground, and what awaited them was the army of heroic spirits pouring out of the temple. However, the commotion around did not affect a burly purple sweet potato essence descending from the sky at all. Boom! The ground is cracked. Mountains and rivers are broken. He no longer took a transport plane from 1,000-meter altitude, but directly jumped out of the cabin door, fell freely to the ground, and smashed a wasteland the size of a football field to pieces. Obviously, this is already an imposing appearance. Ange, who was standing at the top of the temple steps, had an absurd feeling this Thanos actually gave him the feeling of a martyr. Suddenly feeling emotional, Nge said, "Thanos, your persistence is the greatest disaster in the world." Chapter 324 Wind. Wind. Gale. Destroy half of the creatures in the universe and let all resources be redistributed. It is not easy to think of such an exaggerated idea, let alone Thanos' plans to put it into action. Even according to the social Darwinian theory of survival of the fittest, or the so-called dark forest theory, Thanos is not so outrageous. Killing half of life without distinction, regardless of whether it will destroy some ecological chains. Ange couldn't stand the emotion alone. He thinks that he is not that great, and he can accept half of the people around him for the prosperity of the whole universe. People are like this. If they are at the bottom, they will be eager to kill the existence of the upper class so that their class can jump. If you have a lot of money, or you want to keep the status quo or go further. Besides, Thanos' actions in this way, although it seems fair to redistribute the resources of the universe, will actually lead to greater chaos, such as the sudden snapping of a key figure in a race or a country. Then for the sake of power, it is normal to set off a rebellion. No matter how bad order is, it is better than chaos and disorder. Once the world becomes chaotic, not one or two people will die. It's like Asgard, which ruled the 9 countries before, rushed to the street. When the 9 kingdoms lost the control of the Asa Protoss, it sounds like the 9 kingdoms have gained precious freedom, right? In fact, wars broke out in a large number of places in the 9 kingdoms, and all ethnic groups, or within each ethnic group, fought their brains. This fully proves that with the snap of Thanos' fingers, more than half of the living beings will definitely die. Of course, as a great humanist, if half of the races other than humans were wiped out by snapping their fingers, Angbao might not join the enemy. Anyway, Aang felt admiration from the bottom of his heart when he saw Thanos' approach of killing him despite knowing that it was extremely risky. At this moment, Thanos and Aang looked at each other from afar. No one did it immediately. Thanos' purple potato-like face unexpectedly showed surprise. Oh? You actually know why I came here. Raising the steel bat version Infinity Gauntlet on his left hand, Aang smiled softly. So what? You have your reasons, and I have mine. One of us will fall down eventually. Thanos was silent for 2 seconds, and suddenly said, Your arrangement is wonderful, I don't know how you did it. But before the battle, I at least want to see what my opponent looks like. Ken. In front of outsiders, Nge took off Master Kuei's fierce and expressive hood for the first time, revealing a handsome face that was too young. At this moment, there are no spy satellites in the sky, and there are no outsiders around who can take pictures of Aang's true face. Taking off the hood in front of Thanos is just a sign of respect. Obviously the next step is to fight to the death, but this sense of ritual makes Da Chao and the others feel a subtle sense of humanity. I have run out of words, and the only thing left is to fight to the death. Wind, from the sky above. Throughout the ages, bards walking on the earth will never sing like this. The enemy comes with the wind and the wind. The enemy did just that. Continuous flashes of light appeared above the atmosphere, which were spaceships of the battleship level. The size is not as exaggerated as the Chitauri mothership, which is about 1 to 5 kilometers long, but that is not an interstellar force that Earthlings can resist. These space fleets are not designed to directly land into the atmosphere, which does not prevent them from releasing hundreds of thousands of landing troops ranging from Chitauri motorcycle airships to Leviathan behemoths. This number of troops descended from the sky, making people wonder how exaggerated it would be if Thanos pulled all his men to Earth. Others don't know. Da Chao and the others only felt that the entire Nevada desert was filled with the hum of aircraft crashing down. A lot of Chitauri. Peter, who was always used to making a fuss, exclaimed loudly. Thanos dispatched an army of foul numbers, and the sky was full of long, intersecting aircraft trajectories. There are so many of them, even if Da Chao kills them at will, Da Chao will probably have a toothache. At this moment, Aang raised his left hand. I said there must be wind. He snapped his fingers lightly. Snapped. The clear sky suddenly changed color. It is no longer azure, nor is it the dark clouds that are about to torrential rain, but a very eerie red. Hoo. Hoo hoo. Hoo 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 hoo. Without any warning, a magnitude 12 tornado suddenly blew up in the sky. The violent storm knocked out the largest number of Chitauri motorboats in the airborne army. It is like a huge flushing toilet, sweeping away the small units in the entire battlefield sky in an instant. A mere flying motorboat can't resist this level of wind at all. It's true that the Chitauri biochemical soldiers can fly over walls, but they can't fly. Where the strong wind passed, the small landing craft and flying motorboats in the sky fell like raindrops. Only medium-sized landing craft with a body length of more than 20 meters can tremblingly resist the strong wind with the powerful power of the engine. Thanos looked at Aang with surprise in his eyes. In Thanos' view, the space gem is the strongest transmission tool. Its power can tear through all space barriers, and travel across space to any place in the world. The enemy's use of space gem undoubtedly exceeded his imagination. It turns out that space can also be defined. What Aang did was to strengthen his domain with space gems. Let this piece of sky, which is his home field, add some power that he couldn't inject a lot before, such as wind element. Watching hundreds of thousands of Chitauri biochemical soldiers smashed into meat paste like this, Aang felt a wonderful pleasure of using Hearthstone's recognized garbage skill card Scream to suddenly liquidate all the 1F minions on the opposite side. In the field of view of the exclusive system that no one knew about, Aang clearly saw that his war god power suddenly rose by a large amount. The clear ones are miscellaneous soldiers, but the real elite can still come down. Everyone raised their head subconsciously, watching the huge shadows break through the shackles of the strong wind and descend to a low altitude of 300 meters from the ground. Leviathan, old friend. The strong wind had no effect on these giant biochemical beasts. Huge scars cut by the wind blades could be seen randomly all over their bodies, which was shocking. Not only them, landing craft with wounds all over the hull finally landed on the desert. Countless vanguards poured out from the hatches and swept towards the Temple of War in the middle of the desert from all directions. Thanos did not expect that countless shadows suddenly appeared around the temple. It took less than a second for them to transform from vague shadows into entities. The faces of these warriors in golden armor are blurred, only their armor is clearly visible. The edges of the helmet and armor are engraved with delicate and mysterious spells representing the god of war, making them appear mysterious and proud. Perhaps, many of them were Aang's enemies. Perhaps, they once had honorable identities. But they who are standing here at this moment represent a noun God's chosen warrior. Chapter 325 Gems vs Gems, Part 1. They raised their spears high, waved their swords, and shouted in unison. Wind! Wind! Windy! The victory cries that should have belonged to the old Qin people of the Celestial Dynasty resounded through the sky. Hee, this is just a little fun of a certain traveler. I've become a god, so I'm not allowed to have my own hobbies. It's just that, at this time, Thanos laughed. He raised his left hand to Aang from a distance, and on the slightly empty infinity gauntlet, the orange soul gem suddenly lit up. The heroic spirits under your command are great, but they belong to me. Circles of strange halos bloomed from the golden gloves, ignoring the brilliance around the temple, and touched the heroic spirits who just cheered for Aang with the power of another dimension. At the moment when this force intersected with the heroic spirits, the orange energy group was like a huge net, covering the tens of thousands of heroic spirits. As soon as this light net passed by, it tore all the heroic spirits apart. De Chao and the others were extremely surprised to see that the heroic spirits who were extremely domineering a moment ago not only could not maintain their own forms, but even turned into countless fragments of souls, like stars merged into the Milky Way, and merged into the star in Thanos' hand in the blink of an eye. Among the gems, Tony exclaimed, Soul Gem. Known. This gem is capable of stealing, manipulating, modifying, or creating souls, and can even seal many things within the gem. Aang showed his family background in God's domain, but instead made these souls the prey of Thanos. How could he be so careless? No. The power of the soul gem is so terrifying, isn't it possible that the souls of all heroes on Earth will suffer? When Tony and the others were shocked, they suddenly saw Ange applauding. Beautiful. Really beautiful. But, if the soul I inhaled for you is fake, how will you deal with it? This time, it was the turn of Purple Sweet Potato Jing opposite her to change her face. He did inhale a lot of things with the soul gem just now, but unfortunately, the real soul contained in it is only 3 or 2 kittens. So what's the rest? The answer is naturally a false soul created with reality gem, well, in a special way. In Anger's imagination, he hid the planets created by computer random algorithms among those false souls. Thanos put his perception into the soul gem at this time, and he was cheated on the spot. In perception, there is a majestic aura spreading out in the soul world. Relying on the power of the soul gem, new and weird worlds begin to extend infinitely in all directions within the soul gem. A small world of more than 1 trillion. This thing is like the famous random algorithm star exploration game No Man's Sky. The generated monsters and resources are just random and have no real meaning. The sole purpose of these countless worlds is to consume the power of soul gems. Because sealing these outrageous random small worlds also requires the spirit of Thanos and the power of gems. Another well-known, each of the 6 infinite gems has outrageous functions. Except for the power gem and the space gem, the other 4 gems can become black holes that swallow power when used. This is the so-called stronger the function, the greater the energy consumption. Once the game is gone, the first thing is that the user is squeezed dry by the infinite gems. Thanos has power gems in his pocket, and he definitely can't squeeze them out. Don't forget, although the power gem can provide energy for other gems, it also consumes the mental power of Thanos, and the body of Thanos is used as the carrier. Thanos couldn't continue cursing after a single word. As a veteran Heavenly Father level powerhouse, Thanos, who has been in the universe for so many years, claims to be what kind of conspiracy and tricks have I never seen before? Compared to conspiracies and tricks, Thanos prefers to use absolute power to crush the past. After all, in the face of absolute power, conspiracy and tricks are nothing but pediatrics. Didn't expect this time. Thanos became a little annoyed and angry. He was miscalculated twice in a row by an opponent he met for the first time. Unable to bear it any longer, Thanos threw a punch with his right hand and punched Nge from the air. A terrifying coercion as if the whole earth was about to collapse hit the face, and there was a loud noise like a magnitude 10 earthquake from the ground under Thanos' feet, and even the entire Nevada desert shook. The outrageous violent force mixed with screams, blasted towards Ange at the top of the stairs in the hall. To be honest, after Ange fully considered Thanos' tactics, he already had a countermeasure against Thanos' attack. However, what Chao did at this time made Ange want to vomit blood. Perhaps it was because he was afraid that Ange would not be able to withstand it, or because he felt that Thanos was too outrageous and couldn't bear it anymore. Chao suddenly accelerated to let alone Mach 5, and met Thanos' punch with the same fierceness. Light. The purple shockwave of the power gem collided violently with Chao's Kryptonian fist, and a dazzling sun-like light erupted on the spot, making people temporarily blind. After hearing a loud noise like thunder in mid-air, Chao flew back to where he came from like a shooting star. Facing the angry blow of the Heavenly Father-level boss, Chao, who was blasted on the steps of the broken temple, spat out a mouthful of blood. Even the confrontation with General Zod, Chao had never suffered such a big loss, he only felt that his internal organs seemed to have shifted their positions. However, as a fighting race, the Kryptonians are in a state of chaos in Chao's mind. He doesn't have any feelings of fear. It seems that only the determination to defend the Earth and the burning will to fight are left in the confusion. Chao rushed over for the second time, but this time, he and Thanos were shocked at the same time. Chao is on the front. The person arrived from behind. He suddenly passed through a portal, and when he realized it, he was at the back of purple sweet potato essence. To be reasonable, the strength gap between Chao and Thanos itself is not too big. It is hard to say who is stronger and who is weaker. It depends on who performs better. But after adding Power Gem and Soul Gem, Thanos becomes very buggy. Users of Power Gem can use it to master and control all power and energy, and can also copy all physical abilities to enhance the user's own attack and defense capabilities. They also have unlimited physical power, and the user will become invincible and absolutely invulnerable. This greatly reduces Chao's attack damage. But just as Chao punched past him, the purple string of power that was originally all over Thanos' body was disturbed by the power of reality. Yes, it is interference, not cutting. When the line of power dimmed one after another, the armor on Thanos' body, and even Thanos' body itself lost that layer of lavender luster, as if he had changed from a Heavenly Father level boss back to a star level 1 in an instant. First Class Master. The gap between the top masters and the first class masters is not so large. Chao's punch almost smashed Thanos' waist from behind. Chapter 326 Gems vs Gems, Part 2. In fact, at the last moment, if Thanos hadn't summoned up the power of the Power Gem for the second time, Chao's punch would have even determined the winner. Thanos, a veteran powerhouse, is quite sharp in dealing with crises. Dense purple flame patterns emerged from half of the body, and layers of energy from the mysterious Power Gem protected Thanos' back. If Earth Hero's offensive ends here, this will be another successful defense by Thanos. Thanos didn't expect that almost at the same moment when Chao's fist fell, a giant sword exuding golden light almost pulled out the sword light near his neck. Rao was at the very end. Thanos tilted his neck, and the orange light on the glove flashed, and he finally retaliated against the attacker while being hit. Crack. Poof. Soul shock. For a moment, Ange felt that he had suddenly fallen into 18 levels of hell. Countless unjust souls roared and howled in front of him, waving their shriveled and horrible claws and opening and closing their broken teeth and jaws, trying to tear out pieces of flesh and blood from his body. The cold sorrow and joy dominated Ange's auditory nerves, making him feel as if he had fallen into an abyss. But in the end, with an insanely high will, Ange woke up under the will of the system. The soul vision is collapsing in front of him. It is like the moment of the end of a dream. The whole hell becomes fragmented, the terrifying world that was originally intact suddenly turned into pieces, and finally turned into strands of black smoke, disappearing into the void. Ange is having a hard time, and it's even more difficult for Thanos, who was recruited. Thanos gave Ange more fuel, but Ange is not a good man and a faithful woman. His sword gave Dormammu a little spiritual shock. Mind Gem can read, manipulate, modify, create, and protect the spirit of life, and can also enhance the user's spiritual power and psychic ability. It can allow users to enter other people's thinking, and can also allow all dreams and thoughts to enter the user's brain. What Ange did just now was to cooperate with the Godslayer system to invade the spiritual world of Thanos. System crazy pop-up window. The host is using Soul Gem as a medium to implant Thanos' mind. Thanos needs to pass a test with a difficulty factor of 18. The test fails. Thanos' memory is being tested for the second time. Thanos needs to pass a test with a difficulty factor of 12 to ensure that his memory will not be modified. The test is passed. Ange glanced at the large list of system prompts quickly, and found that the effect was not very satisfactory. Theoretically, Soul Stone can achieve the effect of intruding and controlling other people's thinking just like Loki controlled Hawkeye back then. If the user is more advanced, he can also implant a bunch of dreams, illusions, memories, thoughts, and ideas into the target's brain. In the Mind Stone, the spiritual power of the user is enhanced, and if the spiritual power is strengthened to the level of the Heavenly Father, it can even make all existences with a mind be dominated by it. It can only be said that the extent to which infinite stones can be used depends on both the user and the level of the target. As long as the opponent is strong enough, the power of Infinity Stones will be greatly reduced in many cases. This is the case now. Thanos shocked Enji's little soul, but it only made Enj uncomfortable for a while. After all, Thanos has never been a soul master, let alone a magic stick. Lack of soul attainment, resulting in less than 10% of the power of the soul gem being exerted. Enj can rely on the will attribute he has accumulated for a long time to push through. On the other hand, on the spiritual level, the traversers are relatively more proficient. It doesn't matter if Enj doesn't know how to control the mind, the system can help, which makes the power of the soul stone roughly 3 levels. A certain traveler who is incomparably chicken thief even sent the heart fragment of Thanos' defeat in the movie to brother Thanos. Whatever you fight, you are doomed to fail. Thanos, your efforts will not bear fruit. If you snap your fingers successfully, your achievements will still be offset. Lie flat. Screw it. All kinds of spiritual induction, or spiritual curse, buzzing and buzzing in Thanos' spiritual world, making Thanos dizzy. This greatly affected his display of strength. The confrontation just happened too fast. People with poor dynamic vision can't keep up with the movements of D'Chao, Aang, and Thanos. The process can't be seen clearly, but the result can still be seen. D'Chao's punch and Enji's sword, at least let Thanos bleed on the spot, and even hit Thanos to the ground with a bang. Such a big purple potato turned into a purple cannonball, and it fell in Nevada in an instant. A shocking small rift with a depth of more than 30 meters was plowed in the desert. The poor desert seemed to make a painful sound at that moment. The family cracked first, and then because of the brittleness of the land and the severe gravel, the rift that had just appeared was because of the collapse of the land on both sides. Paw to the hole buried in the ground. Well, controlling killing and burying is a good civilization. Thanos, is he dead? Little Spider wanted to follow up bravely for a while, but before he had time, he realized that nothing seemed to happen to him. No. Probably not. Tony was extremely calm. He has never lacked courage, and at the same time, he also has the responsibility of being an elder. Saunian, kid, Thanos is not such a simple opponent. If Enj and the others have not shown signs of failure, you'd better not go there. Letting a young man under the age of 18 go to the battlefield, which made Tony feel guilty. On the scene, Thanos was buried. Because of the soul impact, D'Chao and Enj are obviously not in the right state. The result is that when Thanos punched the rock above his head and appeared in front of everyone again with a wonderful expression of anger and sorrow, no one jumped up to it immediately. D'Chao and Enj wanted to do something, but the weakness on the soul level made them instinctively want to take a break. Actually, they were a beat slower at best. The ghost thing happened. A circus breaks in. No, to be precise, it was a group of guys who looked like circus performers. They ignored the barriers of the Thanos Legion's miscellaneous soldiers and entered the center of the battlefield. Thanos! You bastard! You actually killed Gamera? I want you to die a strong man, funny, wearing a strange mask, with flying props, and holding 2 small laser pistols. He actually launched an attack on Thanos before everyone else. Tony and the others were dumbfounded. It is true that Thanos has enemies all over the universe, but who is this guy? Only the time traveler is extremely painful. Nema, those funny guys in the Guardians of the Galaxy, come sooner or later, come here to make trouble now. Chapter 327. Can I ask you to die once? As long as Thanos knows the mantra of Tian Xiao, he must give Xingji the title of Lower Man. Nema, what a disappointment. I just crawled out of the ground domineeringly blasting the crushed stones, and I am about to fight the powerful enemy Kratos and Superman for 300 rounds. You, a passerby, are holding 2 small water guns and urging me. What do you mean? Since the other party mentioned Gamera, it is probably Gamera's old lover when he was wandering outside. Thanos is bored, It's true that he loves Gamera, but it doesn't mean that he has the heart of an old father, and he wants to extend that feeling to the who once abducted his adopted daughter. Many prospective father-in-laws in America brought shotguns when they met their prospective son-in-law for the first time, let alone a hero like Thanos. In his eyes, the Star-Lord who rushed forward with the jet on his back and biu towards him was like an annoying bug. Not only Star-Lord, but other members of the Guardians of the Galaxy who were on the same boat as Star-Lord also followed suit. The robot like Nebula, the destroyer Drax with a powerful artificial body, and the female alien praying mantis who is good at psychological attacks and has 2 tentacles on her forehead rushed forward following Star-Lord surround Thanos. Because Thanos had just suffered a severe mental injury from Aang, his reaction at this moment was obviously slow. First, he received a 40-ton iron fist from Drax, and was slashed twice by Nebula. Flying down to the back of Thanos' neck, an interstellar version of C4, plasma bomb, was placed. Boom. Boom. The first sound is Star-Lord's dubbing, and the second sound is the sound of an explosion. When the explosion happened, the smoke and dust swayed for tens of meters, it really looked like that. Especially when Xingju flew away, he raised his hands high in an internationally accepted gesture, 2 middle fingers. Looks like he's the brightest cub in the game. Little Peter saw anger, who was grinning with pain in his face. Mr. Wayne, can these guys do it? A little unaccustomed to being called the surname of this life, Ange reluctantly nodded, and said embarrassingly, don't be ridiculous, Thanos with the power gem has a physical strength that surpasses Clark, so he will die with this strength? Who is this fooling? Xingju, this little firecracker, doesn't even deserve the law of smoke without injury. However, Xingju happily gave his companions a high five to celebrate, and even started to dance awkwardly. Tony's forehead, this Nima is too embarrassing for the people of the earth. Tony is a good person after all, and he said to Ange, why not? Let's cover them. Ange said speechlessly, it's hard to persuade a ghost to die. But don't worry. Ange waved his hand, time is on our side. How smart Tony, who wanted to persuade him again, understood the meaning of these words on the spot. If not, Xingju over there uses himself as a negative teaching material to demonstrate what it means to not die. Thanos, who barely recovered from the psychic shock, made a move. Boom. The sad earth did not know who had offended, and it split open again. When ordinary people see Thanos's burly body, they always subconsciously feel that Thanos' movements are very slow, and his jumping ability is probably at the level of a soda can from the ground. This time, Thanos used his own demonstration to tell everyone that you are all wrong. There is a thing in the world called leader brick fly. As long as the thrust is enough, not to mention Thanos who may weigh a ton, even the church can be made into a space battleship for you to fly into the sky. Xingju, who was still dancing with his hips 1 second ago, suffered retribution the next second. It's not that he didn't dodge, he did activate the jetpack, and he flew up. Individual flying backpack, even if it is the cosmic version, is like a jumping grasshopper in front of the real strong, which is extremely ridiculous. Thanos's burly body stepped on the air, and driven by the ultimate force, the airflow ejected from his foot actually distorted the air under his feet. This move is very similar to Moon Step in One Piece. Then, Xingju, the autumn grasshopper, couldn't move on the spot. Bastard. The man's waist is not much thinner, but Xingju's waist, which can be called a bare waist, is grasped by Thanos' right hand with one hand. This action seems to be scolding Xingju for being a small dog. Queel. Drax the Destroyer rushed over to try to save Star-Lord. At this time Thanos seemed to be slowly stretching out his left middle finger. Well, there's nothing impolite about that. Because it's a snap of the fingers. Like wiping a dirty and conspicuous dust off his body, Thanos flicked it, and Drax's head flew away. It is also a strong player. If the strength is not as good as a human being, then it will be impossible to break the move. The majestic destroyer was actually shot to death with a single finger. This tragedy is really indescribable. Drax. Mantis also rushed over, trying to suppress Thanos mentally. It's just how terrifying is Thanos' mind in a state of rage? Under the circumstances that Eng couldn't completely control it with the mind gem, Mantis's mind attack was more like a drop in the bucket, completely useless. Another finger, the lower body of the Mantis is gone. You bastard! While Xingju was struggling non-stop, he picked up two little water guns that fired red lasers, and crazily fired at Thanos' purple sweet potato face. But still can't break the defense. A laser gun that is enough to open the minds of ordinary aliens, physics, and can't shake Thanos at all. Don't talk about skin, even the eyelids can't be pierced. Ironically, Nebula is attacking from behind Thanos non-stop at this moment. The same cannot be broken. The grief of his companion's death, coupled with the tide from his waist, made Xingju's face flush. Until then, when he saw Eng standing not far away, he realized that the enemies of Thanos had actually stopped. What are you doing? Let's go together. Xingju's mouth was bleeding, and his voice seemed to be cursing and whispering. This scene made Da Chao lower his head. Tony was silent, and the little spider almost rushed up. Only Eng strode forward. An enemy's enemy can be a friend, provided that guy is not an idiot. Very rarely, Tony saw displeasure, even hostility, in Anger's eyes. It's an exaggeration. Even in the face of Thanos, who is about to kill half of the galaxy's creatures, Eng has never shown such an expression. Why is Eng so upset with these potential allies? It was precisely because of this that Tony held the little spider with one hand to prevent him from being impulsive. Are you cursing me? Yes. The guy who didn't know his own strength and disrupted our plan. Can I ask you to die once? Eng grinned. That smile was quite cold. Huh. Thanos snorted coldly, and then squeezed hard. Thanos has never been a pedantic person. In history, he threatened Doctor Strange with Tony's life to get Time Stone. Doctor Strange had his reasons for handing it over. It can be seen that Thanos obviously doesn't mind doing such dirty work. Chapter 328 Self and Non-Self. Xingju's arrogant mouth can no longer spit out famous words. Although his body turned into a soft snake and collapsed in front of Thanos, the mouth shape of his mouth is obviously a word starting with F, but Eng doesn't care. In history, in Avengers 3, Tony and the others had the opportunity to end Thanos' great cause. Tony and Peter almost pulled the Infinity Gauntlet from Thanos' hand when Mantis temporarily suppressed Thanos' mind. Thanos without the Infinity Gauntlet is definitely not that invincible. As long as Thor returns with Storm Axe, it will be the head of Thanos with one axe. It's a pity that at that point in time it was almost the only chance to win. Since Xingju heard that Gamera was sent by Thanos to exchange for the Soul Gem, the angry Xingju gave Thanos, who was suppressed by his mind, one Dabadug. Xingju was forced to be happy for a while, but in the end, he was defeated in the Avengers League, and half of the universe was wiped out by Thanos with a snap of his fingers. Star-Lord's dead girl is certainly worthy of pity, but the problem is that this guy's extremely bad emotional control, and this level of trouble-making attributes. Eng didn't kill this guy first, which is already super face-saving. In this life, Star-Lord knew from Nebula that Gamera was probably killed by Thanos, so he let out his violent temper in advance. In a sense, it was a good thing for the Angle camp. Mr. Engwain. The little spider is also straight-tempered, and his expression is invisible through the spider hood. His voice is undoubtedly very angry. This is not appropriate. Anger glanced back coldly. If I told you, in another parallel world, it was because of Star-Lord's recklessness that the Avengers were defeated, and half of the universe died, including T'Challa, Falcon Sam, Bucky, and, what about you? Sudden surprise. Little Peter's immature mind was struck by lightning at this moment. Ange looked at the little spider with pity in his eyes. The scene of another life was replaying in Angie's mind. Mr. Tony, something is wrong with me. I don't want to go. I don't want to die. The little spider still had a childish face, telling Tony the words that made Tony feel infinitely sad, and in Tony's arms, his limbs began to turn into flying ash. At this time, Tony, who was standing next to Ange, stared at Angie's eyes. With just one look, Tony was sure that Ange was telling the truth. If little Peter really died because of him, Tony would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Tony can be very indifferent to guys he doesn't know, but Tony always hopes that every friend around him will have a good life. The balance in the minds of the couple in Fulian suddenly tipped over. Group battles can be lost, but Star-Lord must die. Nonsense. At any rate, death will make you healthier. At this time, the battle in the distance was still going on, and the Thanos Legion began to occupy an overwhelming advantage in numbers. If Ange hadn't really summoned a group of heroes from the Asgardian Death Army from a long distance to help, those the robot has long been unable to hold on. Thanos raised his mouth and said, "Are you ready? Let's start the second round." Ange made the same action, "Second round. No hurry." He turned his head and said to the air, "Is it done? Come here when you're done." Does Angie have an air friend? The answer is negative. In front of Thanos, hundreds of portals with sparks on their borders suddenly opened on the ground. One by one, the strong stepped through the portal and came here. They are soldiers who just finished fighting in Wakanda. Headed by heroes such as Doctor Strange, supplemented by the Asgardian Legion. When nearly 30,000 troops filed out from the portal, Thanos's purple potato face almost turned into a burnt black potato. He really experienced the feeling of the enemy of Asgard back then. The Asgardians did the same back then, using the Rainbow Bridge's all-star field projection capability to play airborne in any corner without scruple. Now he can't even save the time to send people off at high speed on the Rainbow Bridge. Even though Wakanda in Africa is half a world away from the beautiful Nevada, the only thing you need to do when you step over the portal is one step. Thanos. All your generals are dead. Black Panther T'Challa aggressively held Black Dwarf's big head and General Deathblade's half-blade with his sharp claws, more than 30 meters away, throw the past to Thanos. Originally, the heads of Ebony Maw or General Deathblade must have been more visually impactful, but one was thrown into outer space and it was not easy to recover, and the other directly melted. Only the Black Dwarf has a big head. That's him. There is no doubt that T'Chara's move is no problem for him. After all, Thanos' army stepped on his hometown, and he really felt sorry for his folks if he didn't do anything. Didn't you see that just after he finished this action, all the eyes of his Black Pearl guards were shining, and they almost became groupies in seconds? It's just that Anger thinks that T'Challa is a bit of a killer. Humph. Thanos suddenly stretched out his left hand towards the Black Panther, and grasped it in the air. All this happened so fast that T'Challa didn't understand what happened at all. He only felt vaguely that there seemed to be an extremely powerful force rushing fiercely towards his face like a stormy sea in an instant. Before the Black Panther could react, the terrifying coercion that surged like the entire Dead Sea suddenly disappeared, and even the smell of stench and destruction disappeared. Next breath. Boom. In the far right of everyone's vision, a 100-meter high hill about 3 kilometers away from here collapsed for no reason. These days, with alien spaceships running all over the world, it is not uncommon to have a laser cannon as a terraformer. The frightening thing is that the reddish-brown stone mountain is like playing with clay. The whole mountain shrinks unscientifically towards the middle, and tens of thousands of tons of earth and rocks become an olive shape in the blink of an eye. In this shape, there are huge fingerprints clear. Can see. Hiss. Black Panther gasped. It wasn't until then that he realized that he had just filled the cup and had already walked around the gate of in a daze. Because of a slight sense of the elements, the panther finally discovered that it was Eng who also raised his left hand and exuded mysterious and powerful energy fluctuations from the glove who saved him. Thank you. T'Challa trembled. No thanks, you are on your own anyway. Nge replied lightly. The Black Panther is barely counted as the Avengers, and it righteously uses Wakanda as a battlefield. Based on this alone, Eng couldn't let the Black Panther be given away like a fake Star-Lord. Eng walked over slowly, came between the Panther and Thanos, and thrust his big sword into the ground. Thanos. Your opponent is me. Snored. But before that, can I trouble Doctor Strange to turn back the time of those bastards? Eng pointed at Star-Lord and the others who were starting to cool down. Doctor Strange rolled his eyes. Chapter 329 Time is playing rogue. Time is not used like this. Doctor Strange complained to Eng. Since time has given only two possibilities, why not? Anger's words are also charades. The Doctor understands, Eng knows that the Doctor understands, and the Doctor knows that Eng understands. It sounds convoluted, but compared to the possibility that he almost lost himself, it seems that Anger's new possibility is better. Doctor Strange follows. As a magic stick, when you cast the power of Agamotto's eye, the handprints and spells are pleasing to the eye no matter how you look at them. Only Thanos on the opposite side had a bitter face. He watched Doctor Strange use Time Gem, but he couldn't stop it. After all, Eng just used the power of space to transfer the power of his power gem. Thanos still doesn't know that in history, he held up his glove, and with a push, he crushed an asteroid with a diameter of at least 10 kilometers away, dozens of kilometers away on the spot, and then controlled it with the power of the space gem, and smashed it out the most man-made meteor shower in history. In that scene, Thanos' forceful frame was directly full. Now, he can certainly crush the asteroid with the power gem, but the two gems space and time are opposite. What's even more murderous is that the other party is obviously telling him with actions time stone is used in this way. No matter what the other party wants to do, just give the other party what they want and it's over. Huh. Thanos snorted angrily, striding forward. This time the fist he swung out from the air was no longer purely the energy of the purple power gem, but also the orange soul power. The combined power of the two gemstones is terrifying. A giant tornado with a diameter of 100 meters is formed in an instant, and it will be photographed on the faces of Eng and Doctor Strange in the blink of an eye. To be honest, the Doctor was a little flustered. Only a little, really not much. Hi. Isn't it just death, and it's not every death. The number of times of death in the hands of Dormammu was less than 4 digits. The only concern is whether the Infinity Stones will have power interference with each other. Now it seems that there is, but it will not interfere completely. In front of Doctor Strange, Eng raised his left hand from a distance, and on the grey and black fake Infinity Gloves, the blue space and yellow mind also turned into a cone-shaped tornado, and greeted them from a distance. Strength is offset by space. You attack my soul, I toss your mentality. Come. Hurt each other. The next moment, Thanos and Eng snorted at the same time, and took 3 steps backwards. Thanos suddenly bent forward in frustration, and lowered his proud head. Gamera. Gamera. I'm sorry for my father. I actually love you very much. Can you forgive Papa? Surprise. The famous Thanos of the universe is actually a daughter-in-law. Eng suddenly forged a whip with divine power, and whipped something in the air. As long as you have the courage, Sadako will be on maternity leave. I really have never lived a ghost. Tell me. Whose name is Sadako? Surprise. Anger, the world famous of war, won't let go of even ghosts. A grand social death came so abruptly that the two sides suddenly had a wonderful feeling of not knowing what to say. Well, great beings have quirky weaknesses. Dachao finally made a move. Although Anj secretly asked him to take advantage of Thanos's disease in the soul circuit just now to kill Thanos, but Dachao was too upright, so he hesitated for a while, but the Wonder Woman next door to Dachao no more nonsense. Diana gouged out someone's eyes and rushed over like lightning. Who would have expected Thanos to see Diana killing him, and murmured with dazed eyes, "Gamera, have you returned from hell? Wait a minute, I don't mind your revenge. As long as my long-cherished wish has been fulfilled." Thanos. Diana, who had known for a long time that Gamera was a green-skinned female orc, felt a sense of anger, and the force of the sword was even fiercer. Bow. It must be admitted that the combat power of Thanos is absolutely unmatched in the world. At the moment when the Excalibur Hector slashed his neck, Thanos woke up again and twisted his neck at the last moment. Even though one of his main arteries was still severed by the Excalibur, he escaped the fate of being decapitated on the spot, and Yu kicked Diana away in turn. It's just that Dachao's Kryptonian fist made Thanos feel less comfortable. With a loud bang, Thanos was blasted half a kilometer away, hit a rocky mountain, and was embedded in the mountain, let alone nearly 100 meters. Turned into an ordinary existence, the neck artery was cut off, and he was hit by a 1,000-ton Kryptonian punch, so he died long ago and couldn't die anymore. However, Power Gem made Thanos' physical strength reach an unbelievable level for a mortal. Not only did he not die, but at the last moment, he pulled out his backhand and conjured up his double blades of Tyrant, giving Dachao a ruthless blow to the chest. Cough. Dachao at this time is a super Kryptonian body that has not been weakened by kryptonite. He was stunned by Thanos' exaggerated sword and severely cut a deep rib wound. Originally, Thanos still had a chance to inflict more serious damage on Dachao, but there are too many strong people on this side of the earth. At the critical moment, Fulla blasted over like a missile, and kicked Thanos' warblade, making Thanos feel a bit like a failure. After the second round of confrontation, it seems that all losers. In fact, Thanos is the only one injured. In front of Purple Sweet Potato Jing, a small space suddenly pressed the rewind button. Dachao was pleasantly surprised to find that the wound on his chest healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. To be precise, this is not healing, but Doctor Strange has brought time back to the moment before Dachao was injured. Dr. gently pushed Dachao's body out of the time-backward space. Immediately afterwards, the trio of Guardians of the Galaxy Star-Lord, Destroyer, and Mantis were surprised to find themselves alive. "I'm not dead." Xingju touched his lower body that should have been crushed. Feeling uneasy, this guy actually tore off his trousers in public and took a look, before letting out a long sigh of relief. Sister Widow and many other heroines were speechless. In fact, despite the fact that Star-Lord's father, Ego, is a living planet that has lived for millions of years, he is a god. Even if Xingju can really inherit his father's talent, he won't be able to become a god. Perhaps the only he can become is harmonious god? At this moment, Xingju looked at Doctor Strange, who was dressed as a mage, belatedly. "You saved me." "Thank you." "No. I'm just the one who works part-time, and he's the one who wants to save you." The serious doctor seemed not to be contaminated by Star-Lord's foolishness, and took a step back with a little disgust, then pointed at Anj. Anj raised his eyelids. "Can you calm down after dying once? If you don't calm down, then die again." Xingju was embarrassed. Compared to the harmonious atmosphere here, Thanos crawled out of the rubble, his face sinking like water. He has figured out the details of the other party for the time being. He finally knows why Dormammu retreated, and the guy who plays with time is a rogue. So what if he is strong? He can kill the opponent 1,000 times, and the opponent dares to resurrect 1,000 times to show him. In contrast, he only needs to miss once, and he's done. Make changes silently. My hard drive is gone, 55,555. Chapter 330 Exchange. This is like playing a meat pigeon game full of randomness. The boss can kill the player 1,000 times. As long as the player succeeds once, the boss will kill the calf. A player who can load files infinitely is a bad guy in the eyes of the boss. Right? It's you, Doctor Strange. Looking at the native heroes in this world, NGE rarely had a wonderful illusion that Lao-Tzu's system is not a bug. It's like playing a game and meeting a guy with a 30 KD value, KD, kill to death ratio, on the opposite side. Some people may say, that guy is 30 KD, he is a hang. But when you meet a guy who shoots the guy on the other side, and then tells you, I'm 80 KD, I'm also a hang. Then what can you do? Sincerity is the eternal nirvana. For Aang, since this 80 KD Doctor Strange is his teammate, oh, that's fine. Anyway, the world of Marvel and DC is a ghostly place with dogs flying all over the sky. Even if they were scolded for forming an illegal team, Angus would admit it. There is no doubt that the addition of Doctor Strange has made Thanos' situation twice as difficult. If he wants to win, he must first kill, or at least suppress Doctor Strange, so that he cannot use Time Gem to turn back time. With this in mind, Thanos has made a decision. He broke his own neck first, and the blood oozing out like pouring out unexpectedly stopped. Aang is not too sure, probably Thanos used his own muscles to forcibly squeeze the wound to stop the blood from oozing out. This scene seems a bit far-fetched, please remember, don't use human physiological structure to compare with the eternal family of Titans. Immediately afterwards, Thanos began to charge. D'Chao and Fulla, two Kryptonian avant-garde, stepped forward without fear. The scene in front of me is reminiscent of missiles and missile interception. The same violent acceleration, the same sharp confrontation. The three guys stomped on the ground under their feet first, creating a big hole the size of half a basketball court, and then crashed into each other in mid-air. It looked no different from the previous battle, until Thanos suddenly pulled out his hand after forcing Fulla back with a knife, and pointed at Doctor Strange with his left hand. Doctor Strange's eyes blurred, and the scene in front of him suddenly changed. I only heard a rustling sound coming from the front. It sounded like countless insects were crawling out of the dark cave like a black hole. In fact, after a few seconds, countless innocent souls covered in black slurry similar to asphalt came out. Climb out! They roared, screamed, and kept crawling towards Doctor Strange, pulling his pants, tearing his cloak, and scratching his clothes. The incomparably real soul touch made Doctor Strange panic. It is true that the Doctor is the #1 magician on Earth today, but compared to his talent, he is actually more inexperienced at this time. Even though he has dealt with more than a dozen incidents of alien invasions from parallel planes, he still has a lot of experience. I have never dealt with such a fierce evil spirit. He understood it. Thanos realized that he could not directly fight against Time Stone, so he adopted a simpler and more effective method to deal with him, the Master of Time. If it is really impossible to solve the problem, just solve the person who caused the problem. This kind of problem-solving thinking has to be said to be incisive. Doctor intends to use several soul-based spells, but unfortunately he has never been attacked at the soul level. The devil's scratching made him have a terrible illusion that his brain was forcibly picked out by the enemy with a spoon. At this moment, a hole opened in his soul world, and after a burst of golden light dissipated, a group of young people wearing Greek-style slanted cloth robes, bare feet, and holding trombones appeared there, and they blew involuntarily. Loud bugle. Amidst the sound of the bugle, a row of heroic spirits wearing golden armor and holding spears walked out of the opened light gate. As soon as they went out, they turned into a torrent of gold, pounced on those evil spirits, and fought fiercely with them. Demons were constantly being wiped out and turned into dissipated spirit matter in their souls. At the same time, many golden armored heroes were eroded by the evil force from the black hole and turned into black armored demons, turning their heads to attack their companions. In any case, the pressure on Doctor Strange's side suddenly eased. He knew that this was his ally God of War Eng helping him. Thank you. In the real world, although the Doctor, who was panting heavily, couldn't open his eyes and was not even conscious, he put his hands on his knees and said thank you from the air. No thanks. Nge knew that the Doctor couldn't hear him, so he still replied. Eng stared at the orange light on Thanos' Infinity Gauntlet. He knew that Thanos was using the power of the Soul Gem to suppress Doctor Strange's soul, preventing him from using the Time Gem's infinite resurrection. The next second, Nge smiled. I really like it? In this life, Thanos doesn't even have half of the Infinity Gems in his hand. Gems are 2 versus 4. Even if Thanos has mastered power, the Earth Alliance still has space to power other gems. Eng glanced at the sky, and the younger brothers around him were still struggling to rush over to help, but unfortunately the large fleet was blocked by Eng with the space gem, and the Leviathan who was able to descend encountered Fenrir, Hulk, and Steppenwolf again. At this time, Tony took the little spider and they ran to clear the miscellaneous soldiers. Unless Thanos wins the game himself, the side with the most pieces will always win in the exchange of pieces. Eng beckoned, and Diana and Penthesilea also joined the siege of Thanos. This time, Thanos really felt like he was outnumbered by 2 fists. Too fast. Everything that happened when they confronted was so fleeting that almost no one could see what happened in each round of the confrontation. Who is he? Who is she? Where on earth are there so many peerless powerhouses? Didn't the Kryptonians become extinct long ago? 2 Kryptonians and 2 Olympus-lined powerhouses gave Thanos a little DC shock of 100 million points. To be reasonable, in the entire Avengers League, the ones who can really fight Thanos head-on, after all, are Hammer and Hulk, plus Doctor Strange who does not belong to the Avengers League. These 3 are the ones who can really fight Thanos. The rest of the group. Renjing is a character with high attack and low defense. It's not that he can't play, but he has a style of play that is the best in the hand, and if you miss it. In the real-life duel, Thanos really caught them. Guys like Tony and Peter will probably disappear after one move. The fierce battle on the ground made this desert area, which is about the size of hundreds of football fields, seem to be constantly rising with mushroom clouds. The strong light flickered in the mushrooms, and the air waves caused by the sonic boom pierced these mushroom-shaped smoke clouds repeatedly, forming a series of shining light trails, and then deafening roars resounded through the sky. This battle was so exaggerated that Xingju, who was eager to eat the flesh and blood of Thanos, was also discouraged. He finally understood that Thanos was not an opponent he could fight against. He gritted his teeth and took his younger brothers and sisters to find Zeta. The Swiss let out their anger. Chapter 331. You came at the right time. At this time, a small spaceship suddenly broke through the battle-torn battlefield and floated around Eng. A sharp-looking, clean-shaven hunk brought a strange raccoon and a tree man out of the cabin. Jumped out. Perceived the flying chariot circling and sprinting in the distance, and then perceived the 2 Kryptonian powerhouses violently attacking. One of them showed his signature hammer-like smile. Oh. Looks like I'm late. Anger rarely showed a bright smile. No. You came at the right time. As soon as the words came out, for some reason, he suddenly remembered Xiao Enjun's picture with the same name. Think about it, don't you? He has Da Chao as a little sweet, and he still thinks of Brother Hammer as a big honey. Thinking about it is a bit scum. AHH. This is an act of justice. The superhero team besieged the big boss. How could they say the word scum? At this time, Thanos was blown out of the smoke by Da Chao's 1,000-ton Kryptonian fist, and Eng pointed at Thanos' neck. Thor, do you see the wound on Thanos' neck? The energy of power gem strengthened his body to an incredible level. It is useless to cut his ordinary vital points, such as his chest. If you want to cut him, just cut off his head. What Eng was talking about was the only critical attack that Brother Hammer made on Thanos in Avengers 3 in history. At that time, Thanos already had 6 gems in his hands, and his theoretical strength had crossed from the sub-celestial father level to the heavenly father level, and he had jumped to the unit universe level. Even for such a Thanos, his chest was still smashed by Thor with the storm axe, almost in seconds. It is conceivable how terrifying Thor's strength is in the burst state. Eng has not shot with all his strength, just to wait for Thor. Only when Thor, the Marvel killer, arrives, can Anger be most sure of killing Thanos. The only small question is whether Loki and Heimdall have not been killed in this life, and Thor, who has not yet entered a state of furious revenge emotionally, can still hit the shocking blow in history. Eng shook his head slightly, driving the messy thoughts out of his mind. Compared to breaking out in every battle, Aang's style is more like that of the operation department. He likes to maximize the success rate before starting the battle. As for the final battle, if nothing else, it's just a formality. Thor may not be able to explode against Thanos in this life, but don't forget that now there is Angle, the top powerhouse, and a bunch of DC hunks and hunks to cooperate. If this doesn't kill Thanos, let's not talk about Darkseid later. Thinking of this, Ng's eyes began to burn. Let's go. Good. Don't talk about martial arts when dealing with the big devil who is about to destroy half of the universe. Besides, the Asa Protoss don't pay much attention to this. Over there, the confrontation between D'Chao and Thanos reached a fever pitch. In terms of its own strength, it feels like D'Chao should be better. With the addition of power gems, D'Chao's style of play will be at a disadvantage. Kryptonians don't like to use weapons very much, and this is especially obvious when it comes to D'Chao. His straight-faced style of fighting is quite a disadvantage when facing opponents with harder fists and stronger bodies than you. Fortunately, D'Chao also has thick skin and thick flesh, so he took a few punches from Thanos. The land under him was abruptly transformed from a desert into a basin, but with the cover of allies, Thanos also couldn't give D'Chao a continuous move. Several times Thanos just raised the double blades of the tyrant to make up the knife, and Penthesilea's chariot arrived again. When the artifact carriage flew by, and the extreme speed was just a little faster than Thanos' movements. The sharp blade on the side of the chariot wheel was spinning at a high speed, drawing long sparks on the blade of double blades of the tyrant. The terrifying impact brought by the 3 divine horses made it impossible for Thanos to withdraw his double-headed war blade for a while. At this moment, Fulla stabbed with the Kryptonian dagger again, forcing Thanos to use the infinite gauntlet to block the attack. Hit. At this moment, Wonder Woman stabbed with the Excalibur Hector. Thanos, who couldn't free his hand, had to kick him. The person was kicked away, but this delicate-looking woman is very resistant to beatings. Thanos kicked her 100 meters away and blasted the ground into a hole, but he knew that in a short while, this sturdy Olympian woman would come back again. More importantly, even if Thanos just subconsciously chose the direction of kicking, his footsteps were still a bit late for Diana's change, and the long sword in Wonder Woman's hand had already penetrated into the sole of his foot. On the combat boot with a look of expression, warm blood flowed over, along the metal groove that had been conquered and had many marks, flowing down like a stream, dyeing the entire left combat boot purple-black. Thanos opened his mouth slightly wide, and he also felt that blood seemed to have poured into his right lung, causing him to cough violently. This is the work of that Kryptonian woman. Just after kicking Wonder Woman away, he was shocked to find that he had been hit by the fierce woman driving the carriage again in his left abdomen. Before he could react, he felt the long sword being withdrawn from his waist armor quickly, just like the flame of his life that was fading little by little, and his great cause of purifying the universe seemed to be gradually falling into darkness. He knew he had no chance. The two strongest opponents finally saw the right moment and rushed over like lightning. The sky suddenly darkened, and countless razors gathered on the rough-looking battle axe. Thunderbolts within hundreds of kilometers gathered here. Looking at the tomahawk, Thanos suddenly felt a strange sense of familiarity. Damn it! I should have killed that dwarf then. Handwriting of the Dwarf King. Go out with his infinity gauntlet. Isn't this familiar? Thanos has never been a bloodthirsty tyrant, he has his own principles. I just didn't expect that one day, his Giri would kill him. Looking at Thor leaping high, Thanos suddenly felt a burst of irony. He couldn't beat the old man at first, but now he's better, and even the kid bullied him. He knew he had no chance. The two strongest opponents finally saw the right moment and rushed over like lightning. The sky suddenly darkened, and countless razors gathered on the rough-looking battle axe. Thunderbolts within hundreds of kilometers gathered here. Looking at the tomahawk, Thanos suddenly felt a strange sense of familiarity. Damn it! I should have killed that dwarf then. The Dwarf King's handwriting. Go out with his infinity gauntlet. Isn't this familiar? Thanos has never been a bloodthirsty tyrant, he has his own principles. I just didn't expect that one day, his Giri would kill him. Looking at Thor leaping high, Thanos suddenly felt a burst of irony. He couldn't beat the old man at first, but now he's better, and even the kid bullied him. Boy Odinson. Want my head? Get it yourself if you can. Okay, Thor responded by drinking heavily in mid-air. At this moment, Thanos forgot about Superman's fist, which weighed 10,000 tons, ignored the dagger from Fraz's back, forced himself to slash from two Amazon girls, and even deliberately ignored Ange, who rushed over with a big sword. He put all his attention on Thor. He has a hunch that only Thor is the real main attacker. Because of the power of that blow, it is the strongest among all opponents. Chapter 332 Refusal to Clean. In terms of average damage per second, Thor may not be the strongest. Ange, who is super and has a lot of tricks, is almost the same as Thor, and even slightly better than Thor. When it comes to the maximum damage value of a single blow, Thor is definitely the champion. Thunder is a thing that pays attention to the output of violence. The top enemy can catch Thor's full blow, and then slowly turn around and beat Thor fat. In most cases, it is Thor who kills the enemy in seconds. When Thor's aura lingering with thunder reached its peak, Thanos had to make a cruel decision to take the attacks of other heroes and face Thor with all his strength. Thanos is ruthless to others, but even more ruthless to himself. Lift up the double blades of the tyrant, and slash at Thor, who is plummeting down from the sky. The huge war blade tore through the atmosphere, shredded the elements, and it was a blow that was very likely to cut off fate. In the moment before this shocking collision, like sparks hitting the earth, is about to take place, Thanos suddenly feels empty under his feet. A terrifying wolf head sprang out from the void under his feet extremely swiftly, aiming at his legs with a bite. World Destroyer Demon Wolf Fenrir. Rao, Thanos had already seen this huge undead demon wolf through the battlefield surveillance, but it was one thing for the demon wolf to bite from a distance, but another thing to use the space portal to directly hit his lower body. Caught off guard, Thanos clearly felt the pain in his legs. His leg armor, which even the main guns of the space battleship may not be able to penetrate in an instant, was actually pierced by the sharp fangs of the magic wolf. Heart-piercing pain instantly spread throughout the body. What's more amazing is that a gleaming golden sword came out from the void and struck towards the left side of his neck extremely fiercely. Thanos could tell at a glance that at this most critical and urgent moment, that Ange still made a move. But what else can he do? The power of the two infinity gems has been squeezed to the extreme by him. Now it is not that he does not want to use the power of the gems, but that his body as the fulcrum of the gems has been completely overdrawn. If he uses it more, his body will disintegrate in place. There are too many strong people on the opposite side. Thanos is not superhuman. He slashed at Thor with a war blade in his right hand, and smashed Superman with an infinite gauntlet in his left hand, and his feet were bitten by the beast. Ra, with his sub-celestial father-level strength, felt a sense of hopeless powerlessness at this moment. He is too difficult. In a trance, Thanos felt that the ambition to destroy half of the universe's creatures was quickly leaving him. Every time he dreams back at midnight, Thanos can dream about how the entire civilization of the universe can be rebuilt with enough space and resources after half of the universe disappears. Maybe life in all realms in the universe will experience short-term pain and despair, or there may be chaos in the universe for just 100 years, but Thanos believes that the chaos will eventually subside, and the process of re-establishing a new order for various races must be a process full of a glorious age of hope. Suddenly, Thanos finds himself losing this future. It's him. It's him. The intruder who feeds on war used the ruthless space to cut off his connection with the future. It's not over yet. Thanos gritted his teeth suddenly. No dash. This is not the death cry of the weak. This is the rejection of fate by the top powerhouse in the universe. At the last moment, Thanos clearly sensed his connection with the two gems on the Infinity Gauntlet. Suddenly, the purple light on Thanos was victorious. Huh. Ange felt as if his heartbeat missed a beat. This shock was no small matter, and my first reaction was that I had an illusion. After all, as a purple sweet potato essence, Thanos has purple on his body, which is very beaver, right? Taking a quick glance, Ange was shocked to find countless purple threads of law emerging from his gloves, and they were more closely connected with Thanos' burly body. That is the brilliance of power. At this moment, not only this desert, but even the entire American continent was shaken. I don't know how many national earthquake monitoring stations have recorded terrible readings like earthquakes. Only the source above sea level tells the world that this is not an earthquake at all. This is power. The purest power in the universe. Power gem. The infinite power penetrated Thanos' whole body, igniting every cell in him. Time seems to have frozen. Because Ange, Dacheo, Thor, every strong man who participated in the siege of Thanos was shocked and inexplicably saw that Thanos' body suddenly became blurred. This is disintegration. Ra is a power beyond the limit that even the Eternals can't bear. Is overdrafting Thanos' body from the atomic level. Terrible. Why can you do this step? Even at the expense of the disintegration of the body, half of the living beings in the universe will be wiped out. Besiegers can't understand. Unable to understand is not the reason for them to stop. They still mustered their strongest strength and continued their offensive. Facing the monstrous thunder, Thanos' last move was to bite his teeth. Right? Everyone read that, right? Is to bite? If you break your hand, kick it with your foot. Hit your head with a broken leg. Even if the neck is broken, you can still bite it with your teeth. Thanos, who has ruled the universe for an unknown number of years, did not give up until the last moment. The sky filled with thunder poured into the storm battle axe, whose painting style is very similar to the stone axe of primitive people. No one knew that it was not a big move that the weak neck or Tianling guy could catch. Thanos took a bite. Using his body as a carrier, he poured the enormous divine power drawn from the power gem. At this moment, his mouth is no longer a simple mouth, the astonishing bite force and destructive power, even Leviathan is dwarfed by him. Thor, who was a little weaker than in history, unexpectedly failed to cut down with this axe. Boom! The thunder burst, and the world changed color. Half of Thanos' face was shattered by the terrifying thunder and lightning waves, and instantly turned into coke, flying around. Without the skin, only the horrible gums, no, not even a few teeth left. But Thor's blow that almost killed the six-gem Thanos in a flash in the original history, after weakening it a little bit, was finally stuck by Thanos' upper and lower jaws. If the battle ends here, it will be the most exaggerated and shocking scene, and it will even be praised by countless space travelers. However, there is one more Ange. Ange is the most professional about collecting heads. The sword of God of War infused with the soul of Ares, the former god of war, is also the top artifact. That golden sacred light became the last straw that overwhelmed the camel of Thanos. Thanos suddenly found that his field of vision began to circle endlessly. Oh! Is this my head flying? Am I still dead after all? Row is Thanos' heart as strong as steel, and at the last moment, he couldn't help but have cracks of regret, which were the collapse of his entire belief in destroying the world, and his entire self-world. Thanos realized that he had failed, and the defeat was a complete mess. This crowded world rejects his purification and cleansing. Chapter 333 Everyone is innocent. The resources of the universe are limited after all. You can stop me, but you can't stop the disputes in the universe. Thanos was about to die. He made such a sound from his head that kept flying high, and at the end of his life, he murmured dully. He muttered to himself, "Death and destruction will come eventually, why not purify the world first before complete destruction?" Ange withdrew the sword of God of War from the portal, looked at the head of Thanos who began to fall after losing thrust, and sighed. "I never thought of stopping all the disputes in the world." Sometimes, whether disputes or wars, this is also the driving force for all races to move forward. Maybe one day human beings will be destroyed, and even the entire solar system will be wiped out. But every race have your own ideas. When you can't convince each other, and you can't quell the conflict, then war. Thanos looked at the god of war who was rooted in the earth in front of him, with a wry smile on his broken mouth. "That's it? At least in this life, you won." In the final vision, the overlord of the Titan star saw his other opponent Thor raised his hands lightly, and slammed down the huge battle axe. The overlord of this universe, Thanos, has just fallen. Master Thanos is dead. Thanos is dead. Run. The death of Thanos symbolizes the end of an era. The two main forces under Thanos made completely different responses at this time. In the sky, countless blue light spots began to climb rapidly. Those were the large and small spaceships of the Chitauri, regardless of whether they were biochemical soldiers or the Chitauri themselves. They received the order from the leader and began to evacuate the battlefield as quickly as possible. Their greatest backer, Thanos, is dead, but their race still needs to multiply and run towards the future. At the moment when the Lord passed away, the judgment made by the leader of the Chitauri was to preserve the combat power to the maximum extent, in case of the counter-attack of the various races that were deeply ravaged by Thanos. This is the cosmic version of Whale Fall. The passing of an overlord means that the territory he controls will immediately fall into maximum chaos. The Chitauri will run, but the vanguard will do the opposite. They launched the most fearless charge towards the temple where Ange was. Death is their destination. It is their greatest regret that they could not die at the hands of Thanos while he was alive. So after Thanos died, these death-loving creatures decided they at least had to die for their lord. Even if you die, you will die on the way to the charge. Only this time, they not only have to face the Asgardian army rushing over from Wakanda, but also face countless heroic spirits under the command of the god of war. In this vast desert, the intensity of the war does not seem to be decreasing at all. It's just that most of the strongest superheroes chose to stop, leaving the rest to the second and third tier heroes. Sometimes, this is also a kind of respect. In front of Nge, D'Chao and Fulla spat out a mouthful of blood. "Isn't he dead?" Faced with Nge's somewhat wicked question, D'Chao's expression was wonderful. "I still can't accept your cold joke." On the contrary, Fulla said solemnly, "Let's bask in the sun." After saying that, Fulla's slender body turned into a rocket launched on the spot, broke through the speed of sound with a whimper, and then continued to accelerate, easily breaking through the atmosphere. She is not only trying to absorb the most sunlight above the atmosphere, but also attacking those Chitauri space battleships by the way. De Chao hesitated for a moment, but followed suit. Over there, after killing the last giant Leviathan, Diana and Penthesilea, covered in blood, returned to Anger in their chariot. Wow! Ange used a small water magic to help them temporarily wash away the unpleasant stench on their bodies. It's over. At least for the time being. The two Amazon girls felt a little unsatisfied. After all, with Da Chao and Ange around, it was not their turn to be the main attackers. At this time, the damaged Iron Man came down, and Tony opened the mask. Although I don't want to spoil the fun, I can ask, is that Darkseid still coming? Come. Ange said lightly. Oh, that's really bad news. Hope he arrives later anyway. Tony, learn about Murphy's Law. Shit. Murphy's Law in simple terms, bad things happen that lead to disaster. Right? Strong enemies will still come. But before that day comes, I can still take a little rest. At this time, Peter also came back. Although his nano-spider suit has a self-repair function, there are several scorched black marks on it, which seems to have not been repaired yet. The next question, Mr. Wayne, what if we kill Darkseid as well? Ange smiled suddenly, then before the death of a few key heroes, the Earth will be one of the safest planets in the universe. Heavenly Father boss is not Chinese cabbage. A Heavenly Father level existence will often occupy a small or even a large galaxy. I think that the ancient master defended the Earth for thousands of years, but anyone with a brain and knowledge of the universe would not come to the Earth to deliver food. Only monsters, aliens, who don't have eyes keep coming and going. Similarly, Odin has been in the universe for thousands of years. Although there are small rebellions in the 9 countries from time to time, large-scale wars did not happen until Odin fell. This is the prestige of the type. Think about it, if Thanos of the sub-celestial father level and Darkseid of the heavenly father level also fell on the Earth, then who would come to the Earth to deliver food casually without being short-sighted? At this time, Batman and Doctor Strange also came. Master Bat said in a deep voice, the next question is very important: how to deal with this thing. Everyone followed his words and looked at Thanos' body. The golden infinity gauntlet was still on Thanos' left hand. On the armor on the back of the hand, the purple power gem and the orange soul gem were emitting a mysterious light. Everyone was silent for a while. This is the source of strife. Sif said suddenly. The expression on Thor's face is wonderful. Asgard once tried to separate the Infinity Stones for safekeeping. Heimdall interface, obviously we failed. It's good intentions not to abuse the power of Infinity Stones. According to the Celestial Dynasty, everyone is innocent and pregnant with crimes. Possessing such a powerful treasure would have attracted the prying eyes of countless young people and even tycoons. Even if you don't use it, it will cause countless troubles in itself. Just look at the number of fights for Space Gem before the reunion. Holding this thing, it is simply annoying to be missed by the enemy from morning to night. What's everyone's opinion? Tony asked. Leave it to Ange. Thor said suddenly. Chapter 334 Eternal Body. Everyone was silent for a while. The decline of the Asa Protoss is visible to the naked eye. Without Odin, even Asgard was blown up. This is the last fig leaf for tearing off the former overlord. If Thor intends to continue to dominate, Ange doesn't mind giving him the credit for killing Thanos. In this way, with the prestige of killing the Yashin Father-level boss, Thor claims to be the newly promoted Heavenly Father-class boss, and perhaps he can really bluff many ambitious alien powerhouses. Unfortunately, under the premise that Darkseid will surely kill the Earth, Thor will seek death for his people if he does this again. Firstly, Thor doesn't have the same idea of fighting for hegemony as his father Odin, and secondly, his strength may really be a little bit worse. In Anger's view, Thor's axe failed to hit Thanos hard, which means that Thor is still almost ready. There is no historical younger brother Loki and Heimdall who died in battle, nor did he fail to force out the strongest Thor. Insufficient strength, but still taking infinite gems, that is a big death. Thor's humility is just as everyone expected. Here, Ang is still pretending. Superman, why don't you take the power gem? There are not many existences on the earth that can withstand this thing, and you are one of them. It can greatly improve your combat power and make your body stronger. As soon as Ang finished speaking, an interesting, painful, episode came. Loki did not die on the spaceship in this life. Since the beginning of the Wakanda War, this guy has been playing soy sauce there, struggling to kill 5 vanguards. Well, that's all he has to offer. It can't be said that he didn't contribute, that's all there is to it anyway. Loki saw that the heroes gave way to the power gem. I don't know who gave him the courage, but he stood up proudly. Actually, you have a better choice. The one in front of you, a true with a powerful divine body, can also protect the power gem for you. The audience was dead silent. 3 seconds later, Brother Hammer's voice raised 3 octaves, and he said in unison with all the heroes around him, Loki, are you shut up? For a moment, Loki had embarrassment written all over his face. But being dissed so many times, everyone knows that as long as Loki is shameless, he is invincible in this kind of thing. It seems we can't reach a consensus. After that, Loki shrank back slowly. He wanted to hide behind the Asgardian soldiers, and even everyone made a semicircle of their own accord, so they almost hit him in the face with spears. As the adopted son of Odin, he is also a talent to be able to mix like this. After a short episode, D'Chao looked directly into Nge's eyes and found that the eyes of this earthborn were clear, no greed, no desire, no hypocrisy. D'Chao has been a reporter since he was an adult, a profession that has seen the most different people in the world. He has seen too many sanctimonious hypocrites, and he has also seen young people who have not been beaten by society and are full of enthusiasm. But he really rarely sees such Ang. Because he found sensitively that Nge seemed to really want him to take the gem, and then. It sucks. This is not an illusion. D'Chao affirmed his intuition. Ang is the kind of boss who is obviously super powerful, but can throw the blame to others, but he can't do anything himself, and his subordinates can't handle it, so he has to come out to wipe his ass. Right? Just like the boss in his newspaper office. Don't look at how beautiful Superman was during the war, and was worshipped by the people of America. In his life, he was a social animal most of the time. Ang's careful thinking was immediately seen through by D'Chao. D'Chao thought about this and confirmed his own thoughts. It still doesn't work. If the infinite stones are separated, the use efficiency is too low. And I believe that you will not become a tyrant who treats your compatriots harshly for your own selfish desires. If there is such a day, D'Chao will definitely be the first to stand up and launch a crusade against Ang. In front of everyone, D'Chao pulled off the Infinity Gauntlet from Thanos' body and handed it to Ang. Ang's cheek muscles twitched unnaturally. There are only a handful of guys on Earth who are qualified to play the Infinity Gauntlet. Thor and D'Chao quit, the rest is just Hulk, Diana, and him. Ang looked around, and there was an aura expected by everyone, and what was even more amazing was that he saw Doctor Strange actually take a step forward. Doctor Strange, angry, knows if he wants to or pee when he sticks his up. Isn't this peeking into the future and seeing new possibilities? Time gem he refuses to give it, other existences really can't force him. Ang stopped quickly. Wait. Doctor Strange. The Eye of Agamotto is a treasure that has been passed down by your Karmitage for thousands of years. Needless to say, I won't want it. The had a half smile on his face. Well, I'll keep it for now. When you need it, you can ask me for it at any time. Beside the doctor, the embarrassing Fatty Wong exchanged glances with the doctor, and got a positive answer. Fatty Wong really wanted to object, but this was Stephen's decision as the supreme mage. The most critical allocation of infinite gems is decided in this way. Eng was a little speechless and raised the huge glove that could fit his thighs in. Thor, Tony, Dad, where would it be better to modify this thing? Thor said, it's better to go to Vita's star to find the dwarf king Aikui, after all, he built it. And Thanos killed almost all his compatriots, he is very happy to see the Infinity Gauntlet appear in front of him. Beside Tony and Bat Dad said in unison, then can we go and observe? The end of technology can also be theology. Eng complained more than once before, and the imitation Infinity Glove they created was not a small burden on him. They really want to know where their skills are. Actually, now, Eng's tolerance to counterfeit infinite gloves is much stronger. Killing Thanos, the biggest gain is that he got Thanos' eternal body. Eternal body, the orthodox bloodline of the Titan Protoss. In the system prompt, there is only a very simple and violent description, but after seizing this power through the system, Nge suddenly found that his physique, strength, and will soared too. Replaced by a percentage. After Eng cast his mind on it, he saw the system description, which is infinite gem adaptability. This means that his 3 items are no longer based on standard human values, but become the percentage of power he can use the infinite gem. According to this value, Eng can perform snap finger of 6 infinite gems without injury. Eng was really shocked. Even if the world thinks purple sweet potato essence is not pleasing to the eye, how to deny his ideas, Thanos is really strong. Chapter 335 Mysterious Prize. It turns out that in history, whether it's Hulk or Tony, regardless of the difference in physical fitness between the two of them for the time being, they are both superheroes with great luck. After snapping your fingers, one is dead and one disabled. This made Eng always be extremely vigilant about snapping his fingers with the Infinity Gauntlet. Now that he has eaten Thanos' inheritance, anger is secretly relieved. In front of all the heroes, Eng first buckled the 2 Infinity Stones from Thanos' glove, and put the Power Stone on the Tony version of the glove. Because it was designed to carry up to 4 gems at the beginning, Soul Gem can only be kept in Eng's pocket temporarily. Looking around, the battle is gradually coming to an end. There are no heroes among the vanguard, these death-seeking alien monsters try very hard, but it is a pity that even a hero like the Winter Soldier can chug them with an automatic rifle. This is doomed that the end of the vanguard can only be cannon fodder. It's not that the vanguards didn't try to gather together to try to eat a certain Asgardian phalanx. Unfortunately, once they gather too much, they will be living targets. Boom. A former hammer slammed down, and apart from the earth saying thank you speechlessly, the entire area immediately fell silent. In the final stage, some unlucky Asgardian soldiers were killed, and this number is really not many. The vanguards are the desperate little waves, slapping on the solid seawall, smashing to pieces. The battle between the Earth Alliance forces and the Thanos Legion ended in a complete victory for the Alliance forces. Victory! Long live the Earth! Long live Asgard! Ha ha ha! We killed Thanos and his henchmen. Whether they are Earthlings or Asgardians, they all clasped their shoulders together and yelled, fired guns into the sky, and brandished blood-stained weapons. At the same time, all the heads of state on Earth let out a sigh of relief. Regardless of whether their time zone is day or night, they started a grand carnival with their own people. This is the largest invasion ever suffered by humans on Earth. Once Wakanda or the Nevada desert can't stand it, it will be a sad reminder to fight on their own. No, according to General Zod's previous method of directly changing the Earth's atmosphere, 99% of the people on Earth can't even make a final resistance, and will die of hypoxia and other things. Fortunately. Winning. Beep beep. Eng's headset rang. Glancing at the caller ID given by the system, Eng connected. President Ella seemed relieved, Mr. Kratos, have we, really won? Yes, at least in the battle against the Thanos Legion, we won, and we killed Thanos. Oh! Thank God. President Ellis, this is an old beauty's oral addiction. Unexpectedly, Angle reminded the other party in a wicked way, Alice, you should thank me. I am Kratos, the of war, one of the 12 main gods of Olympus. The last local on Earth. At this moment, Ellis is at NORAD, the Cheyenne Mountain Underground Air Defense Station in Colorado. As soon as Ange said this, all the senior management immediately heard it with the loudspeaker turned on. All the senior US officials were so frightened that they forgot to breathe. Dry. Mount Olympus and are not the same god. Isn't this a slap in the face? With the violent temper of those old gods in myths and legends, a battle of gods was set off every minute. Sorry, I don't know, this. The person who can become the president must be a person with a sharp tongue, and the guy who stutters can't even pass the election debate. At this moment, President Ellis' mind was almost blank. If you want to blame it, blame Ange for hiding it too well. Since he became a god, he has not publicly declared his status as a god. Throwing the topic out suddenly at this time really scared the old American executives to death. Forget it, I'm happy to kill Thanos this time. Please forgive me. Treat the Asgardians well, and they will move away when they find a place. Ange raised it high and put it down gently. I cut off the communication by myself, and I can't fix the high-level White House. In the past, NGE was weak, so it was not easy to make trouble. Today is different from the past. I stopped pretending and had a showdown. This is the only way to deal with the rogue Yang, otherwise those brain-dead politicians really think that they can control a true with the help of the state machine. Ange Bird is not a bird of the White House high level, he sang a bad face, so naturally Tony came out to sing a red face. Ange gave a look, and Tony understood it. When the commander secretly called again, Tony's actor possessed him. Yes, Mr. President. Yes, Kratos does have the strength to destroy the Earth with one blow. He should still be willing to help now. But if he angered him, he will go back to the Pantheon to have a party with the goddess Athena and the others. Yes, we confirm that there is at least one Heavenly Father-level powerhouse Darkseid who wants to attack the Earth and destroy all mankind. Tony's words are simply lore. If there is no cosmic-level powerful enemy, there is a high probability that in the White House will start to think too much again. Whoever becomes the boss doesn't want to have an overlord on his head. There can be 10,000 reasons to be unhappy with Ange, but one reason is enough to live in harmony. Foreign enemies. Still a strong foreign enemy. Although most old American politicians never lose the chain in the matter of losing the chain, they really dare not come forward at this critical moment when there is no chance of being raped. Uniting all forces that can be united is the only political correctness these days. Just like the police in gangster movies, they are always the last to arrive. After a great battle, the armies of various countries arrived. The damage in this battle was not small, and a lot of ammunition was also smashed. Winning is winning, so many alien corpses, so many Chitauri spaceships, weapons, and other equipment, all of them are treasures. This is why the White House executives gritted their teeth and gave up their own territory as the main battlefield. It is said that Nevada, a place that does not shit, used to be the old American nuclear explosion test site. Thinking about it, I can see why Mao and the others are so generous. On the other side, Anger asked Thor to do a small thing, let the gladiator friends he met on Soccer Planet spread the news of Thanos' defeat on Earth as soon as possible. It's a trivial matter. It's on me. Thor agreed. It would be great if Thanos' death could deter Darkseid. At least we can avoid a big battle. Ange sighed. But we also have to prepare for the worst. Sif said. Although Asgard in this life is seriously injured, it is much better than the same period in history. Even if the Thanos army was tough this time, after some calculations, more than 3,000 people were killed and more than 8,000 people were injured. No matter what, there are still more than 20,000 elites left. It is conceivable that if Darkseid's army of demons arrives, they will become the main force to fight against the demons. Aang didn't care about the commotion outside anymore. He returned to his villa and couldn't wait to open the ultimate prize. After killing Thanos, the system gave him a reminder in a somewhat nonsensical manner: the host has obtained a share of mysterious power. Chapter 336 Battle Priesthood. Anji's expression at that time was, _. Both eyes are full of question marks, but the system prompt of this thing turned out to be, he needs to concentrate all his energy to open it. As soon as they got home, Anj even reluctantly pushed away the Amazon girls who were excitedly wanting to jump over, and excused, "I got some new power, I need to figure it out," which really spoiled their interest. In the practice basement, there was no one around. Anj finally settled down and opened up this power that the system identified as mysterious. Huh? This is... He remembered every picture in his mind very clearly. In the first picture, in the dark and damp sewer, he, who was clearly not superior in strength, killed the first boss Black Mask after crossing. In the next picture, he puts on Quay's leather case and kills Dr. Lizard on the Golden Gate Bridge. Another picture, he went through untold hardships, and finally killed Ares, the of War, and tried to usurp the throne. Scenes that I personally experienced flashed through my mind one after another, and the final scene was impressively frozen at the scene where Thanos was about to be killed with a sword. That's right, these are all big events that Anj has experienced. When he replaced the scene at that time with the first vision again, and felt the thrilling feeling from the five senses, Anger still felt a sense of fear after the heartbeat. At this moment, his first thought was, how did I dare to do this? Dancing on the tip of the knife? Dance at the gates of hell? Raise thee in front of thee of death? Looking back at the history of my own rise, isn't this an epic titled Death? Even if you know that this is a hybrid world that combines the two worlds of DC and Marvel, even if you know how difficult it is to be immortal in this ghost place, but you have been through all the way to the present, and that kind of wonderful feeling of fear is the real truth. Filled the whole body for the first time. So what if there is a system by my side? Follow me. And follow me, this is a big difference. Look at the big men hiding in the safe underground fortress and giving orders. How many real heroes are willing to kill him? It is not without reason that all the superheroes on the planet obey Aang. But, what does this have to do with the mysterious gift of the system? The parameters were marked out one by one, and Anger suddenly discovered that this was the system's assessment of the combat power of him and each enemy. Glancing over, Aang was full of pride. Except for the occasional incident of beating the enemy's little friend, almost every time the enemy is much stronger than Aang. Either with wisdom, or with plot, or with teammates, Aang forcibly filled the gap between himself and the enemy in various ways, won the final victory, took the head, and Red Soul. At this moment, many things flashed through his mind. In the past, those operations that seemed bold but were too timid, perhaps a little overpowering, and a little too fanatical, are now reduced to two simple words: memories. The young man who was full of pornographic trash and wanted to be the second generation of the rich, sloppy, and waited to die, but because he was afraid of death, the goddess of fate made a big joke on him. Now he is one of the strongest standing on the top of the universe. He finally lived a life that he couldn't imagine at the beginning. Huh. And Ge chuckled. Then, the main event came. After continuous memories and splash screens, the system finally revealed the gift to him. Congratulations to the host, because the host continues to surpass himself and challenge stronger opponents than himself, and finally kills the peerless and powerful Thanos, whose strength is evaluated as the Heavenly Father level. Through his own efforts, the host has comprehended the true meaning of battle. May I ask the host to add, combat, to the priesthood of the host. Wait, fight. Anger was taken aback. He is very aware of his weakness as the of war. First of all, he cannot leave the earth. Outside the earth does not belong to the scope of his priesthood, and he cannot receive effective divine power supplements. In addition, in war, he is almost invincible, but small-scale battles are not wars. If the other party has a small number of elites, as he did when he killed Ares, then the sudden death will be a sudden death, and death will not be wronged. But the system suddenly told him that he could take battle as his priesthood, which undoubtedly filled his last weakness. According to the well-known barrel theory, how much water can be held depends on the shortest piece of wood. Wouldn't it be better for him to tattoo the word invincible on his chest now? Wait, system, if I take battle as my priesthood, what does the scope include? Because the strong ones that the host challenges and kills all the way are not limited to the earth, so the effective range of the priesthood is determined by the target the host kills. Preliminary calculations, the effectiveness of the entire universe is 20%, the range of the 9 countries is 80%, and the solar system is 100%. The effective range of the specific priesthood depends on the upper limit of the host's perception. Ah, this. Eng was dazzled by the huge surprise, his mind went blank, and he didn't come back to his senses for a while. Isn't it? Thanos is one of the few sub-heavenly father-level powerhouses in the universe. In addition, the fall of the powerhouses of the 9 kingdoms, such as Orokai, Hela, and Chertel, is also counted on anger. This means that he has demonstrated his divine power to these spaces invisibly, quietly integrated divine power into these places, and obtained the recognition of these spaces at the level of law. This is fun. At this time, the system asked again, may I ask the host to add, combat, to the host's priesthood? Eng no longer hesitated, firmly, yes. Suddenly, centering on the outlying islands of Gotham City, a majestic aura spread between heaven and earth. It was a nearly infinite force extending in all directions. In an instant, it covered Gotham, the entire east coast of the United States, the North American continent, and then the entire Earth, and then extended all the way beyond the solar system. Not to mention between heaven and earth, in the entire 9 kingdoms, this force is endless and has no boundaries. The first people who were shocked by this fact were Thor and other Asa Protoss who were directing people to build houses on the outlying islands of Canada. They were born with an innate sensitivity to divine power. This is Kratos. Sif didn't believe it. It's his power. Thor hesitated for a second, carefully savoring the fluctuation of divine power. Loki clicked his mouth unwillingly. Heimdall's eyes turned white. The earth was originally Kratos' domain. Now it's just a supplement. They, D'Chao, Black Adam and other powerhouses were the first to respond. Following this, people who responded spread from extraordinary people all the way to ordinary soldiers from all over the world. Even General Swanwick, who was reporting to President Ellis in the White House, saw what looked like an illusion around him that was countless soldiers fighting one-on-one. Or confronting with the most brutal cold weapons in his eyes, or drawing guns at almost zero distance in the trenches. All kinds of small-scale battle scenes are suspended in the void. Chapter 337 God of Battle and War. General. The President saw something wrong with Swanwick. Wait. Mr. President, don't you see visions of battle around you? President Ellis shook his head in a daze. Who saw it? The general asked tentatively again. At this time, his female adjutant and several federal agents in charge of security raised their hands silently. We saw it. This is strange, none of the civil servants can see it, but all the military personnel can see it. The president was very nervous. What illusion? Is there a threat? At this moment, a transcendent agent smiled wryly. Mr. President, why do I feel that this power is somewhat similar to Kratos's? Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Angna's purposefully deep and rough voice rang in the ears of all the people in the world who were connected with battle. I am Kratos. By chance, I obtained the priesthood, combat, and from this moment on, I am the god of combat and war. I have no malice towards human beings, whether you believe in me or hate me. I have no intention of taking believers among you, nor will I accept any human prayers. I would like to declare here all battles and wars that take place within the scope of my divine domain will become my divine power. Congratulations, humanity. In celebration of my combat priesthood, I hereby declare that I will continue to protect Earth until you completely anger me. So be it. The incomparably willful declaration transcended the boundaries of language and was directly imprinted into the soul of every warrior on the earth. Shocked them speechless. When military attachés from various countries recounted Kratos' declaration almost simultaneously, the leaders of all countries on earth were dumbfounded. Suddenly, the old American Secretary of State Ross had a weird face on his face. Wait, Mr. President, you said Kratos saved you back then. The president was confused. If it was before today, I would give you a very sure answer. It's hard to say now. Every White House executive is full of fear, because they once planned to use Thor or other superheroes to subdue Kratos and other disobedient powerhouses. Now it seems that Kratos hid too deeply. A group of folklorists and historians rushed into the White House like burning their buttocks. After a heated debate but generally in the same direction, they came to a conclusion. Mr. President, and distinguished Congressman, if the myths and legends are not wrong, mortals cannot kill Greek gods. Only gods can kill gods. And Kratos is now serving as both battle and war. A combat deity with a high priesthood, he is invincible in a sense. After the voice fell, a member of the council immediately became upset. Impossible. There can be no perfect existence in this world. Kratos is so strong, why didn't he replace Zeus as the king of gods? A professor of history said, I don't know about that. Of course, if we have to talk about weaknesses, Kratos must have more. Say it. The congressman was extremely excited. That is peace. If he maintains peace within the scope of his priesthood for a long time, from large-scale wars to even a small street fight, he will lack a source of divine power. In the long run, he may be due to insufficient supply of divine power weakened, and even perish. Are you kidding me? The congressman's eyes widened. I'm just explaining a very possible fact. After the professor finished speaking, the experts and scholars beside him nodded. The gods each have their own territory and scope of divine power. You insist on fighting with the one who can fight the most, who is to blame if you lose? This time, all the members of the Senate and the House of Representatives all looked constipated. At the same time, in Comitage, Fatty Wong approached Dr. Strange. He increased the battle priesthood on his own, without even saying hello. Isn't that bad? No. Ange has already said hello. Dr. Strange stroked the eye of Agamotto hanging on his chest. When did he say hello? Time Stone is still with me, it is the insurance he deliberately left for me. Ah! Just think about it, if I imprisoned him in a cycle for a period of time like I did with Dormammu. There are no such two kinds of behaviors as fighting and war for a long time, and I speed up time to the limit. What will happen? Uncommonly, Fatty Wong spat. Sure enough, those who manipulate time are really hooligans. Dr. Strange smiled and stopped talking. This method certainly has a chance to deal with Ange, but he has no reason to deal with Ange. He also counted on Ange to lead the team to gang Darkseid. Not to mention speeding up time, the price is that the Doctor himself will die. Don't forget, it's true that Doctor Strange can manipulate time. He didn't absorb Dormammu's power, but now he's just a mortal body. Who knows if that guy Ange is considered human now? The physical strength, you say he is a Kryptonian, Doctor Strange also believes it. After human beings entered the modern civilization, a era has changed back suddenly came. This kind of event is destined to be engraved on the monument. Atheists may regard it as a historical note. What people discuss more is Kratos' sublime flash of humanity besides showing his divinity. The strength is ominous, and the motive is unknown. But Kratos actually protects mankind and the earth. This wonderful operation immediately made people more accept the fact that he is a god. After all, this kind of practice beyond strength, power, and interests cannot be explained from the perspective of human nature. On the contrary, it is easier for people to accept the term God, which is equivalent to eternity in the eyes of mortals. What Anger didn't expect was that when he did this, the number of believers who believed in him on the earth skyrocketed. In less than 10 minutes, the number of believers exceeded 100 million. However, this has nothing to do with Ange. The power of the gods of Olympus has never been transformed by the belief of mortals. Whether mortals believe in it or not has nothing to do with them. Their power comes from the blood of the Titans, nothing more. At the same time, the outlying island villa in Gotham City exploded all of a sudden. Hundreds of female Amazon warriors knelt down excitedly and shouted loudly, "Long live Kratos God!" Diana and the others rushed outside the secret room excitedly. "Come in!" Ange called out, and they all rushed in. "Ange, you!" Diana flushed with excitement. "Isn't it just one more battle, what's the big deal?" Ange smiled. "That's what he said, but this is the first widely known incident of conferring gods after humans entered modern society. Each of them is a witness to this history. If Darkseid comes, how sure are you?" Penthesilea asked tentatively. "Set the battlefield on the earth, in my current state, add 6 infinite gems and infinite gloves. Probably 90%. Chapter 338 Siege of the God of War. For a long time, Ange didn't like to talk too much. The 10% undercalculation is because he is afraid of being proud. Being appointed as the god of battle and war, plus the advantage of the home court, Ange saw that in the system evaluation, he can be regarded as a standard sub-heaven father, that is, the same level as the original Thanos. With the addition of 6 gems, he is a proper heavenly father level, and his strength is close to that of the unit universe level. If you face Darkseid in his prime, it's really hard to say who will win. Interestingly, Angle has determined in the system the anti-life equation that Darkseid desires most, and he hasn't got it yet. Darkseid first learned about the existence of the equation of life from the Green Martian civilization. Because the Martians have their own unique explanation system for life, and this explanation can be presented through a perfect mathematical model, so in the eyes of the Martians, life has the meaning of existence, and this mathematical model is called the equation of life. Darkseid has an advantage: everything is easy to ponder. He thinks that since there is a life equation in the universe, why can't there be an anti-life equation? It turned out that anti-life equation was really discovered by Darkseid on Earth. It can be used to explain the spiritual world of living beings. Using the vernacular, this thing can be interpreted as a powerful force of the spiritual system. These anti-life equations look more like a spell, and according to Steppenwolf, this spell is engraved in every corner of the Earth's surface. It's a pity that Darkseid hadn't inherited the throne of Apocalypse back then, and his military strength and his own strength were insufficient. Before he had smashed many anti-life equation runes on the Earth, he angered the gods of Olympus. He was brought by Zeus to attack the allied forces, and was severely injured by Ares with an axe. Go back to Apocalypse Star recuperates. Interesting. It was so much fun. Thousands of years later, when Darkseid planned to return to the Earth to make troubles, did he ever think that the one who will kill him this time is the successor of Ares? Ange wanted to laugh just thinking about it. Fate. Sometimes it's a circle. Anger joked, but he didn't ignore the fiery gazes of the girls. Diana simply said, "Okay, great true God, do you want to continue preparing for the battle now? Or, of course it's a party. Ange rushed forward, hugged Wonder Woman by the waist, looked at each other, and he found that Diana's eyes were full of water. This is a shocking battle comparable to the Twilight of the Gods. The extraordinary and the heroes with the blood of the gods united and swarmed from all directions, heroically launching a fearless charge against the evil new god of war. Wonder Woman took the lead and launched a fatal trick against the god of war, the deadly scissor legs. Cut and cut and cut. The chain legs she launched with her slender and beautiful legs were so fast that it almost produced after images. In just 10 minutes of intense fighting, she strangled the elite named son of the god of war under the command of the god of war. This is not her work alone. Gwen, the ghost spider, launched a vertical attack from above, Queen Amazon attacked from behind, and Scarlet Witch and Fulla flanked left and right. But the 5 fierce generals worked together, and they won a small victory. How amazing is God of War's endurance! After defeating the strongest Wonder Woman, although there are mortal heroes such as Black and White Canary who stepped forward to fill the position, the gap in strength makes this filling a refueling tactic, and the last one gets another one. As Penthesilea and Wonder Woman, who was unwilling to stand up again, were defeated, the besieged powerhouses suddenly fell apart. After a burst of screaming, the birds and beasts dispersed. Well, the most feared thing in war is defeat. Once out of formation, facing a strong enemy is like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. It's ridiculous that this group of ineffective heroes actually played a trick of laughing at 100 steps at 50 steps. Seeing who was caught, there was still time to laugh at his former companions, but in the end they were all caught one after another. After a fierce battle, the god of war continued to chase death and chase north. If he didn't pay attention, the city gate caught fire and the fish in the pond were destroyed. For the Amazon female warrior who rushed up bravely, the god of war chose to kill the wrong one and never let it go. It's just that god of war didn't expect an unexpected enemy to appear. Standing in front of him is the former Asa goddess of land and harvest, Sif. It seems that I came at the wrong time. Looking at the battlefield full of scattered wine bottles, listening to the dynamic American electronic warfare song, and looking at the scattered losers, Sif's expression was full of ambiguity and teasing, but I mean, the same goes for the Asgardians. The of war in the runaway state gritted his teeth. No. You came at the right time. Without any temptation, he directly attacked with 5 armors, and he held up the war god halberd to attack from the front. Facts have proved that in the face of absolute strength, no matter how much armor is stacked, it is meaningless. The two sides launched a fierce confrontation at 0 distance. Then the white halberd goes in, and the red halberd goes out. At this moment, in the Stark Tower in New York City, Tony jumped out of the hatch of a small spaceship. I'm exhausted. After hugging Ziagiali, he spit out. Take a break first. Champagne or brandy? Pepper smiled. No, I'm looking for Aang. The glove is sort of done. But I need to know if there's any more fine-tuning. However, Tony couldn't get through Angel's phone. Undeterred, Tony roared in his heart, Ange, the Infinity Gauntlet has been adjusted. When it is convenience to you. Hoo, I'm busy. As the #1 big pusher in New York back then, Tony's expression now is very exciting. Why bother to make waves? Understand in seconds, he immediately returned to Pepper, he is meeting with a very important guest. Guests? Are there any guests that the great god of war needs to meet in person? Pepper was a little puzzled. In her perception, Tony and Aang were still close friends. Although Tony once thought that the other party was just a rich man like him, the relationship between the two parties was not bad, and Aang never let Tony's pigeons go. Tony could only nonsense, probably Asgardians. Their situation is quite embarrassing, and Aang needs to help reconcile with the United Nations. This is also the truth. It turns out that in history, The Asgardians died and there were only 3 or 2 kittens left, saying that a village has already given face. This is still a small village in the European version, not a village in the Celestial Dynasty. You must know that before the Great Celestial Dynasty, there were more than 10,000 people fighting over water sources every minute. No matter how poor and settled the current Asgard is, it is still strong and strong. Not to mention a few true gods leading the team, there are more than 20,000 Asgardian soldiers. These people were singled out, and any physical fitness was superior to that of the Winter Soldier. If you really want to be a demon, no head of the earth can sleep. Chapter 339, An Unexpected Ally. It is purely because there is Doxate as a common enemy that the leaders temporarily pinched their noses to recognize it. But if the Asgardians live here, will it cause other problems? Will the dove occupy the magpie's nest? After Tony changed the topic, Pepper was successfully led astray. She didn't know that Tony was from China. On the other side, after an hour, Eng was completely cold. "Oh no," he calmed down. "Would you like something to drink? The iced wine on your earth is good." Sif usually doesn't drink such low alcohol wine, but now is an exception. She doesn't want to drink high alcohol wine for the time being. Asking the Amazon maid to serve the wine, anger opened the conversation. "What do you want me to do all of a sudden? As we all know, the free one is the most expensive, and Eng is ready to be cut." "No, I owed you a favor before, and I just came here to pay it back. By the way, how do we get along with the people on Earth?" "It doesn't matter before Darkseid comes. After Darkseid is settled, at most 3 years, I suggest you move to another habitable planet." "Oh. That's it?" Sif fell silent. Although everyone has a consistent external position, it is based on the common enemy of life and death. If we lose this time, it is natural for everyone to die together. Win it? Although everyone gets along well now, the problem is that it is easy to meet and difficult to live together. After getting along for a long time, once there is a dispute over resources, it will easily turn into a conflict. When the people on Earth were liberated from the rule of the Asa Protoss, most of them were unwilling to become servants again. What's more, the Earth is not in the hands of the Asa gods. In the eyes of the Asa Protoss, anger is now the one who speaks. Sif was silent for a while, then suddenly said, "Thor came to me not long ago. He said he wanted to give me the throne of Asgard. He also said that he would continue to protect the Asgardians." "Huh." A traveler expressed surprise appropriately, and said after a while, "It really has his style. Isn't it? Odin, the God King, is too powerful. Thor's current style is completely opposite to that of Odin back then. Not overbearing, nor too ambitious. Thor only needs the people of Asgard to live a good life." At the beginning, he expressed to Loki pretending to be Odin that he would give up the throne, but now he is just implementing his ideas. "Sif, what I am worried about now is that I, Thor, and Heimdall alone cannot protect our people." Eng understood in seconds. "Speaking of it, I don't know whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. Thor is weaker than the original historical period. A Thor who can almost kill the 6 infinite gems Thanos in seconds, at least in that blow, his level is at the level of the Heavenly Father. If the fight is successful, Thor will be able to gain a firm foothold in the 9 kingdoms just by killing Thanos alone, and no short-sighted guy will dare to challenge the new king of Asgard. In fact, after Thanos snapped his fingers in history, no other extraterrestrial forces came to kill the decimated Earth. In this life, although Thor has transformed, but the transformation is not very thorough. Just because he was bitten by Thanos abruptly with his last blow, everyone will think that Thor is a grade worse than Thanos with 6 gems. As for Eng taking the head, it's not the first time he has taken the head. Rather, everyone is used to him grabbing the head and then ending the battle. Don't care if Anger is suspected of being a dog with a head, he can kill the enemy. The record is reflected in the interaction between forces. Sif and other strong people in Asgard have an almost natural feeling of Asgard is not as good as Olympus. After all, Olympus just sent a god of war to fight so well. Presumably the Olympus gods in the pantheon must be more powerful, right? Do not laugh. This is normal inference. At this time, Anger told Sif himself that there is no one in the Olympus gods who can fight better than him, and Sif and the others will not believe it. Sometimes, the aura of invincibility is so dazzling. With this thought in mind, Ange caressed Sif's handsome and neutral face. We're old friends, don't be so alien. As long as you don't stay in the star fields of the 9 kingdoms, I will be your strongest ally. If Sif hadn't been soaking in the bathtub at this time, she might have believed it when she heard such a righteous speech. However, for such a strong and friendly friend, Sif is happy to welcome him. Anyway, on the other side, the big orange is set. Yes, there is a small request. You say. Can I borrow the soul gem? Jane Foster has something to do, and Thor is afraid that she will go to Valhalla. Anger suddenly remembered that Miss Jane had cancer. If nothing else happens, when the Thor 3 event ends, she will unluckily enter the afterlife World Hall of Valor of the Aesir. Interestingly, it was Heimdall who also hiccuped who received her. But in this life, Heimdall hasn't burped yet, so naturally he can't meet Miss Jane. Ange doesn't know whether Miss Jane will successfully become the female Thor in this life. Because of the broken things such as the Meow Meow hammer, it is still unknown whether Darkseid will recover smoothly when Darkseid is about to kill him. Ange handed the soul gem to Sif casually. Just return it to me before Darkseid strikes. Grateful. Angie's side is really cool, and the outside world is still in a state of continuous frying pan. Heads of state on the planet meet every day, day clubs and night clubs. Now they can no longer care about envy, jealousy, holding back political opponents, or avoiding Asgardians. It is clear that Darkseid's army is coming, and Batman drags out a large number of demon-like corpses and weapons as evidence. Nowadays, countries around the world are rarely twisted together and began to transform the country into a of-war economy. That's right, it's God of War economy. Under the guidance of the God of War Kratos, various laser weapons were developed, and soldiers were trained based on Chitauri technology. The operation of biochemical soldiers is impossible. But it is still no problem for the Earthlings to take the position of biochemical soldiers on top of them and operate Chitauri's motorized airships and small spaceships. Earth has at least one advantage compared to the Chitauri, or the demon-like ones. There are more people. A population base of 8 billion, which means that in a state of militarism, it is no problem to get 1 billion infantry out. It's just a little embarrassing. Because the old American industry is not profitable, the industry has been hollowed out in recent years, resulting in a serious shortage of arms production capacity. It took 10 years to hold back 3 flying aircraft carriers in SHIELD. Now it is necessary to suddenly increase production and replace the full set of Chitauri technology, which will be fatal. President Ellis did not expect that a certain mysterious eastern country is the one with the strongest violence. This is going too far. For Ange, human beings are only for support. This is a world where individual force can surpass quantity and technology. If you can't kill Darkseid, everything will stop. Based on the existing allies, a group of unexpected allies suddenly visit. Chapter 340 Artemis. Master Bruce Wayne had a long dream. In the dream, the Earth was destroyed. There are barren ruins everywhere, and the wreckage of modern civilization, and human beings are lingering. He walked on the land with the broken Justice League, with fewer and fewer companions, and his combat power became lower and lower. Sea King Arthur died, leaving only the Sea Queen Mela, who was bent on revenge. Wonder Woman is nowhere to be found. The decline in combat power is visible to the naked eye. Leaving behind are the Steel Bones, whose combat power has declined in disguise in the last days, and the seriously injured little Lightning. The point is, when an extremely angry red cloak descended from the sky with red eyes blooming, Bruce's horror reached its peak. The one who is hostile to the Justice League is really Chow, the blackened Chow? Anger. Bruce subconsciously called out the name of his illegitimate son. Who would have expected? Wake up! You have no son. It was his own voice that sounded in the void. Huh? No. I have a son. Bruce roared firmly. Is there any? Think carefully. In that half-drunk, Bruce shook his head violently, comically like a puppet trying to shake a wooden head off his own stiff wooden neck. No. I have. At least this world, I have. It should be said that he deserves to be the famous Batman. His determination allowed him to break free from this psychedelic dream in the first place. Almost at the same time as he saw through the story belonging to the parallel world, all the sounds and images in the mist with a sense of horror disappeared from his vision quickly like an ebbing tide. Drenched in sweat, he jumped out of bed in his lakeside vacation home. He muttered to himself, recalling his conversation with Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange, do parallel worlds really exist? Doctor Strange nodded. What about our world? Doctor has emotion on his face. I have seen 14 million endings, or the parallel world you said. There are only two who can escape from Thanos, and this is my favorite future for the time being. Thank you. Bruce always has an inexplicable admiration for the powerful magic stick that guards the Earth. Considering that further questions may trigger some time taboos, he chooses to stop. Bruce, who came back to his senses, looked at the beautiful scenery by the lake. What else am I thinking about? I have guarded the Earth, and I have a of War as my son, and he doesn't mind me picking up girls. Just as Bruce had the illusion that the world was peaceful, a figure wearing a cape slowly descended from the sky. Bruce's nerves tightened. Although he was not afraid, he still bought an insurance policy. Ange. Can you see my side? Can. After the exchange of spiritual thoughts, Bruce boldly walked towards the mysterious and burly green-skinned alien. The other party slowly descended on the private dock. Good day. Mr. Bruce Wayne, and respected Mr. Angle Wayne. I don't know your titles very well. Please forgive me if there is any impoliteness. Fine. Anger's loud and deep voice came from the void. The mysterious man in front of him actually looks a bit like Vision, who only lives in Angie's memory, except that this man has green skin, and Vision has red skin. The other party bowed slightly, and said bluntly, Darkseid's army is about to come to the solar system in your mouth. We Martians have the equation of life that he hates the most. Your hometown happens to have the anti-life equation that he most desires. Equation. I think the enemy of an enemy can be a friend. Can. Ange also readily agreed. It went so smoothly, not to mention the other party, even Master Bruce was taken aback. It was still Ange who directly transmitted the soul to Yedad and clarified the key point. He will leave it to you to talk about. Don't be afraid, we have enough capital. You sure? My Olympus colleague came to me. I leave it to you here. Good. Master Bruce remained calm. In fact, his heart was beating wildly. Colleague, isn't that? Ange is right, because the incarnation of Artemis is here. All of this is like a reincarnation of fate. Darkseid was not called this name back then. At that time, his name was Uggius, and he was an 8-year-old baby. Right? Back then, he was 2 stories tall, an apocalyptic star, and he could blow up a main peak of the Himalayas with one move, and the key point was a baby. Although Uggius was fierce in the universe at that time, sadly, he had not obtained the core ability Omega Power, but he was sanctioned by Zeus Thunder and Ares Tomahawk. Ares went down with an axe, and Darkseid almost became a one-armed hero in the Age of Mythology. Another core powerhouse who participated in the Battle of the Ancients is Artemis, one of the 12 main gods of Olympus. Her avatar came for a surprise visit with a few maids who radiated divine light, more or less catching Nge by surprise. Fortunately, he didn't open import. Artemis is the of hunting, the goddess of the moon, and also likes unmarried virgins. She, Hestia, who plays with the blue Europe in a certain anime, and Athena are also known as the three major goddesses of Olympus. Although Artemis does not object to believers getting married, as the main of Olympus, she is also used to seeing Zeus and Poseidon messing around, but some things can be avoided. Especially, Eng has harmed a lot of Amazon chicks recently, and these girls all believe in Artemis. When the moonlight was suddenly sultry in broad daylight, and the quiet moonlight even overshadowed the big sun in the clear sky, the Amazon female warriors who were Engi's guards and maids knelt down on one knee in great surprise, facing the sky that descended out of thin air. The female shadow sings the holy name. Artemis Wild is really wild. Her body is covered with a few pieces of animal skin, and a large area of skin is exposed to the air. Not only can you see the muscle lines with clear lines that are not too eye-catching, but you can also appreciate the healthy skin of wheat color. If it weren't for the oil paint battle patterns on her skin full of primitive and wild flavors, maybe Eng would really want to try to hook her up. Welcome, Artemis, what wind brought you here? The goddess of hunting looked like lightning, and she didn't directly say something serious, but instead said, I heard you got Thanos's war blade. Finch. Eng raised his hand, and a golden light suddenly shot out from his basement. Immediately, a giant double-headed blade smashed the exhaust window in the basement, and slashed at Artemis like a boomerang. The beautiful eyes of the goddess flashed, and she lightly grabbed her free left hand, and immediately the huge double-headed war blade, which was taller than her godly body, fell into her hand. Artemis' face was flushed with excitement. A grand hunt. Which of you was involved? Chapter 341 Cyber Worship. The goddess of hunting asked about the female Amazon warriors. I. And I. Diana and Penthesilea replied respectfully. Very good. The next second, the moonlight descended. A huge and burly golden horned deer with a height of 2 meters on its back, with big golden horns on its head, appeared out of nowhere on the lawn in front of the villa. This is. The female Amazon warriors became excited collectively. As believers of the goddess, they all know that the goddess likes golden horned deer the most, and catches this kind of deer to pull her cart. I smell you on this glaive, so here's your reward, Diana Prince. Thank you, goddess. Diana was ecstatic. Her beautiful mouth almost never closed after she opened it. Like a little girl receiving a birthday present, she hopped over and hugged the golden horned deer, interacting intimately with it. Artemis loves hunting, and she has never spared her rewards for believers who can hunt powerful prey, but she has already left the earth and no longer responds to the prayers of believers on earth. Now that she is rewarded like this, even if Diana doesn't have royal blood, even if she says that she wants to be the queen of the Amazons in the next second, the female warriors will support her as the queen without thinking. This is the highest honor of Amazon female warriors. Artemis exhorted his believers, and then followed Eng into the villa carelessly, accompanied by Maid Funning. Entering the hall, she sat down with a stern gesture. Her painting style was completely opposite to that of the young lady. She took the spirit's hell and handed over and drank it all in one gulp, finally explaining why she came today. I heard that dark side is coming. Huh? Are you interested too? Anger crossed his legs. He is a very valuable prey. Artemis said bluntly. I thought that after the gods of Olympus went to the pantheon, they indulged in pleasure every day and didn't care about world affairs. The goddess of hunting showed displeasure. I'm not Zeus. Eng smiled. Sometimes gods fall too. In this mixed universe of DC and Marvel, it is obvious that Marvel's Zeus has become the only Olympian king, and the consequences will come. Having a carnival party every day. Zeus and Poseidon are definitely the ones that turn the world upside down, which is a pain for the three goddesses. Sometimes, success is also a priesthood, and failure is also a priesthood. Because of this, the three goddesses won the privilege of not being harassed by Zeus, as well as the praise of the gods. One moment and another moment. They would not have expected that Ares would betray the gods of Olympus and block the gods in the pantheon and dare not come out. Since the betrayal of Ares, in fact, the three of them have suffered the most. Even the incarnation of a contains the soul of the god. Even if it is a very shallow incarnation, once they are caught and swallowed by the enemy, they will still be injured. This is one of the reasons why for more than 2,000 years, they have scarcely dared to answer the prayers of their followers, and to descend their avatars toward earth. Don't talk about being gods anymore, they have been very depressed in the pantheon these years. Now the situation is different again. The Ancient One who once occupied the earth, and Odin, who had a so-called righteous name for the earth, hiccuped one after another, and they lost the mortal enemy of Ares. In their eyes, Ang is the only speaker, God, on earth. In view of this, Artemis finally tentatively raised a topic. If we support you in dealing with Darkside, can we regain the priesthood of the earth? Ang narrowed his eyes. First question, which gods are we referring to? Me, Athena, Hestia, and Hephaestus. Interesting. Anger's expression was a little subtle. Sure enough, Poseidon is still obsessed with making new sea monsters and can't extricate himself. Ignoring the heavy-mouthed spinach dong for the time being, the four main gods who dealt with him at the beginning changed half. Since Hestia is the goddess of stove and family in ancient Greek mythology, and also the goddess of holy fire, and Hephaestus, the of fire, mainly helps to build artifacts, which means that the ones who are really capable of participating in the battle are Artemis and Athena too. Thinking of this, Nge continued calmly, then, you really only want priesthood? Don't say I didn't warn you. The era when the gods ruled over mortals is over. Now the supreme mage who guards the earth hates this kind of operation. Isn't it? This time it was Artemis' turn to be stunned. You don't rely on wanton wars. Where do you get the power? You don't count them as ruling them. Why does the Supreme Mage allow you to do this? Subtext, why can you, a mortal who can conceive a god, but us real gods can't? Times have changed. Goddess of hunting. Ang snapped his fingers, showing Artemis how the new generation of gods draws divine power. Countless small screens popped up in the void around him, showing how he obtained divine power from 8 billion mortals one by one. A picture, 40 years is a butcher's knife manipulating his own game character, a big mushroom fell on the heads of thousands of Chitauri, and in an instant, these biochemical soldiers who invaded New York disappeared. A picture, time traveler G controls Chao, beating up Doomsday in the game, using the Kryptonian spear that kills 10,000 enemies and damages 8,000, poking wildly. There is another scene, Chao 534 uses Kratos to face General Zod with a Ola 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 punch, and beats General Krypton until his mother can't recognize him. Artemis was completely dumbfounded, and after a while he said with a squirming mouth, "Is this also battle? Is this also called war?" Ang rolled over his left palm with a smile, "Divine power will not lie to you, nor will I lie to you." Such a civilized way of absorbing divine power, Artemis is really unheard of. Wait. You mean, if I want to expand my domain of the gods on the earth, I can also use this kind of playful way to absorb divine power? Why not? I can make a series of hunting games, such as Hunter's Call of the Wild, Monster Hunter. Don't underestimate these fake things. I can assure you that it will be done in minutes. I will get you 10 million believers without actually hunting any creature. Artemis was very angry. She instinctively felt that this was a kind of blasphemy against her priesthood. It's a pity that Ang gave her the last blow, or do you think that you, who have not absorbed divine power for more than 2,000 years, can use the reserved divine power to withstand a finger of dark side. She was embarrassed. This is the difference between stock and increment. During the defeat that year, which one of the main gods of Olympus didn't have the power to bottom out? I haven't found a new planet to replenish the divine power, and the divine power really needs a little less. Chapter 342 Outrageous Misunderstanding. The gods of Olympus today, don't they look like a large group of people who don't consume and cut back on spending during the global economic crisis? Without supernatural power, I dare not go out to roam, so I can only nest in the safe pantheon and do all kinds of self-promotion or earth promotion. It's sad enough to think about these Olympian gods. Zeus in this life is completely rotten spiritually. Fortunately, there are still some gods who can't be mixed together, and there are still so many self-motivated people. It's just that Artemis's proposal was also very ingenious. She didn't dare to say I want to be the moon god as soon as she came up. If she dared to say that, Doctor Strange could beat her up black and blue without Angus coming forward. The priesthood of the moon and the sun obviously has the attribute of space. It no longer simply obtains divine power from human behavior, but uses a planet as the source of divine power. This kind of operation is undoubtedly digging the roots of the people on Earth. In the era when human beings were still barbarians, human beings were ignorant, and the gods could play like this. After human beings entered modern civilization and 3 generations of supreme mages protected human beings, this kind of gameplay would no longer work. However, Artemis is a little bit aggrieved by only electronic hunting. Eng was not annoyed, and explained with a smile, don't underestimate farming civilization. It is because farming civilization has become the mainstream of the earth that the number of human beings has skyrocketed to 8 billion today. Farming and hunting nomadic civilization are opposites. Hunting with real swords and guns still exists, but it's rare. Why don't you listen to me and carry out this kind of virtual hunting? Does it really work? Eng smiled without saying a word, raised his hand, and in the pictures suspended in the void, faint golden lines began to appear. Each golden thread is a divine filament. The amount of a single filament is definitely not large, and it is even less likely to be full. Just such a line, not even the most trashy shallow believer of Artemis back then, let alone a fanatic like the Amazon female warrior, can't stand the large number. Eng waved his hand casually, and millions of thin lines of divine power gathered like hundreds of rivers entering the sea. Obviously, every moment, every minute, every second, there is an act recognized as war or combat by the laws of the world, which is transformed into divine power and injected into Eng's soul. It can be said that in the past, the game of Olympus gods was to occupy the land as the king, and then implement membership in this field. Today's angle is playing for all mankind, and what he is playing is small profits but quick turnover. The gameplay is different, and there is not even any place that highlights the nobility of the gods, but this guy's supernatural power is strong. Artemis is an eye-opener. But she still has no way to refuse. Thanos died on the earth, and his head was taken by Aang. 3 Heavenly Father-level powerhouses fell in a row. If Odin and Ancient One were still dead before, Thanos was killed by force. This is a big event that shocked the entire universe. If you are a strong man and don't want to change your destiny in this troubled world, you are really like Zeus, who is cracking up every day. It sucks. Artemis was a little unwilling. Is it really the only way? Hee. Not only are you weak, but you are picky, and you still want to get something for nothing? This makes it difficult for me. At this time, the wise Helen came over. My lord, Goddess Sif invites you to go for a ride in the sea in the afternoon. Eng nodded seemingly casually. He exchanged glances with Helen, and immediately knew that Helen was sharing a story she made up. Of course, as long as Eng says a word, this is not a story, but a fact that is bound to happen. This made Artemis very angry. What can she do? What is right? This is the trick. In the age of mythology, the gods of Olympus competed for the priesthood and territory for believers, and the dog's brains came out of the fight. Even if they are blood relatives, let alone Eng who has no Olympian blood at all. Firstly, Eng doesn't owe them anything, and secondly, Eng has bigger fists. Not to mention Eng who has 6 infinite gems in his hand. Even when he was first promoted to the god of war, his strength has completely surpassed Zeus, who is now a good-for-nothing. I'll go back and discuss with them. The hunting goddess just left. Walk slowly. Don't send. When the goddess of hunting leaves, logically speaking, her followers must send her away respectfully. Diana and Penthesilea originally planned to do this, but they didn't know that just as they bowed, 2 powerful hands suddenly inserted from behind, wrapped their arms around their slender waists, and directly pulled them on the sofa. The huntress and all the Amazon girls were taken aback for a moment. No delivery, really no delivery. Eng first looked around with tiger eyes, and after the fiery eyes swept over, no Amazon female warrior dared to continue to worship the goddess. Then he looked directly at Artemis, in order to tell the Lord God of Olympus in such an arrogant way, my girl is my girl first, and your follower second. As everyone knows, this move has a different meaning in the eyes of Artemis. Her face turned cold at first, and then there was unconcealable sullenness. Even she herself felt sad that she found that she couldn't get angry. Wild and cold eyes, only helplessness and gloom remain at this moment. I'll get back to you as soon as possible. Before Eng could reply, her avatar turned into a cluster of soft moonlight, soaring into the sky and disappearing into the air. The 2 Amazon chicks in Aang's arms were helpless and embarrassed. Diana, you treat the goddess of hunting like this, how should I face her in the future? If Aang is not one of the patron saints of her and even the entire Amazon family, if Aang and Artemis are not only on the same level, but also far superior in strength to the goddess of hunting, Aang's rude behavior alone, enough for the entire Amazon to declare war on him. Aang didn't even know what happened after Artemis returned to the pantheon. In the temple of the hunting goddess, the incarnations of the 3 goddesses appeared in the middle of the hall in a tripod position. Not the standard avatar, but that statuesque look that is worshipped by mortals. This is a protective operation. Since no soul is injected, this kind of incarnation is just a mouthpiece, which is most suitable for secret discussions. What? He really did that? Hestia was so surprised that he even subconsciously covered his mouth with his hand. Do you think I will slander him like this? When my avatar left, he hugged my god. Chose. People. God's choice represents the favor of that god, and is also the face of that god. Aang did this, although he declared that Diana was his girl. The relationship between the 2 of them is still above Diana's belief in Artemis. This is also a slap in the face of the goddess of hunting. Here comes the key part. Athena spat, do you think he is looking for you for righteousness with what he has already obtained? Don't you underestimate Kratos too much. He is a mortal who is by his strength. Chapter 343 Gangster Excitement Punch. The 2 goddesses are awe-inspiring. No one will spit out the meat that has reached the mouth, let alone Kratos is strong, and they are weak. Now they are begging Kratos to take them to fly, not Kratos begging them. It doesn't matter your support or your opposition, that's the reason. Hestia was surprised. Wait, Athena, you said he meant. That's what it means. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the incarnation of the Athena statue. Artemis gritted his teeth and said, we don't have many choices, either cheaper Kratos, or cheaper Zeus, the old bastard. The entire Greek mythology, half of which is the history of Zeus. Unfortunately, they met that half. Don't think that Zeus has integrity. What about daughters, what about orthopedics? This stuff is not taboo. Wanting to attack Athena is not a one-time or two-time thing, but there are signs of intensification of billions of points recently. There are so many gods in the pantheon, why do you only worship you? If everyone is a god, it means that there is no god. Without strength, accidents are easy to happen everywhere. Especially when Zeus, the king of gods who was supposed to be the asylum, attacked their own unruly, they had almost no choice. Then, everyone go back and think about it individually. Athena said coldly. Okay. The two goddesses responded in unison. When Athena came back to her senses in her own temple, her divine attendant came over and said, Zeus just sent something over. Throw it away. Athena's classic beauty covered in divine power was full of frost. Humph. I am anxious, but Artemis is more anxious than me. Zeus is at best coercive and lure to Athena and Hestia, and there is still a little distance from tearing his face. Anj, a layman, is a new god, and his declaration of sovereignty is distorted. This is tantamount to making a decision openly than Artemis. According to the rules of the Olympus god realm, either Artemis declares war, or this night, the moonlight is alluring. Anj sat bored for a ride in the tragedy of Troy, listening to Penthesilea's humming and enjoying the night breeze. It is this kind of situation that is a bit too ordinary, and the surrounding scene suddenly changes. Whether it was Anj, or the female Amazon warrior who followed the carriage and rode to protect her, they felt an inexplicable throbbing at the same time. One by one, they were attracted by the mysterious force in the sky, raised their heads, and saw a completely still world. The 3 and 4 level sea breeze blowing on the island all year round disappeared, and even every leaf on every tree on the beach was quietly drooping. Originally the sky was a little cloudy, but now it suddenly became brighter, and the moonlight was like a huge beam of light, pouring down from the top of the head, a piece of silver. This scene is like a rainbow bridge falling from the sky. The only difference is that the rainbow bridge has 7 colors, and the beam of light only has the lonely pure white. The female Amazon warriors instinctively wanted to kneel down and worship the figure that appeared in the beam of light. But their other master, Anj, had a great divine power swaying, holding their bodies tightly, making them extremely embarrassed, wanting to kneel but unable to kneel. Staring at the shining bright moon and feeling the pressure of the surrounding sea surface with almost no ripples, Nge widened his eyes, and the pupils were filled with a golden divine light. A sound that seemed to be blowing in a strong wind made everyone's hearts jump violently. A circle of golden ripples rippling in this airspace, spreading towards all directions. At this moment, 2 completely different laws have begun to collide. The Amazon female warriors found sadly that the power of the moon god, whom they believed in, worshipped, and believed to be invincible in the world, was leaving them in fear. Anji's powerful war and combat power is dominating everything and taking over the entire island. Artemis, the goddess of the hunt, appeared, holding a huge wooden bow, almost full of bowstrings. Kratos. Do you know what occupying my chosen people represents in the god realm? Artemis's hair has turned white at this time, and the ponytail is automatic without wind, and it seems to be whipping something behind his head. Dancing. Anj put his hips on his hips and turned back coldly. He even held Penthesilea who was about to back down. What does it mean? Is it important? Your rules don't work for me. Right? The rules depend on who makes the rules. There is no foul in the subjective intention, but it does not mean that there is really no foul. Foul does not mean that he will really be punished. Cold knowledge, only the defeated party will go to the military court. Anj pushes back so arrogantly, holding Artemis to death. There is no turning back arrow when the bow is opened. If Artemis really shoots this arrow, the beam will be dead. She also knows that Kratos is not a regular god. Maybe he really doesn't have the will to offend her to death subjectively, but it is impossible to be tough. As weak as her, she couldn't even beat the previous Ares, let alone this super-enhanced version of God of War. I saw her stern voice, stop talking nonsense. Kratos. Show me your strongest beast. He. As you wish. Anj beckoned unambiguously, and very abruptly, the space beside him suddenly glowed with a large group of green death aura. A giant black-haired wolf as big as a mountain grinned and showed a fierce look, while raising its huge claws to cross the portal. World Destroyer Demonic Wolf Fenrir. When this giant wolf with a wolf back as tall as a skyscraper appeared on the stage, Anger's cards were full on the spot. In the age of mythology, the Aesir and Olympus gods were neighbors. Even the gods of Olympus have clearly heard the story of Ragnarok. Although Ragnarok took place after the end of the age of mythology, the story of the destruction of Asgard and the legends related to it are the hottest news in the universe recently. About the power of the demon wolf Fenrir, it is constantly being praised by the melon-eating gods. It is rumored that it is one of the few supreme monsters that can compete with the powerful Heavenly Father. Until today, it was finally seen by the gods of Olympus for the first time. Seeing the magic wolf Fenrir, Artemis' eyes suddenly became strange. It was excitement, enthusiasm, determination, and relief. Ange felt strange when such complex eyes were placed on the face of a resolute ancient goddess. Suddenly, Artemis threw the longbow in his hand to the ground, and the whole body of the was like a depressed spring, and then burst out all the kinetic energy in one breath. She threw herself at Ange with her teeth and claws, and shouted, "I will fight with you." Huh! How does this posture look like the legendary gangster's excited fist? No, isn't archery your strongest skill? You throw down your longbow, and melee me, the number one of hand-to-hand combat. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? If not, Artemis came over with a punch, Anger took it all, and then, nothing happened. Eternal body is too strong. The next moment, the space around Ange split like a broken mirror. Chapter 344 Fierce Battle of the Gods. It seems that this scene is very similar to The Girl Next Door has just grown up, and she will overwhelm the world. Can punch a crack in space, isn't this punch fierce? Fierce. It's scary. It was so violent that it scared the two goddesses who were secretly watching the battle. No, Artemis, you are serious. This was the first reaction of Athena and Hestia. A second later, the two goddesses came back to their senses. This punch does look fierce, a blow that is 100 times stronger than the average human adult male. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell at a glance that this is not the defeat of Kratos, but that he took the initiative to pull Artemis into his domain of God. The exclusive mirror space activated by divine power is equivalent to the domain of God, and what happens next is not an outsider, God, can peep. This scene made Diana, who had heard the news, and Penthesilea, who was paralyzed on the artifact carriage, look at each other in dismay. Wait, shouldn't it be? I'm afraid, yes. At this time, it seems that the two gods disappeared out of thin air, but in fact, because the mirror space is still slightly connected with the real world, as long as the space level is strong enough, they can still feel the instability of the surrounding space and a strong force like a drum. Fluctuation. Obviously, this war of gods was very loud, at least in terms of momentum. Diana looked at the nymphs who followed Artemis, and one of them picked up a piece of parchment and quickly wrote and drew. Diana became curious. Excuse me, goddess, can I see what you are writing? Okay. Anyway, this is a record that will be released in Pantheon later. Goddess Ningfu is acting a bit like a historian who followed the emperor in ancient times to record the emperor's words and deeds. I saw her writing furiously. Because Kratos, the of war and battle, tamed the strongest monster in history, the world-destroying wolf Fenrir, the goddess Artemis launched a hunting challenge to Kratos. The goddess let out a roar that shook the sky. She was extremely brave, went deep into the god of war, attacked Kratos madly, and gained an overwhelming advantage. When Diana saw this, she really couldn't find any faults. You, Kratos, a fighting maniac, are actually better than me, the goddess of hunting, in the way of hunting. If you ignore it because Ange is holding Artemis, God's chosen first, and Fenrir comes out later, and then ignore the goddess who lost her bow, and just get started and wait for the coquettish operation. Just look at this record, Diana will really believe it up. Thinking of Angie's style again, Diana suddenly had the urge to mourn for her Lord God. At this time, in the mirror space, it is definitely correct to say frenzied attack, and it is also correct to say overwhelming. Under the violent bombardment of the goddess of hunting, the earth sank directly to more than 10 meters below the sea level, forming a huge sinkhole. Artemis sat on Anger's lower abdomen, and his not so big but absolutely fierce fists rained down on Anger's face and chest. Any punch is a terrorist attack in units of tons. You're an asshole. I'll kill you. I'll beat you to death. Artemis gritted his teeth, and poured divine power into his arms, maximizing his attack power. Unfortunately, when she was beating Ange, the god of war halberd on the opposite side seemed to turn into a blood-drinking sword after seeing the blood. She and Ange are in a very different state of hurting each other. Ange looked at the damage prompt of the system. One side was 0, 0, 0, 0, and the other side was 1, 1, 1, 1. Ah! It really was a fierce battle. Read. This fierce battle of gods lasted for a full day and night. Finally, in the eager anticipation of many parties, the battle was decided. The space opened up, and Artemis, the goddess of hunting, came out limping out. The ancient monster skin on her body was torn in many places, and shocking blood stains were everywhere. Kratos, the of war and battle, was also having a hard time. Not to mention his armor was damaged in many places. The most conspicuous thing was that he had an eye socket on his left eye socket. Artemis' voice was stern. Kratos, don't think that you can suppress me for the rest of your life if you win this time. I will challenge you again in the future. Okay. I'll wait. Ange responded lightly. The goddess nymph, who was acting as the recorder over there, continued to write vigorously. The two gods fought for a day and a night, and finally after all moves, the goddess Artemis lost and lost half a move. But failure is failure, the goddess is willing to gamble and admit defeat. Diana, who was watching from the side, was numb all over, and she didn't even notice when the goddess and her entourage had left. Well, you guys, actually. Diana had just asked half a sentence when it began to rain. In the middle of the raindrops fell, in front of her and all the female Amazon warriors, the dark circles under the eyes of a certain melted. Say important things 3 times. Penthesilea, your dark circles are gone. Ange came back to his senses, touched his eye sockets, and muttered in a low voice, I said I didn't bring a marker pen, and it won't work well if I paste it with mud. Good guy. You are too lazy to act, right? The 2 Amazon chicks were off. They looked cute with their chests on their hips and cheeks puffed out. Ange shamelessly went over and hugged them both. Hee. Didn't you complain in a low voice before that you are not human beings caught in the middle? Now I am helping you solve the problem perfectly. Wonder Woman rolled her eyes, crossed her arms, and turned her back to Ange. She was obviously taught by Ange. She opened her mouth and said, ah, yes. You solved the goddess who asked the question. Isn't that good? Nge smirked. Snored. The next day, the world underwent subtle changes without most people noticing. A Chinese company named Yunfei Shrimp suddenly dropped a blockbuster in the game industry. This is a game Monster Hunter that has never been released in this world. This company has no origin. It seems that a new game that was developed secretly by a group of laymen and newbies suddenly became the brightest dark horse in the history of the game. Only 1 week after its release, it has achieved an astonishing sales of 3 million copies. The company CEO Xiao Wu announced publicly, we will make Hunter into a series. As long as the world is not destroyed, it is expected that the total sales of the series will reach nearly 100 million copies within 10 years. After the game was released, hundreds of thousands of players are enthusiastically hunting all kinds of strange monsters in the game every day. At the same time, in Angie's villa, Artemis, the goddess of hunting, felt the faint trickle of divine power from all over the world. Her face was full of surprise. "You didn't lie to me. I swear on my conscience, I never lie to my allies." "Wait. Why is the conscience in your mouth on me?" Artemis is so angry. Chapter 345 God Realm Plastic Sister Flower. This conscience, it is so big and round that people can't put it down. I really don't blame Ange. It's like the decompression sold on the online e-commerce platform, which are really decompression. The pinched person has decompressed, but has anyone considered the feeling of decompressing the ball? Artemis stared at Ange angrily, but so what? Can she still dig out a piece of flesh from this hateful and handsome face? The face of a certain of war has been tested, and even the main gun of the space battleship can't pierce it. Ange smirked. "I just like the feeling that if you can't kill me, you will be killed by me." Artemis is upset. What else can she do? Pinch your nose and admit it? After all, compared with the oppression of that old Zeus, here to collect money to give goods, no deception, that divine power is the real deal. Don't look at the fact that cyber hunting doesn't seem to be so reliable, just think about it the other way around. How high can human productivity be in the wild period? When there are 1,000 people in a settlement, it is called a big tribe. Go to Athens, ancient Greece, with 40,000 citizens and hundreds of thousands of free people. Slaves are not qualified to worship gods, but they can be sacrificed. With just such a small number of people, the 12 main gods of Olympus plus so many righteous gods share their beliefs. The typical monk has more monks and less meat. Although the cyber hunting here does not provide much divine power, it cannot hold up to many people. Millions of people hunted and provided more divine power than all Greek believers provided. This is outrageous. After a closer look, Artemis understood what anger was doing. No matter how fun a game is, it has a life cycle, and players will get tired of it after a year or so. A new hunting game must be developed in order to maintain Artemis' divine power income within the scope of hunting priesthood. Originally, she thought that Ange would not be able to take back the opening of the priesthood. Now it seems that this is a long-term operation, which is an indefinite installment payment. Otherwise, if Ange doesn't develop a new hunting game, her source of divine power will be exhausted. Typically, you can't get off a pirate ship. Theoretically, she can still give up all of this, and roll back to the Pantheon in despair, to endure the harassment and oppression of Zeus. But this thing is a sunk cost. After paying so much, Artemis will not be reconciled if he does not gain divine power. So, everyone fell into the pit, and they are the real good sisters. The plastic sister flower Artemis kept silent about the installment payment, and her good sisters came to ask questions and did not answer. Instead, they showed off everywhere, using their newly acquired supernatural powers to hunt alien monsters on some wild planets outside the solar system. A week later, on a sunny evening, Hestia saw the sun. The next morning, there was a cute goddess with black hair and double ponytails in the world. The white tight-fitting large halter dress was nothing but the blue rope tied to the chest, which would move with the movement of her arms. Make waves. Then, a smart natural gas stove with a brand name Hestia, because of the tens of billions of soft girl coins subsidized by a certain inhuman Chen Hao, a double-ended stove only sold for 69 soft girl coins. With such a large dumping force, Hestia gas stoves suddenly occupied the global market. The only thing that is criticized by consumers is that every time the natural gas stove is ignited, it has to shout a password of praise Hestia before it can be turned on. Although everyone knows that this is the name of the outdated Greek mythology goddess Vesta, it always feels weird. The second goddess is hooked up. Knowing that the stove is really not high-tech, once the subsidy is lowered, the market share may be reduced, which in turn will lead to a decline in divine power income. Hestia's face, which looks a bit like a bun, swells up. You. Hestia hadn't scolded people much, and after knowing the truth, there were only a few words coming and going. Fortunately, when someone went out for a drive, Hestia calmed down after seeing Artemis and Sif next door being driven side by side with her orts. This can't be said to be broken, it can only be said that the result was not as good as I imagined. As the saying goes, where there is contrast, there is harm. Eng is a moral model compared to the god King Zeus, who is habitually reneging on his promises and has no bottom line. After all, Eng also provides them with different gears to choose from. You can narrow down the scope of priesthood, for example, only in the Aegean Sea region. Anyway, the road is chosen by oneself. The faster you go, the higher the cost. After them, Hephaestus, the of forging and craftsman, also started cooperation with Aang. It's just that Angle lent out the hard-working flame giant Chertel this time, which allowed Hephaestus to create a batch of new artifacts and conduct pie transactions with the gods of the pantheon. In return, Anger changed the shotgun for his men. If Hestia and Artemis have any regrets, it is probably. In the pantheon, Artemis put her hands on her hips and asked in an almost questioning tone, "Athena, are you coming?" He. I said, "Everyone go back and think about it. The result of my thinking is that I won't come. After all, Zeus can't do anything to me for the time being." Athena's eyes are the real plastic sisters. "Good sister, I definitely don't want to see you live too well, but I'm more happy to see you fall into the pit covered in mud." So she can stand on the edge of the pit and laugh at you wantonly. But Artemis really can't do anything to Athena this time. What else can she do? If not, just say there will be a time when you beg us in the future, and then leave under the complacent gaze of the other party. Ange only cared a little bit about this matter. These two goddesses looked unfamiliar, and Ange just regarded this as a long-term pie transaction. As for Athena, hey, there is no way to deal with her now. When it's time to handle Athena, Anger will definitely mark Athena as global flyable in his God Realm phone book. Ange made a lot of preparations to meet Darkseid, so much that he himself felt that it was too much. As a result, after waiting for 3 months, there is no news from Darkseid. This is very unscientific. After all, according to his conclusion of torturing the Steppenwolf's soul, Darkseid's army can reach any planet in the Milky Way from the most remote corner of the Milky Way within 2 weeks at most. Even if there is an accident such as a black hole, it should not exceed a month. Just when Ange thought that the cloud of war would no longer hang over the Earth, an accident happened as expected. That is a black space crack. It is like a huge black mirror, blocking the space channel between the Sun and Mars. At first, it was not worth mentioning for the solar system, which was only the size of a football field. Until it spread to a size of 10 kilometers in diameter, it was captured by the optical telescope of a military observatory on Earth. Chapter 346: Collapse and Merger. This is not the kind of black hole that can even devour light. The almost perfect circular mirror frame absorbs sunlight, and the gel-like material presents 7-color brilliance. It's just that the color matching is quite unsuitable. The conflicting colors such as red and blue with disgusting heart are all put together. The mirror itself is that kind of colorful black. Different shades of black are rolling endlessly like boiled sesame paste, and they are also glowing with strange colors, making the mirror surface look extremely weird and evil. The huge space crack in the shape of a ring began to rotate irregularly, clockwise for a few seconds at a time, and counterclockwise for a few minutes at a time, completely irregular. President Ellis, if this is a door that can be opened, there must be doom on the other side. This is out of the fear of the unknown and the premonition of catastrophe, and his words accurately capture the worries of all people on Earth. Helplessly, the level of science and technology of human beings is at the level of primitive people in the whole universe. Especially the research on space anomalies such as black holes is far below the average level of the universe, and the official had to ask Tony Stark for help. Tony forwarded the request to Angus, Thor, and Doctor Strange. Who knows, but the sand sculpture quill, that is, the new news from Star-Lord. A major event has occurred in the entire universe, and large-scale collapses have occurred in all galaxies in the universe. Refers to the contraction of the star's matter and squeeze it together. At some point in a star's life, its internal temperature will drop. Under the action of gravity, the atomic structure of the material inside the star will be destroyed and squeezed and shrunk. Many planets will collapse to a certain extent to form a black hole, absorbing matter below the speed of light endlessly. Another bad news came from Thor. His old gladiator friend Korg the Stone Man told him, Sarkar's star was swallowed by a black hole. Then suddenly another star Sokka appeared. I went to I found out that no one knew me. The broken place on star Sokka was originally the boundary of the universe, and the entire planet is covered with space cracks. It is not uncommon for a space collapse to swallow up Sokka. Oddly no one remembered Korg. Thor said this to Tony in the communication, it's so strange. Korg won't lie to me. He said that he searched the records of the arena in the entire Sokka planet, but he couldn't find his name. Then, there no one has the memory or record of my duel with Hulk. Wait. This sounds like a serious problem. Tony said very seriously in the video communication group of Avengers and Zheng Lian. Hasn't he been overthrown? Batman said suddenly. No. Thor said with great certainty, this is the weirdest part. The Korg I know is very sure, because of me and Hulk's escape and the destruction caused, the Sokka Star Collector Gao Tianzun we know it has already fallen. But when Korg went back this time, he was surprised to find that the collector was still the master of Sokar. Steelbone frowned with the only remaining eyebrow. Could it be that the collectors were restored, and then afraid of losing face, they deliberately erased that period of history? Loki, who hadn't shown up for a long time, interjected, shaking his head and saying, I bet the collector will catch Korg and use this to coerce Thor into becoming his slave gladiator again. Sure enough, only the despicable ones know the despicable ones best, and the heroes in the two major alliances showed stunned expressions at the same time. Suddenly, Batman raised another possibility. Could it be that two parallel worlds have merged, causing space changes? Don't forget that a year ago, the world full of zombie heroes almost invaded our world. A gaze cast from the terrifying abyss of a parallel world is enough to affect both worlds. At this time, Doctor Strange joined the group chat, on a rare occasion. It's not the zombie world. In fact, after I became the Supreme Mage, I adjusted Karmatage's space shield, so that the zombie world and our world become true parallel lines, never intersecting. A big cow who played with space magic came out to clarify, and everyone was relieved. Tony couldn't help asking, what happened to the large-scale collapse of the universe? A trace of entanglement flashed across Doctor Strange's handsome and elegant face. After all, he slowly raised his left index finger first, and then his right index finger. As for the superheroes in this group, even if we don't know them, we have already heard about them. Got used to each other's name, got used to each other's existence, right? During the video call, heroes from all walks of life nodded their heads one after another. Dr. Continued, is there a possibility that half of us and the other half should have lived in two different parallel worlds? Everyone was shocked, and then looked awe-inspiring. Batman said in a deep voice, you mean? I can manipulate the power of time. When I look into the future, I look at 14 million futures, and I never think there is a problem. But when I look back, gradually, I find that the past either did not have the Avengers, or there was no Justice League. This question has been bugging me for a long time. All the heroes fell silent. Dr. Throughout the most shocking topic, I've seen 2,800 pasts, and the probability of the existence of both is half and half. As he spoke, he seemed to glance at Nge's head, intentionally or unintentionally. Sure enough, the next second, Nge's voice was not in the chat group, but directly sounded in the doctor's heart with the voice of the soul. "Dear Doctor Strange, can you let the time of the whole world go back in time?" Doctor shook his head slightly. "Cannot. I'm afraid I can't afford the mistakes and consequences of going back in time. Using the power of Time Stone, it is true that one can peek into the past, but if one wants to interfere with the past, then there will be a big problem. This means that Doctor Strange needs at least the power of 2 or more Infinity Stones. In fact, Ng has 2 options. First, Ant-Man didn't jump out in this life, so Ng didn't mention it at all, did not start to die. That's okay, since you have the best future for the world, you can peep into the future 14 million times. Then I trouble you to keep going. Good." Unbeknownst to the other heroes, Ng quickly reached a pie deal with Doctor Strange. Sure enough, chatting with people with high IQ is easy, and even without Angus helping to write the script, Doctor Strange finished the script in a second. What he went on to say was impressive. "There is a high probability that we came from 2 worlds, and for some strange but irreversible reason, we came to the same Earth. Then, now it is finally time for this world to completely merge." Chapter 347 An Unexpected Helper. Merge. Batman's voice almost whispered. This word is used quite cleverly. There is no existence on the opposite side, and of course there is no problem in merging. What if there are 2 worlds? This is a bit bad. What exists in both parallel worlds? The Flash asked suddenly. "President." Little Spider replied in seconds. Tony frowned. "Let's take a look. Is the president everyone knows is Ellis?" "Yes." Almost everyone said in unison. "That's not a big problem. What's the next topic of concern?" After Dr. Banner spoke, the heroes discussed enthusiastically. After a heated discussion for almost half an hour, everyone felt that it seemed that there was really no big problem. It was Doctor Strange who made the final decision. "Although it sounds a bit stinky, I'm sure that the core of the 2 worlds is the Earth. So in theory, the Earth is the fastest to complete the merger of the world. I personally think that the progress of the merger of the Earth is at least more than 90%. Where is the problem?" Tony asked, making everyone fall into silence. "People's vision is limited. How can a group of Earth heroes fully understand the changes that have taken place in the entire universe? Just when they couldn't find a clue, an unexpected change happened to Darkseid's Apocalypse fleet. Fire! Fire! All guns fire!" On the flagship of the vanguard army of the Apocalypse fleet, an alien who looked like a lion man shouted in a rough voice. He is Kalibak, the eldest son of Darkseid, and the second strongest fighter under Darkseid. His combat power is almost comparable to that of Superman, but Darkseid doesn't like him, and he doesn't even let him call himself father. Typical migrant workers. At this moment, Kalibak's face was full of irritability. Where did these enemies come from? What does Thanos do? It was the Nova Army that intercepted the Apocalypse fleet. The Nova Corps is a well-known space defense force. When Star-Lord first obtained the Power Gem, he gave the gem to the Nova Corps and kept it on Xandar, where the Nova Corps was stationed. However, according to the information received by Darkseid, it should be Thanos who, after hearing the news, bloodbathed Xandar and stole the Power Gem, which is the first gem on the Infinity Gauntlet. Whether it is the evidence of bystanders or the first-hand information from the Earth, the Nova Corps should have been severely damaged even if it was not wiped out by Thanos. Where did this massive star fleet come from? Kalibak's yelling was of no help to the situation in front of him. The continuous flashes of the battleship's main guns emitted on the optical screen easily stained his face white. The enemy's fleet continued to launch fierce attacks, and the neutron beam cannons fired 10,000 guns. The radiated energy expanded, and the resulting light strongly stimulated Kalibak's retina. Apocalypse Fleet Vanguard warships are sparking from every corner. The violent energy jet pierced through the ship's shield, and rushed into the interior of the ship at high speed, causing explosions everywhere, and the flames of energy furnace explosions rose and fell in the Vanguard fleet. Kalibak can ignore the loss of demons. After all, this thing doesn't cost money. It's a pure cannon fodder, but it's not easy to build a battleship. The turbulent flow of energy spurted out set off raging waves and shook the ships of the two armies. The ships of the Nova Corps are relatively small in size. These spaceships, which resemble paper cranes folded by people on Earth, flexibly shuttle between the torn light beam gaps, like seraphs with many pairs of golden wings, constantly causing damage. Just the attack of the Nova Corps is not enough to shake the fleet of Apocalypse. Apart from other things, the number of the Nova Corps alone is incomparable, and it is only a fraction of the Darkside fleet. Even after the close combat, the Nova Legion's approximately 500 superhumans were all dispatched, and it still felt like a drop in the bucket. What really blocked the Darkside fleet was the Annihilation Swarm from negative space. If Ange is here, he will know, these terrible bugs come from Marvel's classic event Interstellar Annihilation. In this incident, the Nova Corps faced the threat of the Zerg, and the entire Nova Corps was caught off guard. Unable to bear it, they were gradually beaten and almost wiped out by the Annihilation Zerg, leaving only a few scattered survivors. Who knows that this life is simply a trick of fate? First, the main force of the Nova Corps dispatched all the main forces because they received the news of the annihilation of the swarm. When they accidentally fell into the turbulent flow of space, their home Xandar planet was ransacked by Thanos. Then, they entered a space drift that lasted for half a year. Not to mention meeting Darkseid's Apocalypse fleet by accident, it was like fate at this critical moment when they encountered the Annihilation Swarm. It's just that the Nova Army attacked the vanguard of the Apocalypse fleet, and the Annihilation Swarm attacked the chrysanthemums of the Apocalypse fleet. This made Darkseid a little uncomfortable. The Vanguard fleet alone is not enough to destroy the Nova Corps, and the main force behind has to fight against the swarms that suddenly burst out of the void. It is said to be a swarm of insects, but in fact, quite a few of these insects are mechanical life forms. Insects that look like caterpillars are covered with metal worm shells that are harder than titanium. But because they are living things, their flexibility is no less than that of Chitauri's flying motorcycles. The big bugs are about the size of a space battleship, and the small ones are about the size of a car. Many demons were attacked by the swarm the moment they left the mothership. Or be swallowed in one bite, or even smashed to pieces by the light beams ejected from the worm's mouth. 1 hour after the battle started, under the fierce attack of the Annihilation Swarm, Darkseid's entire rear almost evaporated out of thin air. Some were damaged by the explosion and could not continue to fight, some hulls were slightly damaged, but the demon-like hiccups that acted as pilots ended up floating aimlessly in the void. Countless bugs still rushed out from the gap in the dark space. Darkseid didn't care about the death of the demon, but he still couldn't deny that the situation was extremely tragic. If his subordinates were not demon-like with almost no self-awareness, but other intelligent races in the universe, the battle damage alone would generally mean that the battle line collapsed overnight. The unbearable Darkseid finally made a move himself. His huge giant body slowly flew out of the cabin and directly into space. In the sharp eyes, a scarlet light suddenly bloomed. The two red rays didn't look very eye-catching at first. After all, the light beams emitted by any small airship are thicker than this. Soon, the Annihilation Swarm found something was wrong. Because their space passage to this universe is rapidly shrinking. Squeak. The mental communication circuit between the insect swarm was full of anxious calls. Chapter 348 Injustice has a head and a debt has an owner. These extremely high-tech bugs try to stabilize the size of the portal. Only in this way can they continuously send their compatriots from negative space to join the battlefield. Unfortunately, they are doomed to disappointment. After all, this is Darkseid's famous stunt Omega Ray. This kind of ray can not only instantly kill relatively weak beings, but can even drive opponents into endless parallel worlds, and these worlds are getting worse one by one. Even death can't stop this cycle, and the victim himself is Omega energy will be continuously accumulated during the process of continuous travel, and the entire parallel world will be destroyed after reaching a certain level. Even if Darkseid hasn't obtained the anti-life equation to strengthen himself with the Omega Ray, with his current ability, it is more than enough to block a large space passage. Open and seal at the same time. Although the space-type bugs in the Annihilation Swarm were responsible for punching holes in the space barrier, they were still unable to resist Darkseid's terrifying power despite their crazy efforts. The entire transmission channel is closing at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the space channel was forcibly collapsed by Omega Rays, Darkseid returned to his mothership. "This is for you." "Yes." His interstellar version of Gul'dan advisor Mr. Desard bowed deeply, and then took over the command. The Annihilation Swarm that had been cut off their way back became even crazier. Even if the mouthparts were damaged due to excessive shooting, even if they were about to die suddenly due to scars, they never stopped attacking the Apocalypse fleet. A large number of scenes of mutual destruction appeared in the fleet. This kind of playstyle of pulling back when you die makes Desad very unhappy. Finally, after paying half of the Apocalypse fleet, the Annihilation Swarm that rushed into this world was wiped out. The battle is still not over, and very funny, Kalibak was entangled by the strongest Centurions in the Nova Corps. That's it? Without the god assist that annihilates the swarm, relying on the strength of the Nova Legion alone is like hitting a stone with a pebble. Especially when Darkseid's dark powerhouse Dr. Chaos joined the battle group and used mind control to take down Roman Dai in the Nova Corps and Admix and other digital powerhouses in one breath, the battle situation immediately became more and more serious. Presented one-sided. Half an hour later, the Nova Corps, whose hometown had been copied by Thanos, finally lost all of its main force and was completely removed from the Milky Way. Originally, so far, the pressure that the heroes of the Earth need to bear is still not small. But things are impermanent. Darkseid suddenly said, "I changed my mind, let's go here first." His thick fingers seemed to be casually pointing at the star map. "Here, there is no living star." Desad was puzzled. "I didn't say they had life." Darkseid was really scary when he grinned. In the Apocalypse fleet, his will is supreme. No one would really question Darkseid's decision, so the still large space fleet came to a barren star field. No life. Not even a trace of any activity. Whether it is interstellar radar or optical imagery, this is a barren star field that can be seen everywhere in the universe. Except for the large mutant star area on the left side of the event horizon, which even the latest spaceships cannot pass through. This kind of star area is more brutal than radiation, stars emitting high temperature and heat, and even black holes. At the moment when the top spacecraft can conquer small black holes, these mutant star regions are truly unsolvable. In theory, this is the case. Until Darkseid left the spacecraft again, entered space, and then stared fiercely at the star area. It must be admitted that the top magic eye in the universe has all kinds of outrageous and unimaginable abilities. Omega rays can allow enemies to travel through time and space, and can also see through the existence hidden in the cracks of mysterious space, such as the Pantheon that no one can find for at least 2,000 years. Zeus. You guys didn't expect to have today, did you? Darkseid, come to avenge the past. Sound cannot be transmitted in space, it is based on air transmission. When a superpower like Darkseid used his divine power to transmit his voice across thousands of kilometers to the Pantheon, which was like a small satellite in size and extremely gorgeous in appearance, it immediately caused a big commotion. Everything came too suddenly. Zeus, who was driving import, never thought that one day, the former enemy would find this place. In his concept, the location of the pantheon is absolutely secret, and the space coordinates are often changed. Unless the opponent has the top space ability in the universe, it is impossible to kill the door. Unfortunately, because Zeus has engaged gods other than Olympus countless times in the past thousands of years, although the pantheon seems to be vigilant and constantly changing positions, the random transposition in his eyes is in the real super god. In front of the computer, everything can only be regarded as pseudo-random. Doxate raised his hand, and all the guns of the half of the fleet behind him opened. The cannons are firing and blasting his mother. Ra has a powerful divine power shield outside the pantheon, and such a huge energy impact cannot be offset casually. The energy turbulence that could not be completely eliminated turned into a penetrating jet and blasted into the buildings of the pantheon, immediately creating a terrible storm in half of the pantheon. The gods are okay, they can use their divine power to protect themselves at critical moments. It was miserable for their servants. Those without the protection of divine power were blown to one side by this energy storm on the spot. Rows of gorgeous palaces inlaid with gold and silver seemed to be dying in the violent energy gust. In the pantheon, the more important the temples of the gods were, the closer they were. The slightly outer temples were uprooted on the spot, and the loose walls and roofs were directly disintegrated. Because the shroud of the temple was punctured, the air pressure inside and outside the passport was different, and the wreckage of the temple immediately turned into countless fragments, like toilet paper rolled into a flush toilet, and was rolled into the void on the spot, turning into shiny cosmic garbage. This is only the first wave of offensive of the Apocalypse fleet. After one round of main gun firing, the second round followed, which was actually 3 consecutive shots without stopping. Tens of thousands of neutron beams collided with the shield of the temple that was finally propped up again in the void. At that moment, the entire west side of the pantheon shone with the glow of the line of law. Strengthen the shield! Strengthen the shield! When Zeus was in a hurry, he quickly poured the divine power he had accumulated for many years into the shield through the artifact, and purple-blue thunder appeared densely on about a quarter of the shield. It stands to reason that as long as all the gods in the pantheon work together and exhaust their divine power to resist, it is not impossible to withstand the attack of the Doxate fleet. At this moment, the outer gods who do not belong to the Olympus pantheon slipped away first. They are here to have fun. We are just brothers and sisters, and there is no need to work hard for you, Zeus. If this is justifiable, then those gods who were dissatisfied with Zeus ran away, and Zeus completely broke his defense. Chapter 349 Olympus Infighting. Athena, Apollo, Aphrodite, you. Zeus widened his eyes, unable to believe the scene in front of him. If it is said that the second-tier gods ran away, Zeus didn't feel much. The 12 gods of Olympus also ran away, and Zeus really couldn't bear it. He roared out almost instinctively, I treat you well. Fart. Look at what you have done over the past 2,000 years. Apart from holding your party every day and harassing every goddess endlessly, you didn't do any fart. Athena couldn't suppress the anger in her heart, rarely slapped Zeus harshly. Not only Athena, more than half of the main gods, and most of the second-tier gods stood up and glared at Zeus. It stands to reason that most of the Greek gods are relatives of Zeus, and many gods are still his immediate relatives. Not too much, why this? But who is Zeus? A hormone that walks in the world like a perpetual motion machine. Whether it is him or his good brother Poseidon, when the two of them really use their divine power to open up territories for the entire system, everyone will naturally act as if they didn't see their stupidity. In this life, I was defeated by Ares, the of war, and retreated to the pantheon in desperation as a dead house, and endured Zeus's obscene harassment every day, which is helpless. As long as there is a better choice, the gods will not succumb to Zeus's despotic power. Now that death is imminent, who cares that you are the king of gods? Since you, Zeus, don't look like a god king at all, don't blame us for turning against you. It is obvious that countless light cannons shuttle through outer space, and the cloud of destruction is approaching step by step, but there is still internal strife in the inner area of the pantheon. This has to be said to be a wonderful irony. When Darkseid struck and tore off the last fig leaf named God King, Zeus was just a fat man in the god realm with nothing but a body and no power. No one knows, this is the consequence of the merger of the two universes. If there is no such catastrophe, the future Zeus will also be killed by a thunderbolt in the pantheon because of the conflict with Thor, the of thunder, and his chest will be pierced on the spot. When Zeus couldn't even protect the rest of the Olympian gods, the gods headed by Athena naturally said, "If you can't bear it, you don't need to bear it anymore." The gray-haired Zeus, with every inch of fat on his body trembling, said angrily, "Do you think it's okay to run away?" "That's right. Back then I led the coalition against Darkseid. But don't forget, it was a battle fought in the name of the entire Olympus pantheon. If I, who was the coach back then, were to die now, do you think Darkseid would let you go?" It must be admitted that Zeus knows how to handle the gods. Unfortunately, he made a wrong judgment this time. Apollo stepped forward. "What if I say that the one who takes up the banner against Darkseid this time is Kratos, the new of battle and war who killed Ares and Thanos?" The blood on Zeus's face faded, his mouth squirmed for a long time, but he couldn't squeeze out half a word. As long as they can beat Ares, why should they shrink in the cracks of this shitless space as a dead house? Even if Zeus's news is blocked, he still knows Kratos' record beheading Ares and killing at least the sub-celestial father-level Thanos. Not to mention the rumors, all 6 infinite gems are in the hands of Kratos. In light of this, there is absolutely no error in evaluating Kratos' strength as a heavenly father. These cosmic-level murderers are still the 12 main gods named after Olympus. Originally, Zeus was still complacent, thinking that Kratos' fierce reputation would help the Olympus gods to avoid all troubles. Who would know that there is another Darkseid who doesn't believe in evil? Days later, Hera's eyelids twitched wildly, her voice trembling slightly. "You guys, are you really going to give up on Zeus?" Hephaestus, the of craftsmen, shook his head. "It is Zeus who no longer treats us as gods." The accumulated grievances of more than 2,000 years caused the contradictions to erupt completely when the enemy is in front of them, and there is no room for reconciliation. At this moment, Hades, the of the underworld who had been silent for a long time, took his 2 subordinates, then Atos, the of death, and Hypnos, the of sleep, and stood silently behind Zeus, expressing his support for Zeus. Poseidon's facial muscles twitched, and he followed in a bit of frustration with his devotion. That's all. Among the 12 main gods, only Zeus, his 2 brothers, and his wife finally chose to stand firmly by his side. In addition, the other Yagami chose to leave. In fact, Artemis and Hestia are not here today, and the scene is probably 4 vs 6. To be honest, it is not counted as external force. If internal strife must be fought, it is actually Zeus who has a better chance of winning. It's just that Zeus is ashamed. He lowered his head first, then raised it again. "What price did Kratos offer you?" "Price?" Apollo's voice suddenly rose, and at the same time he shook his head. "No, there is no price, only respect and fairness, and the promise called he will kill Darkseid, that's all." "Is Angel's price high?" "Not high at all. He has an indifferent attitude towards the entire Olympus pantheon. Those who come to hang out with him will be rewarded with some meaty bones, and it doesn't matter if they don't hang out with him. Anyway, it is impossible to hand over the sovereignty of the earth." He thought that his asking price was infinitely close to 0, and he didn't think about how many Olympus gods would come to seek refuge. Ghost knows no harm without contrast. He thought that the asking price was about 0, and Zeus couldn't stand it, which is a negative number. In this era when the strong in the old era are falling one after another, Sometimes being able to cover the younger brother is already the biggest price tag. When a strong enemy came, Zeus couldn't cover it, but Eng had a high probability of being able to cover it. This is a world of difference. Zeus' dejection is visible to the naked eye. He has long since lost the will to be a king, and Darkseid killed him, ruthlessly pulling him down from the throne of the king. You are all my relatives. I have no intention of attacking you. You go. After that, Zeus opened a portal, allowing these gods to come to the earth in their own bodies. If it was the peak period of the gods, this kind of operation would be exhausting. Teleporting any righteous body across space requires burning a lot of energy. Almost at the same time Zeus opened the portal, Darkseid sensed it. My lord, reminded his advisor Desart. Darkseid taunted contemptuously, it's just a group of shriveled shells with little divine power. As long as Zeus doesn't run away, when I destroy the earth and get the anti-life equation, we have plenty of time to hunt down these false gods of the old age. On the other side, Doctor Strange was in a daze. When the magic shield built by the three holy temples sounded the alarm frantically, he once thought that the big one was coming. Unexpectedly, when he led people to the mirror space used to isolate the teleportation, he saw a large number of Greek gods rushing to the street, and was speechless for a long time. The earth is no longer the playground of the gods. The doctor said coldly. Athena came out more and more, we know, I just want to meet Kratos. Good. Chapter 350 An apology is about to. Eng is actually a little irritable recently, similar to the feeling of not waiting for the test results after the test is over because of a system bug. He looked more serious than Artemis and Hestia had imagined, because they had thought that this new with a head full of yellow waste and a human body might be around day and night. Haunt them both. In fact, they guessed half right. If the world is really peaceful, it is not guaranteed that Eng will inherit the great mantle of Olympus God King, but he can distinguish between the important and the important. Most of the time, he will enter a state similar to meditation. This is to spread his divine sense to a farther place. Based on the solar system, almost the entire old Asgard territory is within his monitoring range. In order to find the enemy, he even lent some of his divine power to Heimdall, asking the former gatekeeper of Asgard to help him scan the 9 kingdoms and look for traces of the enemy. This kind of work that requires a lot of patience, Angie's performance is beyond everyone's expectations. Unless his own girl comes to him and asks for a kiss or something, he spends almost all his time on this matter. So that Artemis has time to attend New York Game Festival. In this grand game manufacturer's close contact with players, Artemis used her own avatar to cosplay a female hunter as an official cozer. As a matter of course, her innate temperament has won the crazy love of the players, and they all said that she is the #1 blue star huntress in the world in the hearts of the players. Ahem, a certain goddess of hunting, who was a bit crooked, gained a considerable amount of divine power because of this. But only this episode is worth mentioning. Until the welcome area of the villa suddenly lit up with the glory of the portal. Be alert. Huntress Helena reminded the Amazon companions vigilantly. Although this space coordinate is only provided to familiar powerful beings, such as certain Olympus gods, it is a portal to a vital location after all, and it is never too much to be vigilant at any time. To the surprise of the guards, it was a dignified and elegant woman in a Greek dress who stepped out of the gate. The sacred halo around her body and the iconic snakeskin armor on her upper body made the guard guess the identity of the other party at once. See Goddess Athena. The guards saluted in unison. Kratos, is he free? Athena just spoke when a voice came from the living room not far away. He may be available, or he may not be available. Athena is no stranger to the owner of this light and mellow voice. In the past, Athena could not look at each other's faces, but now she met this woman in a white dress with a ridiculous double ponytail whip and a blue wrap around her abdomen to accentuate her curves. A feeling of, "Good morning, Hestia." Athena lowered her voice. He. Isn't this Athena Artemis, and I thought you would never come here in your life. The goddess with a typical girlish air squinted her eyes, as if she was doing something homely. Only the god in question can understand, every word of her is a knife to the heart. Athena decided to avoid the important ones. The pantheon was attacked by Doxate, and Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, and Hades decided to stick to it. Compared with Athena, Hestia is still too shallow. Her little complaint was interrupted by this shocking event, and she immediately forgot. She hurriedly said, He is in the meditation room on the first floor of the basement. I will take you there. After saying that, Hestia hurriedly pulled Athena's left wrist, and rushed to the basement with small, fast-paced steps. She didn't know that her unconscious little actions fell into Athena's eyes, and Athena secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Such a major event cannot be hidden from the owner of this place. Even before the two of them reached the basement, Hestia notified Eng of this matter through divine thoughts. As a result, when they rushed to the meditation room, Artemis had already passed through the portal that Eng opened. Tell me. Eng said lightly. Athena told all about the sudden attack on the Pantheon, and Darkseid publicly stated that he would not let Zeus go. Oh? That is, a large number of gods are hanging outside Kamataja's space protection circle, and then you come to report first. Yes. Understood. You can go back. Eng waved his hand casually, as if dismissing a dog. Athena was embarrassed on the spot. Of course she knew that Kratos could not save Zeus. In her cognition, Kratos is the god of war on Earth, definitely not the god of war in the airspace of the Pantheon. In that place, even if Zeus immediately gave Kratos the authority to grant divine power, Kratos would have nothing to borrow. After all, the Olympus Pantheon is a standard broken household, and the divine power that can be squeezed out of the entire Pantheon is probably not as good as the divine power that Hestia currently possesses. Such a beggar. But she dared to come to Eng at this moment because she believed that Eng would want to accept the gods of Olympus as his younger brother, or like accepting Artemis and Hestia. This made her go back. Athena, who was a little bit unwilling, couldn't help saying, Aphrodite, god of love, and the others are still waiting for my reply, so I'll go back like this. She secretly the gods and planned to package them for promotion. Eng raised his eyelids. Doxate, our Earth League of Legends will clean up. As for you, whether you have the help of the Olympus gods or not is not important to us. He said it so lightly that it was almost as if he was saying that he refused to rescue a group of bereaved dogs from the dog meat factory that were about to be slaughtered. Athena was dumbfounded. She knew that she had calculated too much before. She had calculated thousands of times, and she didn't calculate that Darkseid would blow up the Pantheon first. Without the foundation, how could she have the confidence to negotiate with Kratos? She was a little lost. At this time, the good sister Hestia was soft-hearted. She secretly used her divine sense to directly tell Athena the correct answer, I apologize. Huh. Athena's eyes widened. With Zeus as a model, she is no stranger to these things, but she never expected that one day it would fall on her. But, does she still have a choice? Incomparably complex emotions overflowed in her eyes, ups and downs, bittersweet and everything. She chose to do so anyway. Yeah, sorry. Eng hesitated for a moment, and he could tell at a glance that Hestia was releasing the water. He was somewhat dissatisfied at first, but when he saw Athena's posture like an arch bridge, he suddenly wanted to laugh. Laugh when you feel like laughing. Ha 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 ha. Athena was so red-faced by his ridicule that she didn't dare to vent her anger. Did I do something wrong? Eng stared at Hestia, and immediately felt guilty, and obediently rolled over to demonstrate correctly. Eng made another small look, Artemis gave Eng a white look, and followed helplessly. At this moment, Athena found that the poses of her two former good sisters were concave. Finally, the poses of the three sisters were synchronized. At the end, Athena still didn't give up, they are all waiting. Then let them wait. Chapter 351 The End of the Old Era. Negotiations are always a tug of war. If you go in and out, you will go in and out for 1,000 rounds. Don't even think about ending it. When we are familiar with each other, you know my strengths and I know your depth, then the competition will be the most intense. Often they will get red-faced, and they will squabble non-stop. As the so-called weak country has no diplomacy, Athena, who had lost the foundation of the pantheon, was in an absolute passive state in this negotiation, let alone two traitors among her good sisters. Artemis and Hestia, who used to have the same label as Athena, sold Athena completely, and complained that she didn't enter the pit together. When they thought that Athena was still staring at them from above the pit when the two of them fell in, as if silently mocking their weakness, the two of them became angry. The bottom line was repeatedly breached during the negotiations. Athena's Achilles heel was completely taken care of. After being sold out, the good sister really didn't give her any face, and Athena lost everything. With nowhere to retreat, Athena literally cried and signed the alliance under the city with tears in her eyes. Maybe in the future, every time she dreams back at midnight, she will think of today's shame. But that's the way things are. Without a home, without a foundation, you will be bullied mercilessly. No matter how bad Zeus is, he still has a signboard of a king. When the last fig leaf is gone, they are just a group of high-level refugees in the universe. The only difference between Ange and other powerhouses is that after she makes the maximum concession, Ange will most likely fulfill her promise and give her and other gods a pitifully small place to stay. Athena gritted her teeth and endured it. The meeting lasted 12 hours in one go. For the waiting gods of Olympus, it was an extremely tormented half-day. In the mirror space, they finally waited for the return of a tired Athena. What's the situation? Aphrodite was the first to meet her. It's a deal. Kratos will accept us temporarily, and temporarily open some priesthoods on the earth to restore our divine power. As a price, we need to participate in the battle with Darkseid under the oath of God. Any escape and negative behavior will be punished most severely. Athena said calmly. Then, what if you join Kratos? Please talk to him one by one. At this time, Apollo became upset, and raised his eyebrows. Wait. Anyway, I borrowed his divine power back then, and I am Apollo. He didn't mention me. Athena has a straight face, outer god will never know what changes have taken place on this face in the past 12 hours. She sneered in her heart, my mother, I fought battles on the negotiating table, spent so much talking, I don't know how many times I did it, and I barely reached a conclusion, and you still want to take advantage of me? Hee hee. Athena didn't speak. Apollo and other gods could only bite the bullet and use their spiritual thoughts to call the gods to find Ange. After Ange became a god, his mental power had already been greatly strengthened, and there was no pressure to concentrate on 20 tasks, but he was ruthless, hanging on to the Greek gods like this, talking one by one in a daze. For example, if Demeter, the goddess of agriculture, has nothing to do with the battle situation, anger will simply let the other party go without asking for anything. After the war, they will all be released. For those who wanted to stay, anger first included Aphrodite as the trophy of the friendly match, and then made things difficult for Apollo. Interestingly, the main of Olympus who still retains unnecessary restraint is generally not low. As soon as Aphrodite asked for the position of God Empress, Anger laughed on the spot. In addition, the sun priesthood cannot be given to Apollo. The most standard sun in Olympus is Helios. The origin of Apollo is the sun, but in fact he is in charge of light, prophecy, medicine, disaster relief, and so on. What Karmataj controls is the space barrier of the Earth, not the solar system. Master Ancient One suppressed the entire solar system at his peak, but now that Doctor Strange takes over, he definitely can't do what Ancient One did. When Darkseid was about to kill him, Apollo didn't dare to take the sun as his domain and occupy brightness. Eng stuck Apollo to death, and only agreed to temporarily grant unimportant priesthoods such as medicine. However, all the bargaining came to an end when the gods of Olympus simultaneously sensed the terrifying heart throbbing. The Pantheon is gone. Aphrodite burst into tears. Rao, the gods had expected this early on. When this moment came, the indescribable sense of loss instantly defeated the defenses of many gods. Staying in the Olympus system, they did not know how many times they had cursed the three Zeus brothers overtly and secretly. When they really fell, that kind of strong reluctance entangled their hearts again. Following the decline of the Asa Protoss, the Olympus Protoss followed suit. Admittedly, this is the end of an old era. Perhaps, this is also the beginning of the age of God of War. Not long ago, the gods of Olympus, who had asked for a high price, quickly reached a series of agreements with Kratos. Either as a guest general, or as a refuge, these old gods made their decisions one after another. Dasad accompanies Darkseid to stroll through the ruins of the Pantheon, one of the most luxurious palaces in the universe, which is now a trophy of the apocalypse. Darkseid didn't even make a move in this battle. His generals alone defeated all the old gods including Zeus. He smashed Kalibak with a tray and lifted Zeus' head high. The essence of the gods is a body of high-purity spiritual energy. Originally, the belching Zeus should have dissipated his whole body into energy fragments. Unfortunately, his head was wrapped tightly by Kalibak with mysterious power. Dead, but not completely dead. Darkseid glanced at Zeus's puffy face that was dying, and lost interest in an instant. Throw it away. Dasad remonstrated, "My lord, Zeus was once a strong man at the level of the Heavenly Father." Darkseid hesitated for a second, then just find a corner in the trophy room. Yes. Kalibak bowed his head. Darkseid turned his head and said, "Leave some people to clean up the battlefield, and then the whole army will attack. The target is the Earth." In his opinion, a mere pantheon is not even comparable to the previous Annihilation Swarm. Apocalypse warships turned into streamers one after another and disappeared in the star field. They entered the space jump program and will kill the Earth orbit after 3 cosmic days. This should have been the case. However, the merger of the universe once again exceeded Darkseid's imagination. The space collapse that was rarely encountered when playing space transitions in the past thousands of years was encountered by the Apocalypse fleet again. Chapter 352 Mortal. You know nothing of my power. Silently, on the hyperspace wide area radar of the Darkseid flagship, the number of its own warships is rapidly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It feels like these sturdy spaceships are like eggs flying at high speed, which is unfortunate. One after another, he hit the stones blocking the way. As the battle damage increased rapidly, all the generals under Darkseid were terrified, but Darkseid's will was supreme, and no one dared to stop unless he called for a stop. In the final analysis, whether it is a monster or a fleet, it is all consumables, and it doesn't hurt to lose any amount. When they rushed to the solar system, compared with when they first set off from Apocalypse, the huge interstellar fleet was less than 20% left. Dasad comforted the generals and said, "It doesn't matter. The civilization of the people on Earth is too backward, and they can't even make up a fleet across the galaxy. Anyway, in the end, it depends on the strong to win. But before that, let the people on Earth enjoy the baptism of advanced civilization technology. This day is destined to be recorded in human history." On the USS Missouri space cruiser, a US military monitor is pouring coffee into his mouth, while staring at the measuring instrument like a Bible. The Earth has been attacked by aliens so many times, and it is false to say that there is no progress at all. Although the Kryptonian spaceships were not fully analyzed due to too few samples, At least the Earth people have made progress in capturing a larger number of Chitauri spaceships. In a counterattack on the Earth, as many as 32 large and small spaceships fell into the hands of the Earth people relatively intact. The people on Earth have not yet been able to copy the Chitauri spaceship and mass-produce it, but after gathering a large number of cryptographers and linguists, they have been able to translate the Chitauri language more completely and control these spaceships. A spaceship that once belonged to aliens. At this time, the work of the monitor is generally peaceful, but it is very boring. Except for drinking coffee, it is really boring to death. However, his stomach immediately ached from a different stimulus. The unexpected screen flash made the monitor's face change. He stared at the monitor directly, and even unconsciously swept the cup off the operating table. The space ahead is distorted. The monitor tried hard to suppress his voice so as not to change his tone because of panic. There are a huge number of unknown objects jumping out of space. The distance is 10 light seconds, and according to the mass estimation, it should be a spaceship. The number, more than 10,000 ships. Be more specific. The captain roared. The monitor blushed, and then spit out the shock stuck in his throat. It has exceeded the upper limit of the ship's enemy detection. The captain's eyes flashed with horror. He tried hard to suppress the silent mourning in his heart, and then turned on the communicator. Give me the Earth Defense Command. Earth Defense Command is a joint command post established under the framework of the United Nations, which is rare for countries on Earth to abandon their differences. To be honest, with the technological level of the Earth, it is difficult to effectively resist the space fleet from apocalypse. All they can do is to discover the enemy as soon as possible and notify the top powerhouses on Earth. When the image of Kueya appeared on the opposite side of the video phone, President Ellis said seriously, "Doc Sate's fleet is here." Eng waved his hand. "His fleet is meaningless, I'll wait for him in the Nevada desert." "Is this all right? Mortal. You know nothing about my power." After finishing speaking, Eng hung up the video phone. President Ellis was stunned when he heard it. He really didn't know how to explain it to other heads of state. At this moment, the situation suddenly changed. A monitor of the Defense Command suddenly shouted, "There are a large number of high-speed meteorites around the Apocalypse fleet, and they are flying towards the Apocalypse fleet at high speed." "How come?" General Swanwick frowned. "I don't know, those meteorites floating in the void suddenly moved." Until this moment, President Ellis and the others suddenly understood why Kratos just said mortal. "You know nothing of my power." In the vast and boundless universe, in addition to large expanses of nothingness, there are also countless large and small meteorites. The small one can be the size of a peanut, and the big one can be a Himalayan mountain. These meteorites, which cost tens of thousands of tons, easily broke through 100 times the speed of sound driven by a mysterious force. At this moment, the meteorite group is not like a solid at all. When they shuttle through the universe at super high speed, they look like bunches of white-hot beam cannons. In just a few seconds, he conquered a distance of 100 kilometers and stabbed on the ship of the Apocalypse fleet. Although 100 kilometers seems to be a long way, for a giant space battleship that is only a few kilometers long at every turn, this distance is equal to a zero-distance backstab. Because more than half of the battleships had just jumped out, they didn't even have time to turn on their energy shields at full power, and these meteorites, whose power was already equal to large kinetic energy shells, bombarded their heads and faces. The shield tried hard to resist the impact, but it was a pity that it was unable to regain strength. Multiple composite armor composed of mirror-treated ultra-hard metal, high-strength space algae extract, and super ceramics failed after barely resisting for half a second. These meteorites, which were double-functioned by power gem and space gem, easily pierced the outer wall of the battleship, and exploded when they reached the interior. Countless fragments began to destroy the surrounding space like a river, killing the demons inside, making the ship was on fire in an instant. The continuous explosions occurred in the entire fleet. From the inside to the outside, almost no warship can avoid this kind of surprise attack that is equivalent to zero distance in fleet warfare. The shock shook Darkseid's flagship with a loud bang, and all the demon-like commanders in the central command room stood up. Many demon-like commanders even popped out the two pairs of wings hidden in the carapace to prevent themselves from falling to the ground due to the impact. Emergency sirens are ringing loudly. The XXX area is damaged. Damaged power system. Engine NOS 3, 6, and 9 stopped. The voice of the correspondent also seemed so shrill. Investigate the damage. Restore control of the flagship. Quick. The scream of the demon-like commander echoed in the bridge. The demon-like commanders were in palpitations, and several guys raised their hands to wipe the sweat from their foreheads. Only Darkseid remained motionless. Oh. It seems that this Kratos is interesting. The eyes of the Apocalypse new god flickered red, and suddenly, the commotion on his flagship stopped. A mysterious force enveloped this huge mothership with a length of more than 15 kilometers, protecting it from the surrounding meteorites. After the initial panic, the spaceships with full shield power began to restore their balance. One by one, they followed the rhythm of the Darkseid flagship and rushed towards the geosynchronous orbit. Chapter 353 Forced Airborne. Darkseid's men didn't have the aloofness and arrogance of the last time the Thanos fleet entered the Earth. The gunners on the space carrier seemed to be fighting an invisible enemy. At first they thought that the meteorite was flying over because the enemy had installed propellers on the back of the meteorite, which the detectors could not see. When they were shocked, they found that the fragments of their own spacecraft after the explosion, and even the small and medium-sized spacecraft themselves had become tools of destruction for the opponent. Only then did they truly realize the terror of their opponents. That is a terrifying opponent who can easily attack them from hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. They can't even see who their opponent is. All I know is that the opponent's name is Kratos. In the desert of Nevada, in the Temple of War last time, Ange seemed to be lazily lying on a beach chair, enjoying the mild white moonlight in the desert during the day. Does this scene sound outrageous? But beside Artemis, who has part of the power of the moon, it is so outrageous. At first, when Athena saw Ange holding hands in the void, Athena foolishly put her face closer. It wasn't until she sensed the power of space that she realized that she was a little self-indulgent. Not every existence can see what Ange has done. Except Cheo, the rest can only see on the cosmic horizon projection provided by Ange, what kind of blow Darkseid's fleet is suffering outside the Earth's atmosphere and torment. This is really so cool, said the little spider enviously. Bruce Banner reminded him earnestly, don't envy those things you can't do, don't talk about manipulating such a huge energy, just let it pass through your body, and you will explode. Dr. Banner, can you handle it? The little spider asked back. For Hulk, maybe his body can carry it. But it is absolutely impossible to achieve such ultra-long distance fine manipulation. Energy will flow with the propagation distance, and become distorted and out of control. Earth's most powerful laser weapons can't pass through the atmosphere, because of atmospheric particles. Most land-based laser weapons shoot a few kilometers at most, the energy decays rapidly, and the beam begins to deviate. Peter Parker is extremely smart, and he immediately realized that this is the gap in talent. Are all gods so powerful? At this moment, Sif suddenly said, no, only he is like this. The goddesses of Olympus nodded in agreement. Ange on this side smiled and said nothing. At this time, he may not be able to compare with Thanos in terms of absolute strength, but he is confident that with the help of the system, his micromanagement will definitely beat Thanos. In history, Rao played a seemingly devastating AoE with the power of Thanos, that is, crushing an asteroid, and then blasting countless fragments in one direction. If Thanos' meteor shower can really break through the speed of sound and hit where to hit, at least half of the heroes of the Avengers will be killed in seconds when they meet. Only now, the object of suffering has become Darkseid's subordinates. The violent meteor shower ravaged the entire fleet, easily breaking through the shield of the battleship, tearing the composite armor several meters thick, causing death and destruction. It was in this state of heavy casualties that the spacecraft controlled by the demons could only continue the death charge under the strict order of Darkseid. Each spaceship turned on its full horsepower, and finally rushed out of the Earth's atmosphere, without any cover for the landing ship at all. When the hatch of the battleship opened, hundreds of 10-seater landing craft jumped out like eggs. He flew low urgently, broke through the atmosphere, and swooped down on the Temple of War in the Nevada desert. Meteorites from outer space are also weakened when they pass through the Earth's atmosphere. Meteorites are too big for Earth pills. Meteorites are too small, and they disappear by themselves before they pass through the atmosphere. This does not mean that Aang has no way to play meteor showers in the atmosphere, but using the power of the infinite gems to create a giant tornado is more than enough. At this moment, the airborne demons had the illusion that they had just stepped out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's mouth. Dazzling thunder is mixed in the raging tornado, and the torn limbs of the demon-like are scattered in mid-air. Aang was crazy. Captain America, the second-tier reinforced hero at most, looked at Aang with a feeling of strangeness. The strength of the two sides has long been a world apart. Sometimes, he would have an inexplicable feeling, why would a boss of this level want to play with us? It was Diana who kindly reminded Aang, even if the power of the Infinity Gem is infinite, you still have to stay alert. Darkseid still needs you to deal with it. Okay. Aang followed suit. The tornado in the sky suddenly dissipated, and the suffocated demons finally had the courage to fly out of the landing pod. Before they could kill them wantonly, the air combat heroes on the Earth side had already greeted them. Heroes such as Falcon, War Machine, Iron Man, Fulla, Wonder Woman, Penthesilea, etc. all worked together. In a round of fierce confrontation and hedging, I don't know how many types of demons died. A landing craft was waiting for an opportunity to increase its speed. When it was about to make a high-altitude drop, an anti-aircraft turret named Goddess of Hunting Artemis on the ground suddenly let out a silent roar. As if being bombarded by an interstellar capital ship, the light flashed, and the landing craft immediately lost control and exploded in the air. This scene immediately gave Darkseid on the largest landing craft a serious sense of déjà vu. Picture. So similar. The day of that year is just like today. Again, they can't teleport in and out of the Earth well, and can only rely on slow and clumsy landing craft. Again, the Goddess of Hunting blows up the spaceship with a divine bow. Darkseid gritted his teeth with hatred. I don't believe in the so-called fate. He spat hard. No one knew that he killed Zeus ahead of time just to break the curse in his heart. Think about it, after thousands of years, it came to the Earth again, and it turns out that the opponent's boss is a combination of Zeus, Artemis, and God of War. Once the march is unfavorable, it's no wonder that Darkseid doesn't murmur in his heart. To kill Zeus first is to get rid of demons. Callback. Darkseid suddenly said to his eldest son, kill Artemis. Your father will be happy. Darkseid has always disliked Callback, even forbidding him to call himself father. Having a dad who is the top powerhouse in the universe is such a pain in the ass. As long as Callback wants to inherit the throne, he must perform well. He kicked open the hatch of the landing cabin and jumped out from an altitude of 500 meters. Then, it was hit by a humanoid missile named Dachau. Damn Kryptonians. Why are you protecting a planet that doesn't belong to you? Earth is my home. Terrible sonic booms exploded continuously over the desert. Chapter 354. Strong like a forest is to do whatever they want. This Callback, whose head looks like a lion, is the eldest son of Darkseid and the second strongest fighter under Darkseid. His combat power is almost comparable to that of Superman. Focus on it almost. If only relying on Genglian's manpower, there is no doubt that it will definitely not be the Super League against Kalabak. Only in Tianji's catching and killing like a horse race, will Dachau face him, and it must be a quick kill. On the premise that a certain traveler combines almost all the righteous heroes of Marvel and DC, the style of play is completely different. Dachau pressed on Kalabak and beat him wildly. The situation suddenly became, if my side is full of high-quality horses, may I ask your excellency Darkseid, how should you deal with it? Gone. Darkseid's lead horse is a guy in green armor with the same name as Mantis from the Guardians of the Galaxy. As soon as this guy jumped out, he was struck by lightning. Cough. Don't get me wrong, the one who meets him is the new Axe Thor Odinson, who has steadily stepped into the sub-celestial father class. Praying Mantis does not eat any physical attacks, even theoretically, he can absorb anyone's energy and magic attacks, with invincible written all over his face. The question is, Thor is not human. With an axe in the past, I saw a line of lightning visible to the naked eye appeared on the huge white cloud above Mantis's head. The purple-blue line of lightning stretched from the sky to the earth, forcibly separating the left and right of the desert below. A brand new deep canyon more than 10 kilometers long is formed on it. One axe passed. Open up the world. Sif, who was watching the battle, couldn't help covering her mouth. She could feel that Thor was still conservative this time. A random blow can split mountains and rivers, knock down stars, sun and moon, and overturn oceans. This kind of mighty power far surpasses the power of the mortal world, and it is the legendary strength of the Heavenly Father. She suddenly understood why Ange said that as long as Thor exerted his full potential, he would definitely have a chance to kill Thanos in the state of 6 gems. Thor's blow was somewhat reserved, but even so, it still made the first blood appear on the battlefield. In a sense, most of the time Thor is a typical wave of play. One move can't beat the enemy in seconds, and it often becomes a bladder game. He has to be beaten for a long time before he can activate himself, enter the explosive state, and counter-kill the opponent. But this time, he completed the instant kill, and the second was the opponent's number 1 General Mantis. Darkseid doesn't care how many demons he dies and how many warships he loses. For gadgets that can be mass-produced industrially, the loss is just a number. General is different. It took Darkseid a lot of effort to collect these peerless powerhouses. As soon as the home champion was picked up, he was instantly defeated. This not only angered Darkseid, but also dealt a major blow to his own morale. No. Impossible. Darkseid was a little panicked. As long as it is information, there is a possibility of distortion. Especially the assessment of strength among the strong can never be absolutely objective. Moreover, there is a subtle possibility of mutual restraint among the strong. It is precisely because Praying Mantis's stamina is outrageous enough that he does not take physical attacks, so he has developed the habit of taking the opponent's attacks hard. Darkseid's strongest shield meets the strongest axe of the Avengers. It seems that the Axeman is better. Thor. Well done. Hearing Angie's praise, Hammer, oh no, Brother Axe showed his trademark silly smile. He didn't stop, and ran to find the next victim with Storm Tomahawk. Thor is eyeing Dr. Chaos, because Thor sensed that this guy who looks like a robot actually tried to control him with his mind. Thor is very upset. However, Dr. Chaos received a gift from the Scarlet Witch before he had time to show off his power. Woo! Strange buzzing sound. Dr. Chaos suddenly saw a world of rain and mist. The crimson rain and fog had already penetrated back into his spiritual world silently. All his spiritual power was tightly bound by a huge net, and he couldn't let it out. Impossible! Doctor of Chaos exclaimed, how can a man with such strong mental power be unknown in the universe? At this time, if there was no dazzling red light in her hand, the dancing Scarlet Witch would probably look like a psychopath. With that ball of spiritual power that no one can ignore, She is one of the most terrifying humanoid killers on the battlefield. Beautiful face was full of smiles, Scarlet Witch proudly said, "Perhaps, my man is too famous. Stay by Angie's side, and the limelight will be easily robbed." "No way, who made Angie's record so dazzling?" Trained by Ange for a long time, and with the power of Soul Gem, Scarlet Witch's strength has already far surpassed ordinary star-level powerhouses, and she is only one step away from the sub-celestial father. Rao is a strong man like Dr. Chaos, but he was suppressed on the spot. Originally, the easiest and most violent way to deal with someone with strong mental power like the Scarlet Witch is to face off. The problem is coming: who will break the other? Those who can stand out among thousands of troops, without exception, are all super fierce men who can ride 1,000 horses. In another family, most of Darkseid's men are strong men with prominent faces. Unfortunately, they are facing the Avengers and Zhenglian, plus the remnants of Olympus headed by Aang. In terms of the number of top fighters, Darkseid's side has become a disadvantage. This time, it's Dr. told to Chaos. Stop him. In the past, Dr. Chaos is absolutely true. After all, the closer the distance to his mind control, the greater the power. At this moment, he was suppressed by the Scarlet Witch, whose mental strength was no less than his, and his situation immediately became precarious. Not to mention, Thor is surrounded by Heimdall and the 3 warriors of Asgard to help clean up the demon-like miscellaneous soldiers. Thor is naturally the one who takes the lead at the forefront. The new version of Thor wields a battle axe and acts as the initiator of the attack of the entire assault force. When the monsters rushed over, it was hardly a fight, and they were often blasted into charcoal by the thunder light on Thor's storm axe before they even reached Thor's side. Heimdall and the 3 warriors also used that kind of fierce combat style. They seemed to be transformed into ancient beasts, baring their teeth and claws, tearing apart all enemies who dared to approach Thor from the flanks, and leading Asgard behind him. The German armored warriors advance. At this time, who else can stop them from killing Dr. Chaos? A kind grandma who is not kind. As the commander of the Apocalypse Special Forces, she is also very powerful. It's a pity that she has to face Hulk, a violent hero who is extremely resistant to beating. And a sad face the 3 former virgins, unable to make a move at all. It's not just them. Every famous strongman under Darkseid's command has been suppressed by the strong men of the earth, and they all have a sense of breathless trance. The only thing they can count on is that Darkseid will open the situation. Chapter 355: The Disappearance of Doctor Strange. When a huge camp has to take the lead in the charge, it is actually quite sad. Explain that this camp doesn't even have a decent second leader. If possible, Darkseid would not mind giving Anger a second on the spot. Because Ange was riding face output when he came up. Go. Pikachu. A certain cheap of war starts with a summoner named Steppenwolf. When the headless horseman Steppenwolf slashed at his former master with his great axe, which former boss could stand it? This is more than just a flying dragon riding a face. This simply made Darkseid's former dog leg ride on Lao Da's face to NP. As a new god, Darkseid has long forgotten when he was last angry. Years of victories even made Darkseid's nerves a little numb. There are opponents who taunt him, and there is no need for him to get angry at all. Naturally, there are younger brothers who slap the opponent to death and use a million ways to help him vent his anger. Only this Kratos is an exception. He really shook the foundation of Darkseid's rule. Regardless of the relationship between Steppenwolf and Darkseid, he is one of the most famous generals on Apocalypse. If Kratos is not killed, Darkseid's authority will continue to be challenged. Uncle can't bear it, Aunt can't bear it, the whole family can't bear it. Omega Krypton Gold Dog Eye activated. When the dazzling Omega rays blasted out, the existence named Steppenwolf in front of him shattered. Spicy, a headless horseman shattered into something like glass shards. Who knew, the demon-like commanders around Darkseid just wanted to applaud the boss, but the cheers stopped abruptly. An illusion. A phantom so realistic that even a veteran powerhouse like Darkseid can be fooled. Whether it's the five senses, the sixth sense, or even the terrifying aura emanating from Steppenwolf's body, it's all so fake. This can be said to be a counterfeit banknote that cannot be detected by the central bank of a country's capital. The outrageous sense of absurdity moved Darkseid. False is false. When the image of Steppenwolf turned into a piece of torn toilet paper, first decomposed, and then reassembled in front of Darkseid, the expression of the Apocalypse boss was very exciting. The stone face that never seemed to express any expression finally showed a gloomy expression. Reality Gem. Reality Gem may be the most powerful of the Infinity Stones, but also the hardest to use. Users can use it to realize any dream. All scientific codes and natural laws are meaningless in front of it, because it can modify them at will. When it is powered by two infinite gems, space and power, this thing is simply a bug. Just now, Anger obviously used this thing to create a Steppenwolf, and deceive Darkseid's attack. To turn falsehood into reality, the first thing to pay attention to is imagination. As long as the imagination is not enough, even if it is transformed, it will be easily seen through. It's as if Xiang's mind is full of Xiang, and what comes out is definitely something that needs to be mosaicked, not a Steppenwolf who can only fool Darkseid. The Zibe products produced by Ange using the system are so realistic. Darkseid suddenly found himself in trouble. Because in the next second, a Syod, a Grandma Granny, and a Callback started copying guys to attack him. Is it fake? Very fake. Not far away, one by one of his subordinates are being beaten by heroes of the Avengers or the Zhenglian. Darkseid still immediately raised his vigilance to the fullest. The fact that the other party dares to fake it openly means that the other party is not afraid of him seeing through. Sure enough, the big bald Kratos snapped his fingers, the red robe fluttered in the wind behind his back, and the personable Doctor Strange appeared on the stage. A of War, a supreme mage, hangs in mid-air almost shoulder to shoulder, overlooking Darkseid. The scene was once very embarrassing. Without it, Anu who destroyed heaven, Apocalypse, a superpower whose strength has reached the level of the Heavenly Father, but he can't fly. This fatal weakness alone has made Darkseid's compulsion drop down by how many stops? Low to explosion. Darkseid was very upset, and immediately used his stare someone pregnant Omega Ray, staring at Ange and Doctor Strange in mid-air. To be honest, these two opponents are extremely cunning at first glance. Darkseid even considered that his attack was broken by the fake made by Reality Gem. Unexpectedly, the space in front of Ange shattered, like a broken one-way mirror for surveillance, revealing the existence behind. The headless body covered with spiked armor met the red eye ridges that looked like two lightning bolts intertwined. As the fulcrum of the two parallel red lights in midair, the body flew upside down and brought out a string of dirty blood beads that had solidified long ago. At the same time, the whole body began to disappear. For a moment, it seemed that even the air was silent and frozen. The spectators who occasionally glimpsed the scene subconsciously shut their mouths. This is unreasonable. Just now Kratos used Steppenwolf's real phantom to deceive Darkseid with an Omega Ray. Why did he take the initiative to let Steppenwolf come out to block the gun this time? Here comes the answer. Green light bloomed on Doctor Strange's necklace, and a mysterious force began to affect this small space. The audience who stared at this side were shocked to find that the body of the Steppenwolf, which had already started to disappear, suddenly solidified again, and the blood beads that flew out just now flew back like a video playing backwards, and even the broken body fragments were all gathered together return. Everyone suddenly came to a realization. Darkseid's effort to fight the battle was reversed by Time Gem. Not to mention the audience, even Darkseid's eyes widened in surprise. Shameless scoundrel. If everything in this world is under the control of Time Gem, is it still necessary to fight? No matter what damage the dark side creates, the other side can directly load files. Whoever dies on Darkseid's side will be archived immediately. This is simply more disgusting than the save and load, stream of playing games. Darkseid's morale has dropped significantly. Callback actually wanted to persuade his father to give up attacking the Earth. Humph. What are you afraid of? Darkseid didn't panic at all. Suddenly his eyes brightened. On the battlefield, the red light of Omega Ray and the charming and mysterious green light of Time Stone had an unexpected entanglement. The two forces are entangled with each other. They are offset, but more of an indescribable confusion. It feels like mixing two liquids of different colors and materials together forcibly. Just like pouring fluorescent paint into a river, the water is still water, and the paint is still paint. These two forces are so weird. The next moment, Doctor Strange first disappeared, then forcibly appeared, and then disappeared again. This time, the Doctor really disappeared without a trace. Rarely, a sense of fear surged into Nge's heart. Nima. What did Darkseid do? Chapter 356 Limitations of Infinity Gems. Feeling that there is only an empty space left around him, with no air, no moisture, or even light, and all substances have to flow in from the space next to him, Anger truly realized how outrageous Darkseid's pupil technique is. Ang stared at Darkseid with his extremely wide eyeballs. Don't say it, this time Nge is really a little scared. Darkseid. What did you do? The burly Daxt raised his head proudly, staring at Ang who was 100 meters away in mid-air, his stone face that seemed to never express any expression made a grin. It's nothing. Your infinity gem is indeed powerful. But you have forgotten that the power of infinity stones is limited to this universe. Angie's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a pinhead. Darkseid is right. All powers of infinity stones are based on the law of power in the universe of this unit. Outside of this universe, most of the laws do not apply. Even if parallel universes seem to have the same materials, in reality, due to subtle differences in various factors, the laws of the final universe are so different from the laws of the main universe that they cannot be used universally. When Doctor Strange arrives in another universe, the time stone in his hand is no longer an infinity stone, maybe it's just a beautiful ordinary stone. Able to invalidate the opponent's infinite gems by its own power. This is the super confidence of Darkseid, the father-level boss. Todd. Even at such a critical juncture, Ang was still in the mood to bow his hands and salute Darkseid. It's okay. Tuition is your life and soul. Raising his thick finger, Darkseid pointed at Ang. As the voice fell, Omega rays shot out again. However, what responded was a flash of light on the infinity gauntlet of Anger's left hand. Right? This ray can indeed send any object to the parallel world at once. But the space you shot is not the space you want. How should you deal with it, Your Excellency? Just opposite the geosynchronous orbit, in the airspace close to Venus, a large area of space suddenly collapsed. This kind of irregular space hole appeared so suddenly, and then produced an effect similar to a small black hole, and began to swallow everything around. This is the dump that Ang planned for. After he had explored the area with space perception in advance, as soon as something happened, he first used the power of Space Gem to divert the opponent's attack to the side. Originally, if Ang had enough energy, he could transfer Darkseid's kryptonite dog eyes to farther places, such as the former ruins of Asgard. The Omega Ray can be transferred, and it also needs to consume Angie's mental power. Even if Ang uses the power of the Infinity Gem, as the leader himself, he still needs to pay the price of spiritual power. Transfer too far, and the deal won't be worth it. Also, don't look at Ang seeming to prevent every Krypton Gold Dog Eye strike from Darkseid, the price is more than that. Earth Defense Command, the morning voice of the monitors kept reaching the ears of the heads of state. Report. Nevada has discovered a space quake again. The North American continental plate shifted again, this time with an amplitude of 1.78 centimeters. Tsunami occurred in the eastern Pacific Ocean and the western Atlantic Ocean. It is preliminarily determined that the wave height exceeds 10 meters. There are signs of becoming more intense. The leaders were so frightened that their scalps were numb and their bodies were cold. Is it really a cosmic battle? Even if they understand that Kratos and other powerhouses have used their power with great restraint, the aftermath of this power is too terrifying. This kind of huge shaking, which is equivalent to an earthquake, triggers a tsunami. Think about it, when a tsunami rolls up a huge wave of more than 10 meters, it will cause a devastating blow to all countries around the ocean. The places with a lower altitude will all suffer. What kind of seaside villa, unless it is a villa built on a coastal cliff like Tony Stark, everything else must be finished. Borrowing the power of Space Gem to build weapons, but it triggered a high-energy response, declaring to the higher civilizations of the universe that they are ready for advanced warfare. It would be great if I didn't mess with those killing gods. This is the only confession that high officials will make. When things come to an end, it's too late to say regret. You can only pin all your hopes on Superman, Kratos, Thor, and other peerless powerhouses. Maybe there will be fights in the future, at least at this moment. The mentality of people all over the earth is surprisingly consistent: kill Darkseid first. On the scene, it seemed that Eng and Darkseid had a balance of power, and only the person involved knew it. Darkseid's attack can go back and forth, but Eng's life can go back and forth every minute. Since Darkseid can have such a terrifying space ability without a space gem, this makes the two sides completely unequal. As long as Darkseid is not weak and can no longer hold back the next shot of Omega Ray, no matter how bold Eng is, he will not dare to use his body to forcefully eat Darkseid's golden dog eyes. Damn it! It's still useless to use the Omega Rays of the anti-life equation. Eng cursed. He could fully imagine that if he was facing the complete Darkseid, he would not be able to keep the space. The power of Gem cannot divert the attack of Omega. The stalemate that seems to be making no progress is actually meaningful. After more than 30 rounds of Omega Byakuya with one attack and one defense, Eng's eyes lit up. I found it. In the next moment, in the eyes of outsiders, he is doing two things at once. In fact, he was staring at Darkseid, asking the system to help use the power on the Infinity Gauntlet to continue to fight against the Omega Rays, while he drew a circle with his right hand according to the coordinates given by the system scan. Fatty Wong was surprised to see that Kratos, a typical outsider among outsiders, was actually using Kamatage's space magic, and the fat man was dumbfounded. Just the next second, a miserable Doctor Strange staggered back from the portal. Eng raised his mouth and said, "Welcome back to Earth." Doctor Strange's face is very wonderful. He never expected that one day he would be rescued by Eng in this way. His gentle and refined face held back for a long time before he said, "Thank you." No nonsense. Doctor Strange began to cast spells with both hands, and directly picked out the time stone from the Eye of Agamotto, and handed it to Eng hand in hand. It's all because Darkseid is too scary. In the eyes of the Doctor, without the 6 gems, even Kratos, Eng, would have a hard time contending with him. Chapter 357 Boom His Mother. The sound of war drums reverberates in this high-tech battlefield. Asgardian warriors with cold weapons are fighting against monsters flying around with laser guns. Primitive brutality and high-tech war weapons go hand in hand. The painting style is both inconsistent and unified. Casualties are happening every moment, every minute, and every second, but no matter how lively the surrounding fight is, everyone still focuses on the duel between the few extremely strong players in the center of the battlefield. Without it, when individual power can completely surpass collective power, the struggle of thousands of tiny individuals is destined to become the background board. Sometimes, the world is so helpless. On the other hand, the battle situation in other battlefields will affect the main battlefield. Theoretically, this is the case. Just when NGE collected the 6 gems, a bad news came. The London Temple has fallen again. Doctor Strange gritted his teeth. Through the communication circuit of God of War's divine sense, Anger saw the magical version of the monitoring screen sent by Doctor Strange. It was a guy wearing a golden horn helmet, wearing a strange purple metal armor, and holding a dagger. He killed the guardian mage guarding the New York Temple with his first hand. This guy is Cantor, Darkseid's strongest assassin. Angle replied calmly. Damn it! Doctor Strange gritted his teeth with hatred. It is very difficult to cultivate the mages who guard the 3 great temples. In addition to the need for strong spells, you also need to have enough loyalty and careful thinking. If the ordinary Karmatage mage is 1 in 1,000, then the guardian mage is 1 in 1,000. It's a pity that I ran into Cantor, who claims to be the strongest fighting master in the universe, proficient in fighting techniques on hundreds of millions of planets, and is also the most powerful assassin and tracker in the universe. Wherever he goes in the universe, he will find and kill him. Sure enough, Darkseid's offensive was not that simple. Perhaps it was not Darkseid's order to send Cantor, but his advisor Desaad. Obviously, this is the Apocalypse version of encircling Wei and saving Zhao. London was hit by space battleships. Tony's voice was trembling, and he uploaded a real-time video of London on Iron Man's small screen. Originally, the space shields of the 3 great temples of Karmatage were still there, and the opponent could only parachute from the place designated by Ang and the others, or Darkseid, who had a strong space penetration ability, broke the shield himself. Now the other party has obviously made another choice: let Darkseid be the main force to attract the Earth when airborne, and then send assassins to destroy the shield so that another group of ships can raid the Earth. After knowing Darkseid's strategy, Ang applauded secretly in his heart. There is no doubt that the strategy of multi-point blooming is really difficult for the defensive side. If not, Desaad's arrogant laughter echoed in the air. Earthlings, you are finished. Surrender immediately, and my lord can mercifully allow you to join the Apocalypse army, otherwise destruction is your only ending. Join? Become a brainless monster? Captain America roared angrily. People on Earth have already dissected demons, and know that demons are just captives captured by Darkseid from various planets, and then transformed into biological weapons using Apocalypse technology. Being transformed into a demon-like creature, not to mention losing its own will, would have a very high mortality rate during the transformation process. Who did this? Suddenly in the communication channel, the voice of War Machine, Iron Patriot, Colonel James almost cried, Washington attacked. The White House and Congress are gone. North American Aerospace Defense Command. The United Nations headquarters was attacked. There are as many as 300 people in our country. 2 military and political dignitaries lost contact at the same time. This. Ang mourns for the Earth for 1 second. Then secretly, when the Apocalypse fleet was planning to bomb the capital of a certain Eastern power in geosynchronous orbit, Ang summoned a space storm to turn the Apocalypse fleet over there into cosmic debris. At this moment, Ang fully understood what Darkseid, or the consultant Desaad beside him, was thinking. The other party was forcing him to use 6 infinity gems to attack their fleet. The backwardness of the people on Earth in terms of technology is an undisputed deathbed. Using 6 gems in one go at the same time will definitely bring a heavy burden to Ang. They are forcing Ang to save his compatriots, or continue to attack Darkseid with all his strength in cold blood. Unfortunately, Ang is an Earthling, not an Earthling of this Earth. This becomes, as long as I have no morals, you can't kidnap me morally. Ang's approach is, Darkseid. Only by killing you, the universe can truly be peaceful for a while. Ang's seemingly flat voice echoed in the sky full of chaotic energy. To kill a Heavenly Father level powerhouse, it is only natural to pay a price. The question is, who is the price? In the synchronous information transferred by the system, Ange watched Washington, London, Tokyo, and Seoul successively become the price. Trying to squeeze out a drop of crocodile tears from the corner of his eyes, Ange under Quay's leather case looks so resolute and so painful. Die. Dark side. Accompanied by Angie's roar, a golden thread began to descend from the clouds, piercing the atmosphere, and the cloud slowly rotated at its starting point to form a vortex. Then the golden thread was like a laser target guiding the attack, locked on Darkseid's body. Darkseid, whose back suddenly felt hot, looked up at the golden thread hanging from the top of the sky. He didn't know what Ange was thinking, but he knew similar methods. Different races in the universe have all kinds of strange ways to use star energy. Obviously, Kratos, the of War on the opposite side, is directly mobilizing the power of the sun. This is absolutely extraordinary power. It should not be the power of the god of war, only the strongest who are best at mobilizing the energy of stars can do this. Who is it? It's him. Or him. Darkseid's eyes locked on the two suspects at once. Right? What he saw was Apollo, the of Olympus, and Helios, the sun god. With the help of Kratos, these two Olympian gods are invoking the highest priesthood authority on the earth to blast this blow. Looking at each other, Darkseid became anxious. Omega rays blasted out again. Not surprisingly, this blow was diverted by Kratos again. Under the watchful eyes of all Apocalypse powerhouses, every pair of pupils on the battlefield reflected a cloud of golden light and fell along the golden thread. Under Anger's slightly playful gaze, the golden light covered Darkseid's head. At the last moment, Darkseid did not try to dodge or parry. Obviously, his efforts failed. There was a loud bang, and the burst of continuous flashes almost blinded every pair of dogs on the battlefield. Chapter 358 Countless Darksides. The violent sun bombardment is very similar to the legendary satellite railgun. Ultra-high temperature light beam, the core temperature easily exceeds 100 million degrees Celsius. Countless oil and gravel were instantly melted, and then disappeared in place as if they were evaporating, without even stirring up much smoke and dust, because the energy penetrated the surface of the Earth's crust in the most condensed way. After a short while, there was only a huge pit left on the Nevada desert, which was so dark and bottomless. This is just the beginning, not the end. Everyone was shocked to find that just after Darkseid jumped back to the ground, the sunlight in the sky was receding at a speed visible to the naked eye. The sunlight in the sky was overtaken by the distant night like an exhausted prey. The cloud that was full of warm breath a moment ago seemed to swell, and then it exploded completely, turning into moonlight. An extremely uneasy feeling enveloped Darkseid, and that feeling should have been very strange. Suddenly, he felt that this force was quite familiar to him. Because I don't know how long ago, it was this terrifying breath that almost wiped him out. Artemis. Darkseid let out a strange cry between a scream and a roar, which sounded a bit cowardly. His huge and burly body looks like he wants to make his body bigger at this moment, so as to improve his body's defense. This scene is a bit ridiculous. No matter what Darkseid wanted to do, it was obviously one step too late. His newly enlarged body is like a target for watering the opponent. As the goddess of hunting, Artemis's archery is one of the best in the world. At the moment when Ange opened the mouth for her and recovered her divine power, the arrow of the goddess of hunting cut open Darkseid's left breastplate like a sharp knife. After the blue light forcibly dispelled his breastplate, which was many times harder than diamonds, his muscles were exposed to the arrows of divine power. Darkseid's physique is quite similar to Thanos and Dacheo. They are all of the type with extremely strong physical fitness and belong to a typical big muscle bully. Artemis' arrow did hit him in the chest, but not fatally. He didn't expect that at this time, Athena's throwing spear came. It was also a blow full of divine power. Before the power of Artemis' divine arrow dissipated completely, the wound on Doxate's left chest was hit by a ball of golden light head-on. With a scream that shook the world, that rocky chest was pierced for the first time since the war. A piece of chest muscle that was bigger than Aang's fist completely exploded, turning into blood foam and minced meat, splashing towards the chest. Doxide covered his injured chest with his left hand, stared at Aang, and said angrily, "What did you do?" Aang smirked, "It's nothing, I just imagined your chest as a piece of tofu." Of course Daya doesn't know what tofu is. This did not prevent him from casting his angry eyes on Aang. This of war born on Earth is obviously more sinister and cunning than he imagined. If the opponent uses the power of the Infinity Gem to forcefully attack him, Darkseid believes that he can fight in many ways. But the opponent used the method of cutting his defense, and then used his strength to attack, which is very disgusting. Not to mention the small loss, it is also effective. Actually, at this point in the battle, the balance of victory has already tilted towards the Earth Alliance. Aang can drag Darkseid to death. After all, if the battle is protracted, he can delay it even more. In theory, this is the case. A new news came, which plunged this battle into a new crisis. Several spaceships of the Apocalypse Fleet broke into the atmosphere and went to the Sahara Desert in Africa. They are destroying the surface. Something is exposed. It is a large rune-like thing. Is this anti-life equation? Colonel James' revelation cast a cloud over the battle. Aang was surprised to find that the power of Darkseid's next Omega Ray did not decrease but increased. It's outrageous. Since the opening, how many Omega Rays has this guy shot? Energy is indeed used, and the price is naturally a reduction in physical fitness. Now, this guy can actually increase the power of his eyes with a short section of anti-life equation that is split alone? This kind of learning and selling is too exaggerated. Don't be afraid. Earthlings. We are with you. In the sky, a group of humanoid creatures with humanoid outlines and a sci-fi sense of facial complexion and facial features are descending at high speed. As soon as some of them rushed down, they fought with the demons in the sky. Bat Daddy murmured, "The Martian Manhunter." Well, the strongest Martian hunter rushed directly to Darkseid's side, blasting Darkseid with a green dynamic death light. Life equation and anti-life equation, two completely different forces, are competing. Darkseid, who has not yet obtained the complete anti-life equation, obviously fell into a disadvantage in this kind of contest. He shot his eyes angrily, trying to stare at the Martian hunter to death, but was stopped by anger again. Only this time, the person who rushed up was replaced by Dachau. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Dachau beat Dakedel to Kalibak and seriously injured him, and then replaced him. The person who beat up the Lionhead Prince Apocalypse was replaced by Fulla and Wonder Woman. Dachau rushed over and aimed at Darkseid with a Kryptonian blast. Simple. No tricks. Go straight. Just using moves. This is frankly a fist. If you add thousands of tons of power to this move, this punch is a bug. It was hard to die, but this punch still landed on the chest wound that was hit by Anger, Apollo, Artemis, and Athena. At this moment, Dachau's powerful and heavy Kryptonian fist really gave Darkseid a brutal heart massage. Well, the kind of massage designed to stop the heart and lungs. Darkseid vomited blood for the first time since the war started. The wonderful divine blood that spewed out a bit like an electric spark made Dachau stunned for a moment. The moment the two sides looked at each other, Dachau was about to get an Omega XX. Just at the very moment, Dachau's eyes widened, and he saw a super big sword shining with golden light slashing down on his head, which not only blocked the line of sight between him and Darkseid, but also slanted towards the opposite side, the of darkness. Sword of God of War. There is no doubt that this sword is fatal. After the sword light passed, it was obvious that half of Darkseid's neck had been cut off, his body was twitching in the golden light, and golden smoke was emitting from his body. Did you make it? Doxate's declaration came from the opposite side. Ridiculous old god. Even if you kill me in this world, I in the parallel world will still come back and kill you. Chapter 359, Angie's finger snapping. Heroes on Earth? Even if everyone knew early on that there are parallel worlds that operate by the same laws outside of this world, it would be too foul for Darkseid to say this, right? You know, apart from the single universe level Tenjin group that only appears in Legends, Darkseid is already the dominant Heavenly Father level powerhouse in this world. As for the extremely difficult task of crossing the barrier of space and running to other parallel universes, unless it is a master of space magic, no one can do it at all. Darkseid is such an outrageous existence. Heavenly Father level powerhouses still bring wholesale? How do you let the existence of other planets play? Just when the heroes of the Earth were still somewhat lucky, the Darkseids made a move. It seems that the collapse in the solar system suddenly appeared above the desert, wriggling with the light and shadow in the sky. Space fragments popped out of thin air one by one, a bunch of portals from different worlds were like projection screens, and a Darkseid stood opposite each door. I don't know how many Darkseids are laid out in the eyes of everyone like this. Doctor Strange's shout was a bit mournful, no. The New York temple is also collapsed. He looked at the sky, and the distorted space overlapped and oscillated, like a symphony orchestra whose members still played their instruments after losing their conductor. Chaotic and conflicting notes flew out of the air, changing from two-dimensional to three-dimensional, and finally turned into a symphony. A crimson light pierced the sky. Omega Ray is a shooting version. A large number of space law lines poured into the bodies of the heroes in this space, blooming strange colors on them. The space around them was like the pages of a book that were blown by the wind, flipping chaotically and chaotically. Obviously, Darkseid is mass distributing Omega's sanctions, driving the heroes of the Earth into an endless and hopeless parallel world. It can be said that only the top powerhouses such as D'Chao and Thor have the chance to survive. Besides the two strongest spatial powers in the audience, Ange and Doctor Strange, looked at the scene before them in horror. They no longer have the earth under their feet, and the sky above their heads. They float in the vast and complicated multiverse, and their vision is no longer even limited by a single universe. The two of them saw the light of the birth and death of countless stars. This is not a simple space, but includes the overlap of time and space. Because every ray of light may have come from the first light that was born 100 million years ago. Obviously, Darkseid, who used this trick, is already in a higher dimension, and perhaps the stars are just insignificant playthings in his hands. Bucky. Captain America watched in amazement as his best friend turned into a colorful streamer and disappeared in front of him. James. Peter. Pepper. Iron Man opened his visor, revealing Tony's distorted face of despair and pain. Later, Tony's own body disintegrates and begins teleporting. Earth and sky, heroes familiar to the world, just disappeared before everyone's eyes. The Asgardian warriors, Wakanda elites, and soldiers of the Earth Alliance, who were fighting the demon-like blood, were all stunned. As far as the eye can see, Angus, Doctor Strange, Thor, Super, Fulla, Diana, Hulk, Athena, Artemis, the Earth heroes, who were originally thriving, are left with only a few kittens only, 2 hands can count. Most of the Olympian gods who failed to get enough divine power also disappeared together. He. Not bad. There are still so many strong people left. However, how will you deal with our next wave of attacks? In the sky, countless Darkseids began to accumulate in their eyes again. It's red. The last attack, it can be said that 8 immortals crossed the sea, each showing their magical powers. D'Chao relied on his own strength from the Wall of Origin to withstand it, Doctor Strange used magic to settle it, Diana aided Ra with a Guardian Silver Bracelet, Sri Lanka, the rest is basically relying on the body to resist. Unfortunately, several of them obviously couldn't stand it anymore. Fulla and Hulk lost consciousness on the spot. Artemis almost cried and ran over, pulling Angie's armor. "Help me, I'm willing to do anything." Ange seemed unmoved, and suddenly shot at Darkseid coldly. The generals of Apocalypse did not come out to stop it, but Angie's right hand disappeared in place, and when the right arm reappeared, it was holding the sword of God of War and slammed Darkseid's neck fiercely. The neck that was not cut off last time was finally cut off this time. Darkseid of the main world, the head of the owl. What is extremely strange is that this head that flew into the sky is still talking. Killing the me in one world will not help at all. The me in other worlds will kill you all. It wasn't just Daya who spoke, but Darkseid in other worlds repeated the same sentence with the same tone, frequency, and tone. This scene is absolutely shocking and terrifying. The sense of despair that no matter how hard you try, you can't beat the opponent, hangs over the hearts of the few remaining strong men. And Assad and other dog legs began to gather around, laughing sinisterly at them. Hey hey hey. Hey. Struggle. Resist. Then despair. Kalibak laughed wildly. Only Ange suddenly became calm. Darkseid. If you change your opponent, maybe you will really win. It's a pity. Darkseid's. Angie's tone of firmness really doesn't sound like a big talk. This time, it was the turn of the Apocalypse Star to be terrified. At this moment, Athena suddenly noticed that Angie's eyes were shining with a strange red light. Could this light be? To be reasonable, Anger really never thought that after he killed Darkseid in this world, he would get Darkseid's Omega Ray. There are tens of thousands of pupil skills in this world, and not all of them are suitable for him. But this kind of space-time spell that can send enemies into parallel planes, Angie's adaptability is astonishing 100%. Originally, with the space magic that Aang got from Iker Casillas, plus many times of traveling through time and space, he couldn't meet the minimum requirements of the Heavenly Father Omega Ray. If this happens, no matter how awesome the Godslayer system is, it won't be able to directly grab the skill for Aang. Who told Aang to have 6 infinite gems and infinite gloves? Time Gem and Space Gem, these two cosmic cheats, forcibly helped Aang to meet the recommended requirements of Omega Ray. Originally these Darkseids outside the parallel world, let alone attacking them, even determining the time and space they are in is extremely difficult. 1.5 can be found with Angie's time-sensing ability. No more. Today, the past, present, and future of Darkseid in every parallel world seem to be marked on a tiled map, and every detail of them is clearly presented in Anger's eyes. In mind. Aang smiled brightly. Darkseid, your ability is good, I want it. In terms of physical strength alone, Darkseid is even slightly lower than Thanos. Aang failed to gain much strength and physique points by killing Darkseid in this world. Just as Aang thought, under the rough stone man appearance, Darkseid's strongest attributes are intelligence and perception. If Darkseid did something wrong, then he should never have given Anger his own self to kill. Killing a Darkseid directly made Angle a true unit universe level hexagonal warrior in this universe. The atmosphere is shaking. The earth is shaking. The entire solar system is also buzzing. The entire universe is celebrating the birth of a cosmic peerless powerhouse. In the entire solar system, all the collapses suddenly stopped, and they are quietly recovering themselves. The starlight of several galaxies around the solar system gathered on the solar system, and then, a pair of eyes with the same outline as Aang opened. These are the eyes that can see into thousands of parallel worlds, and cast a cold gaze on Darkseid in each parallel world in the black deep space. This is Omega Ray's Unlimited Edition. In countless parallel worlds, no matter they are on Apocalypse or leading a fleet on an expedition, every Darkseid has heard a voice from another parallel world. This is the voice of Kratos, who is the enemy of Darkseid in that world, and he just added the court of hundreds of millions of people. No. That is the harmony of the whole universe. The time of judgment has come. Judgment. Judge whom? Darkseid suddenly woke up. The trial in Kratos's mouth is not only aimed at him now, but also includes him in the past and him in the future. How dare you? Countless Darkseids roared angrily to the sky with their eyes wide open. Are you confused? Darkseid. Puzzled. Confused, of course. Other Darkseids couldn't figure out why the Kratos on the opposite side suddenly exploded, locking him in all parallel worlds at once. The voice that only Darkseid could hear came again from the void. Because, I am God Killer. Promote by killing God. Loot by killing God. Gain new power by killing God. As long as you are a god, you can't escape this outrageous restraint, and Darkseid happens to be one of the most jumping gods in the universe. At this moment, Darkseid finally had a trace of regret. He once thought that he had slaughtered billions of intelligent creatures of stars, had seen all the civilizations in the universe, and knew all the secrets. It seems that I still lack enough awe for the myriad phenomena of the universe. He is certainly the top in the world, but unfortunately today he has to pay the price for his arrogance. Darkseid's black rock-like face suddenly lost its color. Eng in the main world stretched out his left hand far away. On the noble and mysterious infinity gauntlet in his hand, 6 infinity gems representing the highest secret of the universe are shining brightly. Obviously those 6 infinite gems can only act on this universe, but every Darkseid feels a great threat at the same time. Darkseids reacted differently, some wanted to escape, and more wanted to resist. No matter what they do, block, parry, dodge, or use Omega Rays to try to be tough, all became futile. Darkseids have never been so desperate before, and they really don't understand why the other party can suppress them like this after only one he died. Eng felt their resentment and fear, and sighed in his heart, if it were another opponent, you might still kill him, but it's a pity that you met me. As long as you die once, you are in front of me, no more secrets. Under De Chao's astonished eyes, Eng brought an end to this exaggerated and unrivaled war. He seemed to be understating it by fishing out of thin air. Thousands of phantoms of Darkseid were caught by him across time and space from various parallel planes. They struggled frantically, cursed, and roared, but no matter how much they resisted, the thousands of Darkseids began to merge into one. Containing shocking power, capable of easily blowing up an asteroid with one punch, and even surpassing Superman's top-level physical body, Eng grabbed it out like a chicken with one hand, and pinned it to the ground. Darkseid didn't resist, but all his resistance was separated by a seemingly thin but extremely exaggerated space barrier. Visually, he's pinned down in the Nevada desert. In reality, he is trapped in the gap between the main universe and other parallel worlds. The feeling of being forced on the guillotine is definitely not good. And some of his subordinates, such as Kalibak, were terrified at first, and wanted to rush to save their father. Some, such as Dasad, hesitated. No matter what their thoughts were, they were all blocked by the remaining heroes. At the end, Darkseid suddenly stopped moving. Any last words? Eng asked calmly. No more. Darkseid looked at the slightly barren Nevada desert, his eyes were a little greedy and a little regretful. Maybe he was thinking, if he got the anti-life equation, would it be better? There are no ifs in the world. Some things, if it is true, try and die. Win the king and lose the bandit. This is Darkseid's last words. This moment is destined to be remembered by the entire galaxy and even the universe. Because Eng suddenly spread his divine sense, spreading the picture of the scene to every planet within his extremely exaggerated perception range. Beyond a galaxy the size of 1,000 solar systems, the huge interactive projection of him and Darkseid can still be seen on the atmosphere. Looking at the phantom of the Colossus that suddenly appeared in the sky, the survivors whose homes were destroyed by the Apocalypse army suddenly burst into tears. Earlier, Thanos fell on such a marginal planet as the Earth, which once became the talking point of the intelligent race in the whole universe. When another Heavenly Father-level peerless powerhouse fell in the same place and died by the same person, all intelligent races realized that the old era was over, and the universe opened a new chapter. The existence of half of the universe quietly watched the scene with the greatest awe. The magnificent golden giant's sword finally fell, beheading the head of another cosmic overlord. This is the fall of the old gods. This is the enthronement of a new god. In the huge light and shadow, one after another, beautiful goddesses walked over and prostrate themselves at the feet of this new who was at least at the level of a heavenly father. Unknowingly, all the existences who had hatred against Thanos and Darkseid followed them and worshipped this new who was so many light years away. In the Nevada desert on Earth, the boss died in battle. If anyone wants to inherit Darkseid's position, he should immediately take revenge on Aang, the culprit. Unfortunately, they don't have nearly any more. Aang snapped his fingers. Snapped. Crisp sound. What is crisper is the miracle that happens in sync with it. Not long ago, the heroes of the Earth who were knocked out of their wits by countless Omega rays were sent to parallel universes, looking at their recovered bodies in bewilderment. I died just now. Tony asked the AI butler Friday to scan his body in disbelief. Most people use more primitive ways to confirm their survival. Captain America and Bucky embrace passionately. Bucky rarely poked his mouth to Captain America's forehead. The people who escaped from the dead celebrated the miracle of life. Only Thor woke up ahead of time, and took up the storm battle axe to hunt down and kill the remnants of Darkseid. The resistance of Kalibak, Desert, Cantor, and others lasted only 3 minutes before they were all wiped out. When the top combat power on the battlefield is out of balance, all resistance is futile. The second and third line heroes lead the Asgardian soldiers to chase down the remnants. The top heroes have stopped chasing and surrounded Aang involuntarily. Not to mention heroines, many real goddesses are also very excited. They all want to say something, but they don't know who should speak first. Suddenly, Ongwei spat out a mouthful of golden blood. Dachau and Diana rushed forward at the first time, supporting Aang on the left and right. What's wrong with you? Honey, you. The film star Aang had half a mouthful of golden blood in his mouth, and smiled wryly. Do you think there is no price to use 6 infinity gems to revive so many powerful people? Thor's face became solemn. No wonder my father forbade us to use reality gem back then. Batman could no longer keep his face cold. As a medium, what price do you have to pay? The bitterness of the smile on Angie's face became stronger. It's nothing, it's just that the lifespan of a mere 100,000 years has been lost. Heroes. The price of transcending the law is not unreasonably heavy. Look. Even Kratos, a Heavenly Father-level boss, still lost half of his life after playing this outrageous resurrection. To be honest, they would have been more or less envious and jealous of Angie. After all, not to mention Aang stealing the biggest limelight, they still have to worry that if Aang changes his mind and shows his domineering heart, it will be really difficult for everyone. In the past, everyone was buddies. Even if there was a gap in strength, at least they could comfort themselves by saying that everyone was equal. But when it came time for Aang to force everyone to take effect, should everyone follow or not? No matter what, when this happens, it's all capitalized embarrassing. It's all right now, everyone was resurrected by Aang, and not only did they all owe Aang a high favor. It seems that Aang has not been able to use the infinite gems to dominate the universe. The most embarrassing situation seems to be avoided. Aang took out the time stone from the infinity gauntlet very chicly, and threw it back to Doctor Strange very casually. Here, I return this thing to you. Thank you. No matter how picky a moralist is, he can't tell what's wrong with Aang. Doctor Strange's face is full of admiration, although the future he sees seems to be quite different from the present. Anyway, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Tony glanced at the real-time battle report from the Iron Man communication system, hesitated to speak, and finally said, "Well, Ange, if you want to resurrect the destroyed cities on the Earth and the victims, what do you need? Cost." The actor Ange continued to babble, "First of all, you must have a powerful body close to the level of a heavenly Father and corresponding spiritual power, then you must have the awareness to sacrifice yourself for this, and finally, the existence that is not recognized by all of us. I am not let him use the Infinity Stone." Ange drew this invisible line, and immediately screened out almost all existence on the Earth. The physical body of the Heavenly Father. Except for Thor, Superman, and Hulk, there are almost no other existences. In the end, Anger said that everyone agrees, cutting off almost all possibilities. "Whoever wants to use infinite gems to make trouble, please weigh your own weight first. Guys who are not strong enough and don't have the fruit of face are not even qualified to speak. Many guys who still have extravagant hopes can only act as if nothing happened. A great battle is over. There is no doubt that the vitality of the Earth has been severely damaged. The main reason is that the capitals of various countries were plowed several times by the main guns of the star warships, and the heads of the major powers also suffered varying degrees of casualties. Earthlings are at least lucky. They are winners." Unanimously recognized as a Heavenly Father-level powerhouse, Kratos, the of battle and war, announced that he will protect the people on Earth. Within the scope of his perception, all malicious attacks on the Earthlings will be retaliated without an upper limit. When this extremely overbearing declaration came out, not only were the majority of aliens not surprised, but they took it for granted. Humanity has started to climb the technology tree. They frantically analyze and study the technology of Chitauri and Apocalypse. The surviving President Ellis and the head of a certain Eastern power have become the leaders of this big universe prosperous world. He will coordinate the countries on the Earth to form a huge cross-border federation, thinking that an interstellar terminal between the Earth and Mars will be established in the future. Prepare for. Earth people will enter the cosmic era in an all-round way, welcome aliens from all corners of the universe, and integrate into the star civilization. Actually, President Ellis originally fantasized that he had Kratos in his family, so he should rule Blue Star. Who knew that a certain of war finally stopped pretending and had a showdown? "I'm from the Celestial Dynasty. I'll give you face, so I let you America eat meat together. If you dare to violate the community of shared future for mankind, I will wipe your whole country off the face of the Earth." President Ellis, as if struck by lightning, rolled back in despair to the rebuilt White House, and made the matter top secret. The Earth has suddenly jumped from a primary interstellar civilization to the focus of the universe, and there are too many facts to do. Especially Tony and Bruce Wayne, the two wise men in the world, are even more busy. They have both their own projects and cooperation. One day half a year later, Tony suddenly asked a question that he had doubted for a long time, "Bruce, is your son really so impartial?" Bat-Dad froze for a full 3 seconds before slowly saying, "To be honest, I never thought he was a good person or a good god." "Tony, then he is pretending." Bat-Daddy sighed deeply. "Even if he is pretending, he is really pretending for the future of mankind all his life. He is really selfless." Tony decided to change the subject. "Okay, what is our invincible god of war doing now?" Contrary to everyone's expectations, Anger has almost completely disappeared from public view since he killed Darkseid. Except for killing an unconvinced sub-celestial parent powerhouse 2 months ago in the orbit of Mars, he seemed to have evaporated from the world. When Tony asked about this topic, as the wild father of God of War, Master Bruce rubbed his brows, and finally said, "That helped Aphrodite acquire Peace Station and a dozen blind date companies." Tony's expression is wonderful. "Wait, is Station P the one with the black and orange logo?" "Yes." Bruce felt ashamed. "But Aphrodite is the goddess of love and beauty, and also the goddess of sexual desire. It can be called a professional counterpart." Most of the gods of Olympus ran away in the end, because Eng didn't want to see them headed by Apollo. Without respect and commitment, they dare not wander around on Aang's territory. Instead, it was Aphrodite who got involved and became Anger's new favorite. So, Athena felt a little bitter. She was one of the few goddesses allowed to stay. Now, her entanglement lies in the fact that she is afraid that he will not come, but also afraid that he will mess around. No, she organized a charismatic meeting of core believers around the world. As a result, the Anger suddenly had a whim and insisted on being the old man under her table during her conference, which made Athena half dead from anger. She played a little temper, but Aphrodite, a more professional goddess, killed her and took away her favor, and she felt unbalanced again. Finally asked Eng to go for a ride in a carriage. With the cool breeze on the beach, Eng drove 3 beautiful horses all the way to the beach, looking at the girl who was playing in the water, or stretching her graceful limbs on the beach chair under the umbrella. Eng, I feel very comfortable. Diana walked over, took off her sunglasses, and showed a charming smile. You little bastard. When I gave you Godslayer power, you planned to use it for this. Speaking of it, you may not believe it. The only reason I have become stronger is because I am afraid of death. Not to mention Diana, even the 3 goddesses who were paralyzed in the car at the moment raised their necks and turned their heads, showing an incredible expression. You are too outrageous. Because he is afraid of death, he is called the top powerhouse in the universe? But seeing Aang's serious face, they couldn't help but believe it. Diana was a little curious. You really don't want to fight for hegemony? Looking around, I saw Athena, Artemis, Hestia, Scarlet Witch, Widow's sister. Aang touched the conscience of the neighbor next door with a smirk. What the hell? Life is as good as it gets.